get a few of them, will you? People that are
give it to the listeners. This is the best camera that we have on.
Hey, David, fucking fix it, you bitch.
Great. We'll zoom in and post or something.
David, I'm kidding. Whoa, what was that?
All right.
Is that from The Verge? That's so great. This is the weirdest fucking episode ever. I love it.
Oh, you think so? You think the episode with no audience is the weirdest one, Joel? Wow, what a hot take. Creative genius. Joel Jimenez.
Come on, faggot.
Wow.
I'm kidding. That's a joke thing I'm working on. I'm not actually homosexual, but I think if you say faggot during a set, there's a chance people will laugh.
That is true. What's the most homosexual thing you've ever done in your life, William?
I kissed a guy.
Yeah, when did that happen?
2 weeks ago, I was in a hot tub. I started making out. He touched my penis. I touched his.
And then what happened?
Peanuts. I had to, peanuts.
Keep going, William. And then what happened?
I had to fly to the Turks and Caicos the next day. I was
99
to see him.
Okie doke.
Michael Lair has something to say about what William's dad pumped his sperm into 2 eggs a can.
There you go.
Can I read you all a poem by Shel Silverstein I love?
You have that.
God damn it, my phone's over there.
You have that all queued up. It's okay. Maybe we can do it later. Why don't you sit down and join us on the edge of the stage there? Yeah, just sit in front of Joel's drum set over there.
So I noticed that you're drinking a 7-Up. That's absolutely not 7-Up. It is absolute 7-Up.
Here, put the mic back. Put the mic back in the mic stand there. You can grab a seat. Just sit on that ledge right in front of Joel's drums over there.
7 fucked
be right in the frame.
7
It'd be
fucked
beautiful.
up. I like that.
There you go. How about another hand? Look at that. Look how cute he is. How about another hand for William Montgomery? Good question from the fans. Cosby, Louis, Schumer. Fuck, marry, kill. Let's go. Absolutely. I would, well, yeah, I don't know how easy this is, actually. I might, hell, I mean, it's pretty hard. You would think the fuck one would be easy here, since there's one that is a rich woman.
I'd fuck Cosby, dude. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Dude.
I think so, right? Well, actually, his own medicine is, I believe, horse tranquilizer. Fuck, marry, kill. Red Man, what do you got on this?
I would definitely fuck Schumer and marry Louis and kill Cosby.
Yeah.
Because Cosby's about to die anyway.
That's why you would want to marry Cosby. You marry him, get all that extra money that he's got.
I would marry Louis. I bet he would be a good partner.
How about you guys? Do you have a hot take on this? Fuck, marry, kill?
Jeremiah, see after Jack.
Jesse, you're a woman. I want a woman's perspective on this.
Were you saying you would marry Cosby because he's in jail, right?
No, I would marry Louis.
No, you would, yeah.
And kill Cosby.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck.
And I would say, very good. And I said you would marry Cosby because he's about to die. So maybe there's a bunch of money to be made there. Marry Louis, I think, is the no-brainer here. Best personality.
I'd marry Amy just because the whole masturbation thing.
What's the masturbation thing?
With Louis.
Oh, you don't like that?
That doesn't turn you on even a little? What if you, fell in love? You don't think that would be hot if, he just masturbated for you?
I don't think you'd like it if I liked it.
Whoa.
Jesse.
That's a really good point. I got a text from one of our cousins of the show, the great Trey. You all know and love Trey. Comes with us on the road a lot, and he reminded me that Ari and Sam are also two of the greatest guests in the show history. Also, Big J. Okerson, Shane Gillis. Really, basically, like I said, anyone who's on the show more than once lands immediately into best guest territory.
The Gramercy show with Shane and Big J was one of my favorite times
Good
ever.
Lord, that was crazy. Nobody saw that coming either. We kept them top secret. Gilbert Gottfried, we had on one of those episodes. Martin Normand on one of those episodes. Always incredible over at the Gramercy. William, you okay?
What's wrong, William? I heard we have to answer a riddle from him before we leave the stage tonight. No,
It's
It's
okay.
pretty funny. There were no
Yeah, the camera is
I would,
so incredibly far away that
have
nobody
sex with a lady who wore all red. Her last name was a city in California, Herman San Diego.
Oh, you did? There he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. What an exciting time. Oh, also Holtzman, someone that always sits in the front row. Great Joy Eileen just texted me, Brian Holtzman. Absolutely, it's a legend.
Brian just told me a story that after the whole Twitch show where I battled Isaias from Black Flag, I did the backflip off the table. After the show was over, Holtzman came up to Brian and he said, "Did you see that guy do a backflip?" Obviously he saw it because he was there, and Holtzman's face.
There you go.
I love you, Brian, and also Brian.
Speaking of best guests ever, there's only been 3 in the show's history that have ever done 1 minute on the show. One of those being the great Dom Irera. I figured we could all sit here like professionals and watch that minute. The first ever minute by a guest in the history of Kill Tony was from Dom Irera. You can roll number 2 for me there, Chris. And this is it. This is what it looked like. It happened super organically, following a set. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Wait. Hold on. Oh no. I'm sorry. That's number 3. Yep. Number 3. Very good. Thank you, Chris. Happened organically, following a set after the great Sarah Weinshank out of nowhere in the belly room. I do believe. Yep. In the belly room. Do you want to do a minute?
Yeah, here's my intro.
Okay. Here's Dom Irera.
Brandon. Brandon. Brandon, can you hear me? We missed you.
Let me coming on my phone. I know.
Okay.
I don't understand what happened.
Well, Brandon live streams his life in here 24/7 and has for over a year, and then was gone for like the last week, and we don't know why. We're worried about him. Brandon, we missed you.
I know.
Where were you, big man?
My internet been out. It's been out. I have been out for a long time. My internet cable went out.
Oh wow, is everything okay now?
Well, my internet, my cable went, internet got fixed, so we're all good now.
Oh, thank God. We worried about you dearly, Brandon. I'm glad that you're okay.
Yeah, is Tony guys sleeping?
No, he's working on a project, but Miss Aquarius was in here, and we talked about you a lot and how much we worried about you. So everything okay with your internet and your cable now?
Yeah, everything's right. As of right now, good.
Okay, and you're okay?
Yeah.
Good. Thank God. And your family's okay.
Yeah. A storm blew over and knocked my cable, my internet out.
Okay. Because we didn't hear from you for almost a week. And Brandon, of any person who I worried about, it was you. I wanted to make sure you were okay. So I'm glad that you're okay. And you get back to normal. And if you need anything from me, you know I'm here for you, okay?
Yeah, you say a lifestyle in here 24/7 like you.
Absolutely. Yes, you do. You're amazing at it. And to not have you here for a little bit of time was very worrisome. And I want you to know how much I appreciate your friendship. And I love having you
Don't worry,
here.
there's my other town coming.
Excellent. Okay, so if you need anything from me, Brandon,
I'm trying
you let me know, and I'm glad
Okay.
I'm glad everything's okay with you. I was worried about you, very, very worried about you. So I'm glad to hear everything's okay.
Yeah, I was kind of worried about I was mad because my internet was not working.
No, I understand. I
I
understand.
want to talk to you guys.
Absolutely.
You guys are my close to you, but I was worried about you guys.
Well, we're okay.
Having your internet.
We're okay, thankfully, and you're okay. And you get back to watching your shows, and we've got the World Cup and baseball, and all the good stuff that you like. And if you need anything from us, you let us know, okay?
What the heck? I can't get CBS. I got on screen right there. One click on. You go watch CBS in my Uncle Town.
Yeah.
It's the first connect to home Wi-Fi network, and I've already connected it.
Okay. So you've got to connect your. So maybe it's got to connect.
Is this? Lisa one. That's my mom. That's my mother's Robert. Is this connecting?
Okay. So
I want to go watch something. It's saying it's connected to home Wi-Fi.
okay.
And it's working. It's working my Pokemon.
Okay. So maybe restart the device or see what you've got to do. You know how to troubleshoot. You're one of the best troubleshooters I've ever met. So you know what to do. Restart
I was fine.
and then reconnect. And if you still have issues, you let me know, okay?
Yeah.
I'm so glad that you're.
Yeah, I was worried about you guys.
We were worried about you. I'm so.
Is really nice to meet you.
Yeah. So Brandon, Brandon, this is Tony. Tony Brandon.
Hi, Tony.
Hello.
What's up?
Nothing much. I'm just chilling with you guys. That's all.
Yes.
I'm live streaming in here. I was live streaming here 24/7.
Me too. I don't know if I'm gonna be 24/7, but I'm live streaming now. So yeah.
You're
Excellent.
live streaming now?
Yes. Yes, he is.
Oh.
Okay, Brandon, you go restart that device and then see if you can reconnect, okay?
It's popping up. It's already started, so I'm just going to bring. If you see another cat of mine, the meerkat one, that's mine. Other one.
Excellent. Wonderful.
Here it is back in here again.
Wonderful.
I forgot.
Okay, well, we're glad that you're okay.
Here I am.
Excellent.
Here I am.
Yes, you are. Hello, sir. Good looking as always. You're amazing. We love having you here. Brandon, I've had this Discord for about 2 years now, and no person have I worried about as much as you. So I'm glad that you're okay.
Yeah. I've been stuck. I've been over here stuck. I had nobody talk to nobody. I was mad that I didn't have the internet, so
Yeah, no,
it's been hard for me.
no internet and no cables. No fun, right?
No internet, no cable. That's not fun at all, bye.
No, it's not. No, it's not. So you've got it all again. So you get to go enjoy all your stuff, enjoy your video games, and you let me know if you need anything. Okay, big man.
Okay. Okay, 2-4.
Excellent. I'm so glad you're back.
I won't. Wait a minute. Mom, no.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your final comedian of the night has been performing here, auditioning here since since the club opened in 1972. He's very close to being passed. Put your hands together for Razor.
Razor.
What's up with turtles? I mean,
Wow, this is so amazing, people here.
Yes, sir.
You ever on a bus and you need to pull your stop and you forget it, and you pull it 2 blocks later and you have to walk back?
You really create something very special.
I think so too, Tony.
My cousin's christening, and I was really killing it. And my aunt said that I should be Canadian. That's why I'm here, and I thank you for staying. I appreciate you all looking at me. Isn't it amazing how people climb up Mount Everest when it's already been done? Think, what the fuck? Thank you.
Razor, everybody.
And I think
That was it. That's what it
And
looked
I think this is more than have money and fame. This is more.
Having people's a good thing, Tony.
That's the
That's my
I know it
It's
is.
one of the good time being here, Rabbi.
Yes, sir. I know it is, my friend.
mm,
comedian did a minute on Tony, the first superintendent, a guest did a minute. Watch that Courtney Williams back. Did you get your phone? Did you?
I have been watching a car that talks. He uses his headlights. It's called. Hey, I wanted to ask you something, William. I noticed that you post a lot of videos that you watch TV shows late at night. Do you have cable, or are you one of those guys that have the antennas that watch like weird, TJ Hooker?
Let's take another question from the fan. How you guys doing over there? How's the fan doing? Jeremiah, you good? All right, let's take another question from the fans. Here we go. I like this one. This is a question for Jeremiah or Jesse or both. Any good marching band stories? That's a good question. You guys are both in marching bands, according to this fan. I didn't even know that. Is that true? You guys are both in marching bands? Good band thinks it's nerdy that you guys marched or moved in any direction whatsoever.
I not only marched, Redmond, I was the drum major in my senior year.
Whoa, look at that. He doesn't know anything about majors. Ryan likes lines.
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay, go ahead, Justin. Give us a good marching band story.
Well,
American Pie style.
Well, one time I shoved my trumpet up my pussy.
Is that true?
That's what I was doing.
Ooga!
When I pushed it out, I went,
That sounds like a trombone to me.
That's the story everybody always wants.
Anything good from a marching band, though? Anything crazy ever happen?
Not really. In high school, I was seeing this guy who was in my section, and I gave him a hand job on the bus.
Whoa, look at that. I think you just took Jeremiah's story from him, huh?
Same guy.
Oh, look at that. Did he finish? Did you finish until completion?
No, I was really bad at it.
Wow. Really? What do you think was so bad? Can you give an example of what that hand job was like?
A lot of mashing.
Mashing? Was it a flat-handed hand job?
A lot of freaking.
Oh, no. All right, how about you, Jeremiah?
I wasn't on a marching band, but I played in grade school band, and also I played in the band in my church. And
oh yeah, give us a church band story. We know those are the good ones. I went to a Catholic school. I know what goes on over there.
I don't remember too many wild things necessarily. I just like old hymnals and stuff. So
I remember a lot of those creepy.
Do you?
Oh my god.
Well, they kind of get stuck in your head.
Oh yeah, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh wait, William probably knows a lot.
Come on, William. Sing us a church hymn if you remember. They used to make us sing them, even the non-Catholics in my school. It was
Turks and Caicos.
Go ahead, William. Sing the song.
Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praises.
You know this? Sing it with them.
Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I'm glad you came to save us.
Amen.
Jesus is my God. I'm standing here tonight to worship you. I think I am sick with the virus, God. Please help me tonight.
All right. That's enough. Wow. Unbelievable. We just got word that you sang so well to Jesus that the rain has stopped and coronavirus has ended. There's an audience. Let the audience in, everybody. It turns out Jesus exists. We are finding out live here on Kill Tony that Jesus is real and he's responding to those prayer songs. Incredible. There you go. There's one fart for the episode. Brought to you by Death Squad Productions.
I can't. Can I just ask Brian the logic behind that one? Was that supposed to be Jesus farting?
Jesus farting.
Jesus absolutely farted.
There might be an 8-year-old listening to this episode that is cracking up right now.
What's hilarious is that Jesus farted a lot of that. He probably had a lot of farts.
Heck yeah, after that last supper, come on, all that bread and wine.
How do you think he walked? How do you think he walked on water? Like a jet ski.
Blasted up that cross. That's how he got his name. He farted one time. Someone was like, Jesus Christ. Hey, that'll stick. I just get an applause break in an empty room.
You need to start doing fart shows.
Oh my God.
Like a Brian Regan chick. That was great.
That's incredible. Okay, let's keep this fun train moving along. Speaking of applause breaks and good jokes, we have another regular here, ladies and gentlemen. Believe it or not, these guys are willing to come up here and fucking dish it out because these are goddamn warriors. The great Michael Lair could not make it here tonight, but he's made it to every road episode. This guy made it to 2 shows in Ventura, 2 shows in La Jolla. Michael Lair's got the night off tonight. He's just texting in. But however, there is one other regular, and you know him, you love him. Unbelievable writer, unbelievable roaster. Make some goddamn noise for the great David Lucas, everyone. Here he is. Watch that cord, David. Be careful up there.
Hey Brian, something 1 minute off. I'm gonna do something a little different.
Oh shit.
If Kuma Chris can help me out, yeah, we got something special for y'all during this quarantine. Well, she said cold outside and she hands me my raincoat. She's always worried about things like that. Well, she said it's all gonna end and it might as well be my fault. And she only sleeps when it's raining, and she screams, and her voice is strained, and she says, baby, it's 3 a.m., I must be lonely. And she says, baby, well, I can't help but spinning at all sometimes. When the rain's gonna wash away, I believe it. Well, she's got a little bit of something I got better than love. In a color portrait world, she believes that she's all got it all. She swears the moon don't hang quite as high as it used to. And she's only sleeps when it's raining. And she screams. And her voice is strange. And she says, baby, it's 3 a.m. I must be lonely. Well, help me, she says, baby. Oh, yeah. Well, I can't step in it at all sometimes. But the rain gonna wash it away, I believe it.
Wow. Fucking beautiful.
Hell yeah.
Red Band and I were checking out the street comments during that. People saying that this is cure for depression, more of this every week.
Yes.
This is exactly what we needed, exactly what we wanted. Incredible. Oh, that's from Michael Lair.
He has 2 comments.
Shouldn't David be, this is from Michael Lair, shouldn't David be guarding Sandra Bullock's blind side? And he said your comedy special is going to be called 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag.
Oh God, why am I getting fucking
Michael Larry.
roasted by Professor X?
William has something he wants to say.
Call the substance teacher at the drive-by.
Your brother in person, William.
David, this is
What's yours? Ty się wspaniale to są prawie, no.
I never roast you, but if he does say, I see a lot of Denzel Washington. No, seriously, did you swap Denzel Washington?
No, ale ja to już nie wiem, gdzie on dwa, powiedział do presji.
Yo, if you're talking, can you self? Thank you.
Ask a question. This is for you, David Lucas. It is from Donnell Rollins.
Oh shit!
He said, "You okay?"
Hey, now, hey. The microscope and they see your ashy ass up, boy. Looking like you got bit by a bat. Shut your black ass up, boy. That's weird, Rosa. Ain't no place.
Michael Larry just wrote, "Tells you to wear his hoodie so our racist murders him." Wow, Jesus, there you go. Wait, Donnell actually sent in a.
He's mad because when his leg is
Donnell actually sent in a response here. Hold on a second. Let's see what he had to say. This is, there you go. It's all happening here. This is from Donnell Rollins. There you go. That's it. You can cut it there. There you go. If you want to, you have a bunch of pent-up Donnell that didn't get out. Yeah, you might as well save it. Might as well save it.
made a whole podcast about it. I think special you gave like $3
Of course. Yeah, Donnell's the fucking man. And again,
and get that squeaky ass Benz truck fixed.
he's got a squeaky truck.
He got a Benz truck that breaks.
So let's talk about this coronavirus and how it's affecting you. I know that the gym closing isn't affecting you at all. Going to the grocery store right now.
Amazon Fresh.
Oh, you're in. What are you talking about? They don't have any delivery dates.
If they do, bro, I just got delivery today.
I've been trying.
I got one from because you live in Vermont. Studio City.
Michael Larry just wrote, "God's killing me, honey buns killing you." Okay, you don't have to. Let me read the text there, Brian.
Goddamn, Speedy really bad.
No, it's okay.
Speedy really bad.
So how's the coronavirus changed your life?
It hasn't.
It hasn't at all? What have you been doing?
Shit, same shit.
What do you mean, what's the same shit?
I got on stage Saturday. Oh yeah, you can't relate. Me and Red killed I mean, I'm flying out to Detroit Wednesday.
You really going to the Big Apple?
You fucking with Louis J. Gomez. This show's like
It's fun. All the way to New York to do a David. Jesus fucking Christ. That's the cord that you're the producer. You literally put that cord there. And, just why are you going to go there just for a podcast? You might get stuck.
I got some other shit on there. I don't want to talk about this grass until they fold out.
Goodness gracious. My mom actually asked a question.
Oh, that's my baby.
As well, absolutely.
Really? Stop that shit.
What's he doing? Is
I'm
it
talking
touching
about my
you?
cow.
What do you think? You're in a hot tub right now? My mom asked a serious question. She wants to know, what do you eat? We know you're a pescatarian. What else do you like to eat when you're not eating fish? We talked last week about how good your salmon was. It is incredible.
Shit, ever since I got on Kill Tony, I've been on a health kick lately.
Really?
Yeah, I'm probably like 21 pounds lighter.
Is that true?
I was like 388. I'm like 6.
Just off the calories.
Yeah, bro. So I intermittent fast. The first thing that I eat, or drink, how to look at it, the first thing I drink around like juice. I'm about to hit this with this
Is that true? You talk to
that nigga look like he talking about any kind of juice and less.
David, square up to the camera here.
That boy was talking about orange juice and vodka.
David, you went from Air Jordans to air fryers.
Air fryers. Oh,
They're healthy when you make, wings and stuff.
I don't, so yeah, the first girl I know is something big. All the other shit. And that's what my first girl said. He's something I thought that from the gym. Like, today I had a good side.
just one piece of pita bread. Why do you have to call me the N-word at the end of that? Because you know that you had one more.
No, that was like,
You had one slice of bread.
but sheets. Not the pita bread. You know, the sheets.
Lavash.
Yeah, one sheet.
One sheet, like a bed sheet. Goodness gracious, dude. So, going to New York City.
Oh, God. Michael still rolling?
Yeah, he sent it in. He said, God's killing him, honey buns are killing you. I'd say Entenmann's, but I don't want to go too highbrow for David. That's what you've been eating. And he said your whole life you've been going intermittently fast. I don't know. You might...
I heard you're going to New York and you have a date with some little white woman at the top of the Empire State.
That's funny, bro.
What else are you gonna do in New York? Is there anything you're gonna do for fun?
Well, my meetings have been canceled. I ain't gonna do shit for fun, man. Like, I'm all about business.
Right.
To further my career.
Hey, I got a question. You eat pretty healthy. What's your fucking badge?
Yeah, would you like to guilt your face that way?
Like spicy tacos.
Oh, here comes down.
I would say the bad thing that I like to eat would probably be like fried fish. It's like if I'm gonna go bad, I'm gonna go all the way bad. So I'm not gonna do like air fry.
Tell everyone out, all 30,000 people watching from the Turks and Pigs with their swimming pants on. I want to tell everyone tonight when you invited me over to your apartment and made out with your baby mama, I didn't hear. I took my swim trunks off. She saw my penis. It was inverted into my tummy. I had wet feet. I had divas. I had goggles. I had swim caps. I had she was talking to me, David. I am going to use right now when you're going to work and you're hollering at young ladies. Just remember me hollering at your young lady.
Wow, look at that.
One guy I wouldn't mind putting in my foot. Because I ain't got shit to do. Hell yeah, I know she's still coming back.
David, what are the words of you and I having sex with souls to eat off the streets and just move raw dog in earth with reckless abandon? I'm drinking my vodka, not giving a fuck, just slapping her around. You say, William, you have to stop. You're gonna kill her, and I hitting her in the face. David, I just hope that.
She would have to be black. So, I can't do it.
William, have you ever had sex with a black girl before? That's all it is.
No, but seriously, what do y'all think? Can I pull it off? I have a very average sized penis. I have web feet. I have to remove blood.
Web feet, you said it like 30 times. I want to see those feet.
I've asked before, and I've actually seen them on the show. he was wearing he has a knack for wearing Crocs, and I asked to see his web feet. He pulled it out, and I pretended like they were webbed, but they were very.
But
very,
y'all just
however, they did look like Hobbit's feet, like they were very hairy and unkempt.
Well, when y'all watch that movie, just David and I just remixing the Herbie the Love Bug movie, and David and I.
Maybe if you grow some eyebrows.
What the fuck do you mean, Red
You
Man?
know exactly.
I got my best fucking set.
Yeah, I know. Not with those eyebrows.
I've got you sick tonight, bitch.
I just saw the spit fly on my nose.
I'm sick tonight,
All right,
Red Man.
sit there you go. Sit back.
David's fucking brave grabbing that up.
Come on. What are you, the fun police? You have another antibacterial wipe? David's shirt, this is from Michael Lair. David's shirt says champion. That's true. David's shirt says champion. He deserves an award for getting it over his shoulders. There you go. Absolutely. He says that you put the meat in meetings. I agree with that. What's going on? Just watch that cord, guys. Is everything okay? William, what's going on? Problem.
2 weeks ago, I had sex with David's cousin in the Philippines.
Okay, William. Alright, there goes
I
William.
just sanitized the mic.
David, why don't you grab a seat next to William? And just keep take that mic stand and the microphone with you, and just sit down there next to William. Watch that cord. William, stop horse playing around. Stop horsing. Oh, the Wayne. Whoa. It's all amped up over here.
Lord, your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praises.
William, give the microphone to David. So use the response.
What do you think in the league, I'm sure?
Oh, wow, this is another question from a fan. This is actually for William. You can answer it pretty quickly and easily. William, are you having a boy or a girl?
I am having an abortion.
Oh, wow.
I had sex with a Filipino girl 3 years
Now
ago.
we heard that already. Hand it back to David. Okay, this is another question. Okay, there you go. Okay, yeah, we don't. Yeah, there you go. Another question. This is for everybody. Ass or tits? I like both, but I'm going to pick ass on this one. Red Band?
Ass. Yeah, I'm gonna go ass.
Oh, wow, we're all ass so far. Jeremiah, I believe you're an ass, man. Whoa, look at that. My goodness. He answered that like he's still in Christian band camp. Like memories. How about Jesse?
Big penis.
Yeah, look at that. Absolutely. Chroma? Obviously ass. Yep, definitely. David? But long term, you need an ass. Yeah. How about William?
I am a fan of that milk that is not too high in fat. I think it's called skim milk. I met it
Okay, this one's more on the shelf. Let's go to Gilbert for a minute. Favorite Mexican drum off of all time. First one that pops in your head.
Yesterday, as the Black Flag, that was really awesome. But Australia, when I did back in Australia, was
Yeah, that was great. That man gets incredible fucking justice. That us drum off questions in a row. Joel, has you ever felt like you lost the Mexican drum off?
every time. No, yeah, for sure. A couple of times there are people who are technically really gifted. I'm not like the most technically gifted drummer, but I think that I am seriously willing to die. So I think that in the grand scheme of things, no.
But if we're talking, like, yeah, there could be a case made that some people are technically better than better.
Shop is
So you're supposed to drop better than you come to. Yeah, I bring up
I don't know how many supply streams are going to see it. But,
I agree.
so, by the way,
one of the questions
I
I'm
didn't
going
know
to
that people didn't notice, but they were discussing this. The fighter to get somebody. I don't think I ever even knew. I thought it would just know that. No podcast one didn't research.
Everybody plays their
They already
role
did their analysis.
absolutely
Adam
perfect.
Carolla got researched. But at the end of the year, they're dropping jobs, so you're not going to have that.
Would be asked
But the
to go
stuff that is
and
by
why not for this special
Joanna's shop and
episode,
Brendan's shop,
just
I
diehard
think this
fans
is the
watch
first time he's
where does singing to the band's music come from? Now this is actually
lender details, transaction value.
because sometimes visual notice, even though I don't do it every episode like I did for a long time now, I will sometimes sing Jumper because it's a two-pronged answer here. One is that it used to somewhat bother Jeremiah that I would sing the wrong song to whatever song they were playing. And
I
sometimes
understand because the tempo, it fucks with his tempo because he's trying to play a song. Because it gets the tempo of the song that he's playing.
there you go. Yes, Red Band. Yes, that would make sense. That would singing a song that's not the song that they're playing would bother them. And so if you look for things, it's actually multifaceted. That's in roll, so it'll usually happen if Jeremiah does something to purposefully annoy me. It'll usually happen after that, or sometimes I'll do it after somebody has a horrible set. In my opinion, that's usually what sets it off because I'm sort of saying like, you should think about killing yourself. And also in a weird way, I always think it's an interesting, in my own little brain, I think it's an interesting, funny way to pay homage to the late great Stephen Brody Stevens, who committed suicide. Maybe that song in some way about suicide awareness or something. So yeah, there you go. Let's check in with William on John Rush.
$335,000. So that is the down payment he put on that house for $1 million, which was the minimum because he can't put any more because he's completely broke at this point. He went from a nice mansion
Okay, William,
in
hand it back.
California
Hand it back.
to this in Texas,
Jeremiah?
and he had to
My
get
recollection
sued
of how it started
by
is very similar,
the
but it
company
came
did
from
his
multiple
podcast
times
out of because he didn't pay the
just
lease.
not knowing
I think
the
it's
certain
been
song
self-covered. Some of my comments brought up they got he went and got one of those producers he has to take over that lease, but the full lease. My God. And all of this because he has to keep up appearances. Be balling, he's got to take pictures with cars, and the wife has to just go out and blow money. You know, he has a daughter who has some problems physically with her physical health, and like God knows how much money that costs, but you know, gotta show off for the grand.
Yes, sir.
His redacted mind going so hard,
I have a
enforcing his questions so hard into sports because
All right, your question, Big.
my question is why? Okay, Twitter. Twitter is good. I have almost 19 people there on Twitter live stream.
Not what you think.
But
No, stop. No. 19 people have viewed it. There aren't 19 people watching it at once.
really,
Yeah, I thought the same thing, but it just every time somebody else new goes to it, it'll go up. It never goes down.
okay, but I don't. But it's the guys on Twitter cannot see my face. What the fuck? It's like No, I mean this.
I'll check for you right now.
Like guys on Twitch cannot hear my name.
Guys on Twitch can't hear you.
No. They cannot see me, and right now I cannot see myself. I cannot see, but no.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, yeah. So you're not streaming. Okay, so
But Rambo, I can see everything I can see, but
yeah.
not in the Twitch. Yeah, no, Twitter.
Yeah. Just one moment. What is your Rumble username?
Rambo username is I'm gonna HADOWVKING King. Head King.
HADOW.
Yeah.
Then what?
This.
No, you got to be able to just spell it for me. I can't read that. Just spell it for me.
It's that interesting. I don't know how to say in English. Before that word, like the A, but with the is like the turtle. I don't know how to say in English.
What is your username on Rumble?
I'm telling you.
Spell it for me.
Hedo King. HADOWVKING, and before that is like something special, but I don't know how to say in English.
Underscore?
Yes. Yeah, no, like the A, but like A with something.
Hado Viking?
It's like yes. Head of King.
Okay, nobody's going to be able to find it if you can't say it. What are you on? What are you on Twitch?
Twitch Rear Antonio.
Okay, that's easy.
Maybe they cannot see that, but that's bullshit. I cannot see.
Okay, so something's off with your Rumble, something's off with your X. YouTube's not working.
I know.
Okay, so we'll fix it.
It's
We'll fix it. Share your screen in here, not with your phone. Just share your screen.
what do you mean?
Open up Discord on your computer and share your screen.
Okay. Everybody can make mistake.
Yeah, nobody. This isn't a big deal at all. This is your first stream. It took me months to figure this stuff out.
I cannot do that
Why not?
because I have a problem with that Discord.
What's your problem with Discord?
Discord is like I cannot I contact like those support like my email is not working and my password don't working.
Okay, just create a new Discord
So
account. Just create a new Discord account.
Yeah. I'm so happy I have you because if I'm alone here, I'm done.
Well, don't worry about it. I'm here, big dog.
You were going to need me to. I will gonna have new account in your server.
That's fine.
Like otherwise, I am feeling good. See that camera?
Okay, but we've got to fix it.
I know. Okay, okay. I have my Discord. You have too much notifications.
Okay, you can shut them off, man. That's not an issue for me. That's an issue for you.
No. They are not my notification.
You can turn off notifications.
Server.
Just send yourself an invitation.
Yeah, I noticed. I have now. Okay. Okay. And how I send the can I send like to come here? I'm not. I don't. Yeah, I can. Okay. Okay, I will call you with my new account. Okay.
Just stay in here with both of your accounts.
There will be echo.
You just mute one of them.
Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to think this is not mistake by Twitter.
What are you talking about?
I'm starting to think this is not mistake by Twitter that they cannot see me.
Look, we'll figure it out. Join with your other account.
I am trying to. I'm still. I don't think so. I'm still. Mm. My Steam just shut off.
Okay, we'll fix it.
I think so. I have no idea, but I think so. It's live. Still recording.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Okay, share your screen. Let's look at your Rumble.
Yep. You know what?
What'd you say, big man?
What happened?
Share your screen.
I cannot. Okay. Andrew.
Okay, go to Rumble.
I am.
No, it's on Discord.
Yeah. You see number?
No, it's still Discord. You're probably only sharing the window and not the whole screen. Okay, there you go. Okay. Now hold on. What does that say? Cannot create live stream. Okay. Okay, not what you want to do. Go to the upper right corner and see where it says go live with studio. Do you see where it says go live with studio? It's green. It's a green button.
Yeah.
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 Click that. Okay. Now scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. Okay, stop. You see it says live?
Yeah.
Okay, go to enter studio.
I'm still live.
Yeah, you're still live.
Okay. Now what?
Okay. Now, okay, I see. So you got to click that. Yeah, there you go. Now you should be back online with everything. So I'll check your Twitter right now.
Yeah.
Go back to your Rumble. Okay. We may just need to restart your stream. I'm not sure. You were doing a lot of things. So in the upper right, just hit end stream. Yep. And then press the green button to go live again. Okay, are you live now?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you're live on X. Now check yourself on Twitch and all that other stuff.
I am live with my face.
Yes.
And you can hear me.
You weren't saying anything, so I'm not sure if I could hear you there, but I'll check on.
I'm going to mute myself, okay?
No, don't mute yourself. Don't mute yourself. Don't mute yourself. Don't mute yourself. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, nice. Okay, so everything is working.
No, don't just say that. Don't say that. Stay right there. Because your Twitch is frozen. Now that's okay. You might have to change some settings in. Are you using Chrome?
Yeah.
Okay, you're using Chrome, so we may have to fix some Chrome settings. Okay, you're working again. Say something.
Hello.
Okay, just one moment. Say it again.
Hello.
Okay, just one moment. Yeah, so your stream is freezing. Okay, end your streams. Yep. And then go to Chrome. Go to Chrome and its settings.
Just check. I'm gonna change for you.
No, that's fine. Just look up hardware acceleration.
System.
Yeah, it's hardware acceleration. Okay. Turn off hardware acceleration.
Use graphic cards if he is available.
Yeah, turn that off.
Okay, nice.
What else does it say?
Well, some like when I off my Chrome, the app will be like to the like will be still running.
What'd you say?
When I turn off my Chrome, the app will be still running.
Good. Okay. Now go back to Rumble and go live. Okay, I see you just went live. And then you just stop. Okay, now I see you. You're live. Okay, say something.
Oh, hello. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, yeah, that works. But hold on. But your video's frozen. Do you have OBS?
I don't think so.
Okay, download OBS for Windows.
Should I end this stream?
No, you can keep it going. It's fine.
Yeah, I have it. Yes.
Okay, did it install?
Download it. No, I'm going to download it. What is in Russian? That's Turkish. Alright. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, figure out.
Okay, did you download it?
39%.
Okay. You can end your other streams for now.
Okay. I'm still sharing my shit, but it doesn't matter. At least you know I'm doing something.
What percentage?
3%, but it's downloading.
So it's very good.
Okay,
Thank
so
you. Download. I have 1%, 14. Yeah, they just quite a bit.
okay, so open it.
I can open it.
Okay, go to Rumble.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're gonna want to get off of this screen. So just there's a screen like in the upper left corner. Just click Rumble Studio.
Yeah.
Yeah, just click the Rumble Studio. Good,
Nice.
good. Keep it there. All right. Is OBS installed?
Seven application. 7.
What's 7 mean?
Not yet. If I need to.
22% downloaded.
23, 26. Yes.
Okay, how much now?
30, 31, 32, 30. What the?
What percentage now?
It's like it says fuck you, and I'm not gonna download it. This is very not good app. I say fuck you, I'm not gonna download it.
It's an excellent app, so I don't know what you mean.
It's like 3 times. Repeat on me. Let's see what happened. So I have. How many people right now see my screen, my PC?
Really, no one. I'm the only one who sees it really well.
Okay. Like calling internet.
No. What's going on with your OBS installation?
Is again downloaded.
It's downloaded.
And it is downloaded. It's like I don't know, it's like 2 times was like almost done and back to the fucking no. Back to the like nothing.
Are you sure that it didn't download?
Yeah.
Check your downloads folder.
You can see my screen.
It's really bright. I can't. Okay, what's it say?
This is just
What's it say?
it's just like some changes and like some new features. Yes.
Okay, so it downloaded?
I'm trying. It's like almost there, like only 100 megabytes. No.
What percentage?
And it's back again. Like, fuck this, bro.
Okay,
Again,
okay,
like,
okay. Calm down. Just download it from another source. Type OBS Studio into Google.
yeah. Yes. Yeah, I have it.
Okay, download it.
Yeah. Let's go. Why is it 43 minutes or something?
It's not going to take 43 minutes. How much time does it say now?
1 minute.
There you go. What up, Zoot? What up, Zoot? All right.
Bet you.
Just kicking ass, taking names. Did you propose to that woman yet?
Oh, she said that she's gonna watch my favorite movie.
City of God?
Yep. I said that, okay, I'll watch your favorite movie if you watch my favorite movie.
What's her favorite movie?
Since like I pass.
That sounds freaky.
Rabbi.
What's up, Zoot?
Here's the issue.
What's the issue, big man?
However,
Okay, how'd you get high?
the issue is she's working, and I while she's working.
Oh, she works.
Yeah,
Why can't you make your move while she works there?
she works at the front.
Okay. Yes.
Can you come to see my screen, please? It's not good news.
What does it say?
Installer integrity check has failed. Common cause include incomplete component and damaged media. Contact the installer author to obtain new copy.
Did you download the right one?
Yes.
Was there a choice between 32 and 64?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Did you download the right one?
OBS Studio 32.
Yeah.
1.
Are you sure that I think you might need 64?
Can I have it? How can I have it?
Just type in OBS Studio 64.
Okay.
Oh, the blonde girl was there.
The Bong girl?
Blonde girl.
Who is the Bond girl?
Blonde.
The 9?
Yeah.
All right. Does she want to fuck?
No, she was there with the guy.
She was there with her dad?
This is my friend. The guy.
Oh, so she's off limits.
I think, Robert,
Yes, sir.
I think we might have a problem. But we are gonna I think this is X64. This is it, but I cannot have it.
Okay, why can't you have it? Do you have a 32-bit machine or a 64-bit machine?
Windows X64.
Okay.
I cannot have it.
Why can't you have it? Why can't you have it? Tony, you got to talk to me when I'm talking to you. Tony, can you hear me? Tony, can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think might have a problem because I think this is 64.
Okay, and you have 32 or 64? What do you have, 32 or 64?
I have OBS Studio 3212 Windows X64. What is it?
Okay, so download the OBS 64 one.
I can't find it.
Okay, did you type it into Google?
Yes. I have it on Assassin. I'm gonna have it on the book. I'm going to my signature.
What's it saying?
The rest. Saying that
What?
the Mac OS release OBS Studio support Max 1 version 3220 released April 21st. Download install x86-64 Intel.
Okay, download it.
So it's the same ship. It is the same ship. This is the same. I have.
Are you downloading the 32-bit one or the 64-bit one?
This is the same I have.
Answer my question.
I cannot fucking.
I keep asking you a question and you don't answer it. Are you downloading the 32-bit one or the 64-bit one?
Yes.
No, not yes. Not yes. Not yes. Listen to me. I'm asking you a question. The answer is not yes or no. It's either I'm downloading the 32-bit one or I'm downloading the 64-bit one. So I'm asking you again. Are you downloading the 32-bit one or the 64-bit one?
I cannot find. None of them.
You're not answering my question though.
I cannot find it. So
Type in OBS Studio. Type in Let me ask you this. Do you have a 64-bit computer or a 32-bit computer? Why is it I ask you a question and then you don't answer?
finally, I have it. I fucking know.
Because you are sometimes frozen.
Okay, that's an answer. That's an answer. Okay, that's
Right
an
now,
that's an answer. Okay,
right now,
you gave me the answer. Okay, did you download the 64-bit version?
like you are frozen. Okay. I am downloading right now.
Okay.
It is like any book you can open one. Internet in my computer is sometimes not good.
That's okay. It happens to everybody.
28 minutes, 3 hours, 2 hours. That will be a long night. Very long night. Very long night.
My God, and all of this because he has to keep up appearances.
Oh, you gotta take pictures with cars, and the wife has to just go out and blow money. You know, he has a daughter who has some problems physically with her physical health, and like God knows how much money that costs, but you know, gotta show off for the grand. This is why, by the way, in his redacted mind, he's going so hard, forcing his kids so hard into sports, because he truly thinks that they get drafted, they'll save us. We've only got almost a decade left to go, but he has to hold out. He needs to be able to hold out. You have to remember, people, Rashad. New friends, that's 31, that's all I can install. Should I type?
What are you saying?
I can install right now that OBS 3212.
No, you want 64x.
Okay, so
Would you please just type into Google? I've asked you this before. Just type in.
I am downloaded,
Okay.
but it's like taking too long.
Okay. How much time is it taking?
It's like right now is recording right now. So who knows?
Cancel all your downloads. Now I'm going to ask you this question again. This
only thing
Tony. You got to understand something. I'm the boss. Okay. When I talk to you, you listen. Okay. I'm going to ask you this question. I've asked it like 4 times now. Do you have a 32-bit machine or a 64-bit machine, or don't you know?
Right now I am downloaded at 26.
You don't know. The answer is I don't know, because your machine's either one of two things. It's either a 32-bit or 64. If you don't know what I'm saying, that's okay. We can look it up. Do you have a 32-bit machine or a 64-bit machine, or don't you know?
Right now I have OBS Studio 26102X64. Excellent.
Okay. So you don't know what I'm asking you, which makes sense. Okay, that's fine. What percentage is the download at right now, or did you cancel it? It's fine if you.
Download is like soon.
Okay, just wait. We'll see if it works. When I ask you a question, you stop talking and you listen. Okay? I'm the one who has the knowledge in this relationship. Now, I love you. I want to be your friend, and I want you here forever, and I want you to be successful. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, don't just answer me. Say, I don't know what you mean. Can you say that for me, please?
Yeah, I can.
So say it.
I don't know what you mean.
Okay, excellent. So what I want you to do is go to ChatGPT right now, please. Let me know when you're there. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, please type into ChatGPT, how do I find out if my Windows computer is 32-bit or 64-bit?
Windows computer. Okay. Yeah, I know that one. I was thinking you are on the OBS. Okay, I will find that. Give me 1 second.
don't find it. It's not. It's downloaded that new OBS.
Okay, just click it and see if it opens up for you.
Yeah.
Did it open up for you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, install it.
Okay. Amplifiers are being used by following application. Pre-scrolled application to continue setup. I did it. What the fuck?
Look up the numbers, and that's if you combine Thick Boy and the Fighter and the Kid podcast. If you added the golden hour, you get a little bit decade left to go, but we can just hold out. You have to remember, Rashad is like me, except he gets less views than I do. I'm not joking about that. Then you go on social media, look up the numbers, and that's if you combine Thick Boy and the Fighter and the Kid podcast.
I'm here. I'll call you back.
Okay.
When is
for cars, and it's probably in a hoity-toity area, so they'll charge more. But that he has to pay Callan $25,000 a month, and we know those were the last reports from Mark Harley, and we have that confirmed because Malik B, when he first left the podcast, Callan told him he made $15 a month. When that claimed out to be Shaw Lacey, Shaw had to convince Callan to come back. So he probably had to up it $10,000 for Callan to leave Tripoli, because that podcast he did, that Conspiracy Deep Waters one, where Tripoli was behind the paywall, but it was successful. So he probably had to up it.
Hold on, I can't get it. Hold on, it's active. Hold on. Okay, hello?
Hello.
Hey, Bella. Where are you, babe?
Oh, so I found out what happened. His internet and cable went out after a storm, and it took them like a week to fix it. And and he said, Brandon without the internet is like a fish without water, and so he was very much like upset about it. Though there's nothing he could do, but now he's like a fish in water because he's got his internet back and everything. So he had a bunch of accounts in here, like maybe 5 minutes ago, but they all left. But you know how he is with that. He's always coming and going or whatever, or his accounts are coming and going. But I told him how much we missed him. Like I told him like 50 times how much we missed him, and he said he missed being here, and he's happy to be back, and get back in the swing of things with the internet.
Yeah, I see you happy now, Rabbi.
100%. I was worried about him, Miss Aquarius.
I know I was too, but I know I was here for you, like he was here for me with Papa. So I was here for you, but I know you was working with him, because he always be in here with you. When we're not in here, he's always in here with you. So.
That's right, Miss Aquarius. So he is back, and he's going to be watching sports and doing other things later. So hopefully he is everything's back to normal. But yeah, when he first came in, I was like, couldn't believe my eyes, and I immediately was yelling for him, and he didn't respond. And then it's he's got so many different accounts, and he's doing so many different things that.
That's why I left, so you can talk to him. I left. I was like, okay, I'll let Rabbi handle it. He'll let me know with everything. So I just left, because I know you had your other friend here. So I was like, you know what, because I was downstairs on my phone. So that's why I dropped out of my iPad. So I was like, you know what, I will go. I'll come back and he'll let me know where everything's going on.
Right.
So I was very careful with that, yes.
And so he came in with a couple other accounts, and then one of them, he had his camera on, and I was like, Brandon, we missed you. And so he said that they had a storm and that it knocked out their cable and internet for a week, but it just got fixed, and now he's back. Okay, just one moment.
Okay, go ahead.
Exactly. Okay, Tony, did it install?
Yes, but I need to go outside, so I will talk to you later.
Okay, take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Take care.
So anyway, he was happy to be back, and then he brought in all his accounts, and he had like 8 accountants in here, and it was just nice to see it all filled up with Brandon's name again. And now, like within the last 5 minutes, they all left except for maybe 2 of them. So I'm not exactly sure what he's doing, but he's always tinkering with something or doing something. So. And
don't tell Daisy, but I'll let you tell him, because I was like, no, that's not my threat. I'll let Rabbi tell him that he's back.
You can tell him. That's fine. Let him know as soon as he.
Okay, I just started talking to Brandon back here. rabbis of town. Okay.
That's
I just
abs-
said Brandon's back.
that's absolutely fine.
Okay. I wanted to get your permission first, you know?
I
You know,
understand.
some people will tell them their own news, you know?
Yeah, don't. It's good news. We want it to spread.
Right. They, Jason. Brandon is back.
That's right.
Yep. Brandon is back. Because I know he was worried, so there we go. I just told him. Yeah, all right, yay! Now I got to call my bank. I done transfer, I'm not transferring, I done put everything, like my Amazon, my Cash App, everything over to my new thing. Now I got to call them. I think I'm going to do Zelle. I'm selling my money, transfer to my new bank because all this other stuff the lady telling me, oh, it's going to take too long, and I can't do it. You talking about deposit and then got the transfer. It's gonna take a desk on. No, can we just Zell it? Yeah, I'm gonna Zell my stuff. I got to have my money now. I just put all my stuff, my Amazon, got everything. No, I need my money. My money out there ASAP. That's what I'm gonna get ready to do in a minute. I'm just gonna get my head together. So let me come in here and see if Brandon, Rabbi talked to Brandon. I said, Brandon, I'm happy he's back. We was worried.
Oh, I told him.
No, you happy now? Yeah.
I told him.
Your voice is better now. He was like down. And I didn't like it. Like, oh, I know we was worried though. That's what you're supposed to be. That's
right.
What good friends do. Be worried about their friends. That's what I do.
That's right.
Okay. I'll be back after I have a visit, okay?
Take care of it.
Brandon's back. Come back. Tell Brandon, say, hey, and I miss him. I can't wait to talk to him soon, okay?
Yes, ma'am. If I talk to him, I'll let him know.
I know. Well, I'm glad that you talked to me, though, Rabbi. I'm so glad because I know you was like, please. You was yelling, weren't you?
Agreed.
You said, you can answer this because I've been worried. Everybody's been worried about you, Brandon.
That's right.
All right, dear Rabbi. Talk to you later, okay?
God willing.
Hey, God's willing.
Rökutövaren är ohängd för alla köppositioner bundna till det 50 man och allmänt folkfall. Smile, yes, right. I don't know. I don't know. Smile, yes, right. I don't know. Friction kommer inte att leva med.
You really want to? Go ahead, William. Lay right across this table.
Do you have
Not the table, this floor right here. Don't trip on any cords. Lay, yep, that's
Tony, I got a question.
Yep.
What do you think?
10 grand, 25 grand.
Absolutely.
Just to get Cal back. Then he's going to pay Chip 100 grand a year. Then he's going to pay Cheddar Bob, the other guys with beards. And then God knows what he has to pay Delia. I'm assuming he doesn't pay Mr. Potato Head that much. But then not only that, the constant blowing of money into everything. And like I said, the lifestyle stuff. The constant bragging, showing off, money blown on dumb stuff, in which he's lost money on everything, by the way. You have to remember, he's a pathological liar, and he'll lie. He sold all of his cars, by the way. Yeah, he sold them all. Lost money on every single one of them, I guarantee you. He'll lie. No, you didn't, stupid. McMahon is just a pathological liar. Look at Joey in the shop. Remember, she dropped that video on Instagram. Like, it's my birthday month. I celebrate every day. You get a gift every day. Then a week later, she dropped the video on Instagram. I hate this month. I just want it to be over. Remember, the number one thing she wants is a G-Wagon. Doesn't matter which year. Papa can't afford it. One would think he would just relax You get an allowance every month like your dumb Akshay brother, but you will exceed that with your request. He, quote unquote, sold off his Panther Thick Whiskey Company. Not really. He just begged Aubrey Marcus for money, and Aubrey Marcus took his whiskey company from him and did nothing with it. And if you ask Aubrey Marcus, hey, did you buy Brendan Schaub's whiskey company? His response is, yeah, Brendan needed help, so I just decided to help him out. He doesn't even talk about it as if he bought it. He's like, yeah, just helping out, buddy. This man is going crazy. It's done. It's over. Kind of sad that I love people who are going to be in the comments. What are you going to do when it's shot? Done. You're done. I'm like, oh yeah. Stutter John. I make way more money talking about other people than this idiot. So, and then don't forget, people, he's being sued for millions of dollars by a former CEO, and he is going to lose that case because there's a whistleblower in that case who's on the former CEO's side. It's all crumbling down around. This man still spends money to fight the lawsuit he lost to me by filing appeals. It's sad. It's pathetic. It's baffling. But hey, turned in $35,000 though. We got that in equity. That's daddy's number. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Up next, you guys. Well, wait. I'd rather see that. Wait, William. Yeah, you guys set up a table here and let's have a little arm wrestling match. The first ever Kill Tony. I mean, David Lucas. Watch that cord. There you go. David, here. You guys come up here. David, you help set this up.
Whatever happens, William, don't get so into it that you turn your hat around backwards.
Just watch that cord, please.
Because that will unlock William Montgomery that we've never seen before.
This is very exciting. The first ever Kill Tony arm wrestling match.
Whoa! He turned the hat backwards.
I got all the money in the world on David
Sylvester Stallone style.
Got 5 on David Lucas. Does anybody have William?
You know what? I think William might actually surprise us.
Whoa, look at that. Okay, hold on. Let's just keep it nice and low. Hold on, wait. Joel's gonna hold on, and when I say, okay, you guys good? You guys like your position? All right, ready, set, go. William totally tried to cheat. Okay. No, it's okay. Williams is trying to cheat to win. Wow. Kill Tony R. David, hey Janice, you want to see William? Watch the court.
William, do you think you can be stage?
Oh, okay, here we go. No, let's let William, let's see what happens here with William. Alright, here we go. Ready, set, go. Oh, come on, Joel. Oh, Joel, conserving energy here. Whoa. Wow. I'll do it. I'll go. here you go. Red Bass. Ready, set. What are you afraid of? Ready, set, go. Oh, it's incredible.
Dude, Brian just almost broke Williams for minutes.
Okay, Jeremiah, favorite character you've ever done? Great questions for the fans. Broad and beautiful question. Very hard. I mean, that's another one where like I have like you guys don't worry about that. Let David grab all that stuff. You go sit back down. Oh, William. William, don't. He's fucking. Just sit down, William. Just sit down. Relax. William, sit down and shut up. This is your brothers and sisters. Shut the fuck up. Sit down.
Get asleep. I have, okay, there's so many at this point that it's very difficult to say favorite whatever. I have different categories for which reasons why I like certain ones. And top 5 for me are Jeff Fox, Nose Rogan, and also we did Full House with Doug Benson. Those were like impression-wise, those were my favorite. Like impressions.
Kid Rock.
I like Kid Rock.
In Indiana.
Yeah.
Anthony Kiedis, a legend, very good. David Deary.
I like sometimes I like certain ones. Like one of my favorites is actually Jack the Ripper because that character is so crazy and it makes no sense that a serial killer would be saying his own name.
Right. Yeah.
Which I like that a lot. Just as like an original, even though that's based on like a real person, I just like that as an original character. And then
I got a weird one here. I'm always impressed when we're in a country and you're doing their accent. Like when we were in Manchester and you did the lawyer with the British accent and like actually make it happen and they like it. That's just crazy. Or Tibby in Australia was awesome.
Yeah, when we did when I did Tibby in Australia and I had people coming up to me afterwards and told me that the accent sounded legit, I was like, that's the best compliment.
It's insane.
Any chance of a Kill Tony fan from fan question? There's of course a chance. Probably less of a chance now than ever before. Question for Joe. That's a very broad, interesting question, but that is always involved. My favorite part of any episode is a part that's different and sort of stands apart that gives it its own DNA. Perfect example of random arm wrestling competition would be the one. William, go ahead.
Going off of Jeremiah in regards to just probably my best
Weirdest, most annoying habits on the road. We've covered this on some roadcast episodes. I don't know if you guys really want to get too much into that.
water boat.
Yeah, it's mostly all Jeremiah on that one. He's got some interesting ones. And Rockstar. Built to be a star, this guy. Built to be a star. A lot of stars are pretty neurotic. They have their own thing. He does make that noise after a sip of a water bottle. Takes it with it, crushes it down again, spills it back up again.
I mean, this is not at school, but every time we get to a hotel room, Jeremiah loves to take his socks off and scratch his feet on the carpet.
You're the best.
That's a real one that nobody knows. I go like this. I do it like a cat. I take my socks off and I literally go on the carpet and I go,
On the carpet we both have to walk on.
Oh, that is absolutely.
And Tony, you have a theory about this.
What did he?
About the feet thing, why he does this. Because he has a fungus or something.
Yeah, you have itchy feet. Probably have a little
Jeremiah, something I've learned.
William, did I give you permission to talk right?
Tony, I'm so sorry.
Okay, now go
Jeremiah, what I heard, I'm a fat dude, eat a bunch. Seems like you eat a bunch. Seems like you have sort of different ideals in regards to what goes in your burrito. You're a picky eater.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't like.
You're a picky eater.
I don't like onions. I don't like cilantro in anything. I don't put those in my.
And onions.
Yeah, onions and cilantro.
You don't like French onions?
I tried it. It's all right. Like I can do onion rings, and I can do like sautéed onions. Like I can do.
Onions?
I can do anal. I don't get
Anal?
with
Did you say anal? You can do anal?
animal style
Oh.
at In-N-Out. I'll get like the animal style where it's like the fried onions on the fries. Like that, those don't bother me.
Like a steak burrito. Let's say you got steak, cheese, salsa.
No, I don't. If it's like their chunky salsa, I'll go.
What about that
I
white
like
sauce?
What's up?
What about the white sauce? What's that called? Sour cream? You get that on there?
I like sour cream.
If Joel actually lost a Mexican drum off, would you honestly give him the food? Yes. And does Joel have the ability to do challenge? Of course. Of course. That would be one of the first things.
I think we've always waited for you to actually lose.
Yeah.
Because I think it's going to be a good thing.
Wow, be glorious. We're going to be trending on Twitter worldwide. NPO.
If that happens, I look at you guys.
Snakes. It's a real pandemic. Here we are. The oldest is literally the oldest comedy club in the world. While the Comedy Store is the most famous, perhaps the Ice House is the oldest.
Joel snores.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Look at
really
this.
bad. I thought we moved on.
No.
We're throwing each other under the bus.
Joel's grandfather is his peanut.
Hand the microphone to David.
I do this thing where when Joel and I are in the hotel room where if he drinks a little bit too much, he'll start snoring, and which is you went after. I'll do this thing where I go, hey Joel, like,
Turn around.
I go, turn over, Joel, flip over. I'll make up like super like panicked, and then like
I snore. Jeremiah rubs his feet all over the carpet. Obviously, mine is worse.
My biggest complaint on the road is on the way from the airport, we got to take a limo, but on the way back, we had to sit down that street.
Yeah, I know. That's true.
Aww.
Staying awake until we had to catch the plane, and Joel just jumped from the dresser up to the bed like 100 times. Well, Red Band went left. What were you eating?
What?
With some kind of Joel.
Hey, Red Band. Oh. Can I say one thing? Ramen noodles. Can I say one thing?
Yes.
Just, I swear to God, where that David Lucas, Joe Tony, and San Francisco, I swear to God, when you threw the bucket at me, or just going after me, yelling at me, just it scared me. I thought you and I were buddies.
Oh, you think you were scared about that? How do you think I felt?
That was Tony's worst. Tony, I'm going to say this to also people watching. Tony, I love you so much.
And the mic,
But it was very interesting watching you with that moment.
David, right now. David, don't give that back. Now you have to ask fucking permission. You retards. Yeah. Bunch of questions in here that have nothing to do with the show, like the top 5 favorite bands, Pink Floyd, funniest behind the scenes thing about another cast member, we just covered that. What's with a friend? No, we already covered that. Filipino.
Someone that stabs me.
yeah. Somebody with a drinking problem.
Jeremiah, is your long-term goal still to be on SNL? SNL, or are you happy being an independent artist? Sony is doubling down, giving episodes in front of empty audiences like Vince McMahon. So many Dana White. So many of my other great.
Saturday Night Live or an equivalent, which by equivalent I would be totally fine with having my own sketch show, but that's still something that is still the dream, is to have a place of like a variety type show where I can take a bunch of characters and put them in different scenes and kind of like expand them in different world settings and stuff like that. So dream to a degree for sure.
Right, another question from the fans. In fact, I texted Dom Irera if he had any questions to ask. Not a good sign in the coronavirus time that the legendary Dom Irera didn't text me back. Hopefully he's over. Any conspiracy theories in the cast of Kill Tony believes? Anyone that we do believe in?
They Kennedy was shot by 2 people.
Absolutely.
Limes are big.
How about Jess? Because the Kennedy one is definitely on top of this. Give us another good one. You said you have a list.
Like a creative crowd. I do think there was knowledge behind 9/11. I'm not saying they were behind it, but I think there was knowledge.
Well, there definitely was. They were definitely warned that things are going to be used as weapons.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's a fact. Okay, let's check in with William Montgomery. Conspiracy theories that you believe
This is
in.
a text from my father who's watching this. He said, now is probably the peak time to shut the fuck up. Love, Papa.
Hey, Larry. Absolutely right. He's absolutely.
You have the best parents.
Yes, indeed. And let's give us all a chance to shut the fuck up, and why don't we all enjoy together the second ever comedian to perform on Kill Tony's history. You can turn down the house lights a little bit so that people watching at home can see it more clearly. This was the great Ron White insisting that he try to do a minute because comedians were bombing continuously out of the bucket. Mr. Tater Salad himself, one of the greatest comedians in the world, the great Ron White, live on Kill Tony. Go ahead.
60 years old, and I know 2 things. One, anything has the potential to become an E-line checkpoint if you crash the car. Don't drink it right. Also, shake friends and don't let friends drive. Well, which one is it? Somebody's got to drive. I'll leave the party today. I'll be back to say, right, you drive, let's let the back drive. I can't get pulled over. Now, I won't drive drunk, but I will ride with somebody that can't blow a point oh eight. Anybody know it? Point oh eight, got point oh eight, revenue stream, federal government, point oh eight. That guy can't drive my fucking car. Now, I'm not saying I've never driven drunk because I've drank so much in my life now on the back of my driver's license. Just the warning that the quarter went down. Driving a car. And then children. That's right. Thank you. Right. Get up there. Scotch on the trial, it's going to smell like Scotch. I need to flow with this breathalyzer. What happens if this shit's calibrated wrong? I can make the picture or something. Some rag, okay? Stand on what's good. That's not right. That's the truth. I'm not very goddamn mad guy. I'm not. It's not very big. I'm old. I'm not in great shape. I may or may not be a little drunk. Look out. You know what a fair drunk driving is? Drunk driving is hard.
Absolutely. By the way, Jeremiah, one of my favorite characters you guys make the Back to the Future guys. Back to the Future is there. A young Chroma Chris, covered in all of his guests.
Pat Reagan. Shout out to Pat Reagan.
Patty Reagan.
William says he has something that's really urgent.
Okay, William, go ahead. This is proof of your.
I did comedy in Denver 2.5 years before I moved here. I've been here now 2 years. There's a guy, Zach Reiner, he's probably never watching them, but he told her doing a show in Nebraska.
Make it longer. Make the thing longer.
And he sold a show to that guy, and it was literally being drunk, doing a DUI checkpoint to get to work. It was so interesting.
You're very good. Hand the fucking microphone back to David. God, you are a train wreck, dude. God. Oh my God, you are unbelievable. Michael Blair's correct here. He said something. That's a text in it for getting sure. That was a little bit fucking confusing. David, look. Okie I guess we are. Okay, you guys playing this on?
Do it.
Middle of, okay, go ahead. Hey! Step back from that ledge. Step back from that ledge, my friend. For Jesse, since joining the band, is it tough to learn new songs for the week on top of putting together a costume?
It's a dream come true and really fun, actually. In fact, Jeremiah and I have been getting a lot better at writing our notes, and we had a lot of help from Top Shelf Rhymes, which they, like when they write out our music, we can play in keys and we can just read the music really quick and hard.
It is incredible. The band's process of yes, I did. I went and saw the Top Shelf Brass Band and the Great Aphrodite on Friday night or something like that. I was a little bit restless around midnight, and I jumped in a quick shower and went out and caught them live. Surprised the hell out of them. They were very excited, and that was fun. But anyway, it is incredible the process, and I feel like a lot of sometimes you put things together, especially on the road, up to maybe sometimes I've seen you wait until the show to even start putting songs together. What's a Texas song, or what's a New York? Things like that. You learned the Ohio State March 20-30 minutes before the start of the show, because it turns out it was in a different key, and we kept not being able to quite find it. And I said that if you play this, the crowd will go crazy. They didn't quite respond like I thought. They are considered the best stand band in the land, and I'm paying homage to them. And every of these guys, the best stand band.
Can I say what I thought about? It's like it's so much fun when we do, but at that back, you go like, you forget how much you've done. Like, it is a lot of work. Just you forget it. It is so fun to do it. They don't think of it at the moment. It is a lot, just so you know. We are.
I remember seeing all y'all preparation PM and get shit ready for like an 8 PM show. I was like, man, this sounds good.
Yeah, we were in that Airbnb in the back patio area, and there's a dude who played saxophone who was a neighbor, and he goes, do you need any help? We go, no, you got it. And then literally 2 minutes later, I hear him wailing on his sax inside his house to show, like, I can play too. And I was like, this is a massive process, and I just do it real quick.
William, does the thing you want to talk about have to do with what we're talking about?
It has to do with the movie.
Okay, there you go. Go ahead. There you go. Hand it back to David.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
These pieces of shit ones.
Nope, there you
I'm
go.
sure
And
there's a
take
number of them watching right now.
There you go. Hey, let's keep this momentum going on the band. Is Joel Bonjetski's crowd applause? I believe they're talking about the newly founded jet ski. Ben. And there's that one. Is Joel Bonjetski Johnson's crowd applause is a bit really hit. Wow.
Honestly, fuck no, I love it, man. A rising tide lifts all ships. We're all killing it. Everybody's
That is the Kill Tony way, exactly. A win for anybody is a win for us all. It's a team sport. Fuck, Mary, kill. William, David, Michael, go. Jesse Johnson, you're gonna start this one off. You have to fuck one. You have to marry one. I think this one's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. I think we know who. I think we definitely know who Jesse's gonna fuck. That's for sure. Go ahead, Jesse. Fuck, marry, kill. William, David, or Michael.
Let's see. I'll marry David. You know that exists.
Hey. Fuck Michael.
You gotta kill Michael.
It's about to die. No. I got William dying before Michael anyway on my.
That's a good bet for Bet DSI.
I know.
Now you guys all have to go.
William. Alright. Save it for Brothers in Person. Days away from another Brothers in Person.
Tomorrow.
There you go. Save that energy, dude. All that energy goes somewhere. Any life hacks? What would you tell your 24-year-old selves? Interesting one. I like that. Write down every joke, no matter what. This especially goes for people, I think, in their first 5 years of starting stand-up, or really anything. Every time that you have an idea, write it down immediately. Every second. There you go. Sure.
Commitment is key.
There you go.
And I committed myself to the county, so that's what she's doing.
Absolutely. Goddamn right. Joel?
Be grateful for what you have and stop worrying about what you don't.
Absolutely. That's a really good one. No matter on what level that is, I think that works. It's a little something for, how about you guys down there? Roma, any life hacks? Jesse, anybody?
I was gonna say enjoy public gatherings.
Roma?
Just enjoy people who appreciate the stuff that you put out.
I'll say, and this goes a lot with what Tony said it, and our buddy Jim Ross has said it a bunch. Either enjoy the process or love the process. There's certain things when you're doing mics, when you're early on in your career, that you kind of take for granted when you should really be soaking in as much as possible. Certain things around you. I got reminded of last weekend, and there's just like a group of comics there that were there a bit separately, but it was for the show. Like it didn't matter that they were kind of like losing their time. It was just more like a fun to do when like weekends and stuff, and you have, certain kind of like paying customers and stuff like that, or like a 3-person show, and it's just like soak in, being around friends and watching their sets and learning from them, and have them learn from you, and you all build and grow together. It's great.
Red Band, why do you like Poop Fart?
The poop fart was actually because Tony got mad at the idea of me talking about poops and farts all the time. So I jokingly said, I'm just a t-shirt and be like poop fart or something like that. The next day, they start selling me fart shirts.
Gotcha. 200 shirts. Wow. That's incredible. It's incredible that you sold shirts. That's a fun one. I mean, sure, I played the piano since I was.
Can you read sheet music?
I never really learned how to read sheet music because I could play by ear, and it actually got me in a lot of trouble when I was a kid because my music teacher, my mom, who we didn't have a ton of money growing up, even though she had a little bit of illegal money, people get it twisted. They think that just because they're a little touch of organized crime, that means that you're rich, but that was just barely to survive at those times in Youngstown. Anyway, she spent some of the little bit of money that we had on piano lessons. We had an upright piano against the windows in my dining room, the house where I grew up in, because the neighborhood was so bad that it was the only windows in my house on the first floor that didn't have bars on them. And so we had an upright piano. Long story short, I would just learn the songs on there, and then I'd go back and play it. But the music teacher, of course, noticed that I wasn't able to read the music, and she kept saying Tony's just taking shortcuts, which I did for basically every type of learning thing throughout my entire life. And eventually, fun fact, this is how crazy my neighborhood was that I grew up in. Eventually, a robber ended up breaking through. They saw that there weren't bars on those windows, and they took an axe to that window one day when no one was home, and they busted through the upright piano. They literally went through the middle. You have any idea how insanely solid? And this was an old school piano too, but they went all the way through it and took a VCR and a regular Nintendo.
One of my favorite videos I ever got was you and your mom playing piano together at your house in Youngstown, right? This was awesome.
Who is Joel's favorite drummer?
Dang, I'm gonna have to go with Byron McMacken.
Another question from my mom. Where did you get that purple dick? She thinks it's a dick. She doesn't even realize it's a dildo. She thinks she took it off of a purple man.
Yeah, I got it at a weird, like the fucking crustiest of sex shops on really Western in Santa Monica. And it was like the cheapest strap-on that I could find at any school.
Here's a fun fact. Like I was looking at in LA, what places have the most coronavirus? That's Hollywood. That's the most coronavirus.
Because they can afford the shop.
So it's like 7 people.
Absolutely hilarious, indeed. When society collapses, which member of the cast would be most prepared? Also, which previous guest would you pick up that would have supplies for your new Mad Max style camp? Which previous guest would you pick up that would have supplies for your new Mad Max style camp? I think that's a pretty easy one. Yes. Red Band.
I wouldn't bench too many.
A bunch of toilet paper. Yeah, we see your drunken Instagram stories later.
I just came from having.
Like when I was in Ohio, I had like a big house basement garage. And I moved here. It's pretty much time. There's not a lot of stuff for my house. No, it was renting my house.
I think I would be the most was prepared. But a ton of common sense. And what please guess what I picked? I don't really get that. But I would bet on me. I would definitely stay at my place.
This is Argentina. I'm with you now, Leah's. I feel like that end of that straw. Bro. Messi scored.
Favorite all-time Kiltony moments. I guess that'll go for everybody, even though it says me. I mean, there's a lot of mine, a ton of them. I just love, I love locking in gas. I would say that having, I don't even remember how the episode went, probably not even that great, but we once had Sebastian Maniscalco, Sinbad, and someone else, Jimmy Carr, on one episode. Thank you, Ryan J. Bell. Which is just insane. Jimmy Carr is one of the biggest comedians out of England. Brilliant mind, master level roaster. My God, you two would fucking never end. Oh my God, he would blow your mind, David. He's scary. He's Donnell levels of roast scary.
As long as he lets me talk.
He'd let you talk, and then you would wish you back.
He'll let you dig your own grave.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. Another, I'll put this in there. One of my favorite things about the show is watching Ryan J. Evelt's evolution of drawings. He was always an unbelievable artist. Red Band and I both separately, 2 different occasions, asked him to join the show. We said that we have a great show that would be awesome for him to draw, not even knowing that the other one had already asked him. And eventually he came, but to get to watch the intricate evolution of his skills.
I loved it when we had to start every week having a different Iron Patriot. We had Tiffany Haddish. I think we even had Jeremiah as a Patriot once. And then it grew into a band. We started having Pat Reagan, just watching that transformation to a psycho fucking cunt all the way to the band right now.
There you go. Lakers kicking in for Brian, everybody. Montgomery up right now. Now, a fun fact about Pat filling in for the Patriot is that Pat considered a riot, right? P-A-T, riot, spells out Patriot. That wasn't a joke. That was just an interesting. No, I thought about it fucking years ago when I made it happen. It's crazy, right? There's a bunch of those little fun facts. Roma Chris, how many jokes do you sit on every Kill Tony? You sit on extra jokes, Chris?
Oh, absolutely. Because, like, I have to keep my batting average up to, like, at least close to 100, so I got to sit on so many.
How about tonight? How many are you sitting on right now?
I think I've silently said to myself at least 6.
By the way, can I just say 100 is a terrible batting average?
Batting averages go up to 999.
Wait, what?
That means you only get 1 out of every 10 hits.
5 is like a good batting average.
Sports.
Oh, I bat 1,000.
This is an interesting one. Human centipede cast. What would the order be if we were human centipedes? I got bad news for everyone.
David Lucas is back. He can't be up front.
I don't think it's up front. Red Band will eat anything. You don't think
It's a red band and David Lucas tail.
No. William and Red Band. Who would you guys put first? Me and then Jesse Johnson. They don't give a fuck about the rest. No matter what, you do not want to fall.
Have I noticed already?
What'd you say?
That's the seen him when he was in here. Yeah. Long as he noticed. Got the rest. Dang on. I'm trying to find my damn mouse and this damn iron and sit on my back. Not bad, but I'm glad though. It didn't like
I want to say one
really
for Joel and
like.
I think was the first time we did a road show
That's
where we did
correct.
a recurring
Like how then?
character, and the crowd knew who those characters were. That we got like a pop.
Something. Take my iPhone for you.
Looked at each other. We're like,
Hey. All right, we back.
like these characters.
anytime you're like, we have a band, and they go like,
Okay, what's the text from your dad, William?
please hush, you're irritating the shit out of everybody. Sit still and listen. Put your fucking hand down.
There you go. Absolutely. I agree with that. 100%, but I also want to take a moment to agree with Jeremiah. All those things go a long way with me when I recognize that the audience, especially on the road, is picking up on something. I remember the first time that they chanted Joelberg. I remember in Ventura really being one of the better ones. The first time that we saw the audience do the jet ski from Jesse Johnson, because that Hoya episode, I do believe it was, came out that day. So it was just a few guys in the front row that literally had just probably listened to it on their way there, and they were doing it when people pop big for like William and Kill Tony Mania, or David Lucas when he sits back and is about to start roasting people. All these things, you know, it reminds me of old school pro wrestling. There's bad guys and good guys, and people you like, and people that win you over.
Williams Pandering in San Francisco was my favorite one.
Oh my God.
The Golden Gate Bridge, you say that if you were to jump off the bridge, you would be the Golden Gate Bridge.
We want to know how big Joelberg's member really is. Joel, do you have any measurements for us?
Yeah, I'd say it's 8.5 inches hard.
8.5 inches hard. What about that girth, though? We saw the girth. It's
like about that. Yeah, like maybe I can touch my thumb to my middle finger about. Thumb to my middle finger about. Maybe like maybe about that.
Oh yeah, that's pretty thick. I would say that is about the width of
it's like a hot dog. A Red Bull can, like a Red Bull.
Yeah, Red Bull can. Yeah. Okay, David Deere, you wanna come up in or talk about something or rant about something? Wanna do a minute? No, you good? How about you, Ryan J? You wanna do a minute? I think he's thinking about it. He didn't say no right away. Ryan J, you wanna do anything? All right, that's fine. Janice? No.
Close out song.
Should we do a big sing-along to end this thing?
Matchbox.
You guys know this one?
Lord, I live for that.
I don't even know that. What is that? Wow.
Does everybody know Bush or Marcy? One that the whole casket does?
We can do that. Get out of here. Everybody at home want to sing along with us? Maybe. Can you pull up a candy but put it on mute? No, we can do it. Bring it up on YouTube. Put it on mute. Show the camera. Show that camera right there. Your drawing. There you go. Here's the drawing from Ryan J. Ebel. Sort of see that. Go a little bit closer there, Ryan J.
Sex and
A little bit closer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wow.
That looks great. And Ryan J. Ebelt's having a sale right now. It's website RyanJEbelt.com.
Every poster, every print, RyanJEbelt.com. It's very exciting. Yeah. Is there a karaoke version with the lyrics up there? We can bring up and you can put it on mute. Maybe just dim the lights a little bit, or do they have to go all the way off? I'll get out of here together. We love you, listeners out there. Be safe. Coronavirus is a real thing. We'll figure out something to do next week, too. Maybe a smaller venue, perhaps. Shout out to Mitch for letting us do this.
Yeah,
the Ice House, the oldest comedy club in the world. I had to swing by the comedy store today. You guys singing? I had to swing by the comedy store today. There, wait. And hey, there you go. Mute it.
By myself, I had so much time. Said, think about
Tony. Live stream, dead crowd. Wash your hands. Love one another. Take care. We'll be back in some form or another next week, everybody. We love you.
Yeah, mama, it is so.
Larry, you need to shut up. Just being like, William, you're bothering them. My God.
I smell Sprite and vodka here.
Them out and about on their second job.
Yeah.
Also,
Point at me when I should play music. Hey, this is Red Band coming to you live from Better Box Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey, I'm right here. Hi, everybody. Good to be here. A social distance away. It's Red Band, everybody.
Hey.
Exciting stuff. As you can already see, I do believe they can already see the band is here, ladies and gentlemen. The great Jeremiah Watkins, Jesse Jetski Johnson, and the great Joel Jimenez. What an exciting time. We are deep in quarantine. The band, obviously not characters tonight, just themselves. Some of the wackiest characters that there are. Anyway, life is good, business is booming. We are live out of Better Box Studios here. The great Gino letting us camp out on a Monday. Beautiful studio, beautiful times. We love Better Box. This episode's also brought to you by Damn Good Candle Company. Go to damngoodco.com, damngoodco.com. Get yourself a great smelling candle. Check out Speedweed, of course, for all your marijuana distribution needs in all the legal places. And shout out to Go Girl Energy Drink. They're just one of the finest energy drinks there are, made for women, enjoyed by men all around the world.
Hey, if you work for Go Girl, please get in touch with us because we have a super fan here that orders it every week, gets it shipped to him.
Yeah.
And he's a guy.
And he's the man. That's Gino. And we are out of the amazing Better Box Studios today. A lot of fun stuff we have planned for you, and I am excited about it. And in the meanwhile, I make an announcement. Everyone a ticket in Miami to kill Miami, Florida. We're going to be maybe not Red Band on the beach. We'll be at the hotel, but we are going to be in Miami July 31st and August 1st as of right now. And should we break some news? I didn't even tell you guys about this. You're about to watch everybody get some breaking news. Kill Tony Mania is coming back to San Francisco, and the road to Kill Tony Mania is coming back to Sacramento. If Civilization still exists in October, we will be there. The 14th and 15th in Sacramento. The road to Kill Tony Mania. Those shows were a blast. 2019. And San Francisco, the 16th, 17th, and the 18th this year. 5 Kill Tony Manias out of San Francisco. 1 show on the Sunday, 2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday. What are you guys laughing about over there? Why?
That's good.
Okay. What are you worried about? Sacramento. 5? Yeah. We did 4. We did 4 on a Sunday. Is that enough to pop your guys' bucket? Yes, 1 more show. So yes, we're doing 5.
Who's the basic go?
I guess so.
And you know that 5th one's probably going to sell out. It's not going to be.
was precisely the task of both the Kabbalist and alchemist: transform and heal this imperfection, accommodation.
What's up, sluts? It's 7th of Tammuz, 5786, Monday, June 22nd. We've been doing this bitch for 178 days. No one really knows for sure Elu by Elu, Divrei Elohim Chaim, but this is the Mazorah we live by. $37.61 creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava. 36:31 130 Seth, son of Adam, was born. 35:26 235 Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 34:36 325 Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. 33:66 395 Mahalalel, son of Kenan, was born. 33:01 460 Yared, son of Mahalalel, was born. 31:39 622 Chanukh, son of Yared, was born. 30:74 687 Methuselah, son of Chanukh, was born. 28:87 874 Lamech 2, son of Methuselah, was born. 28:31 930 Adam died. Cool story, bro.
I'm Dr. Justin Sled, up to Esoterica, or the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. This is a brief follow-up to my recent episode on the book of Avraham Melech. You may want to check out that first, because this is a bit of a deep dive into a couple specifics from that last episode. As you probably know, my general attitude toward the material I discuss on this channel is what I like to call sympathetic skepticism. It's just a complicated way of saying that I do my very best material on its own terms. And I also try to ask critical questions of the topics I discuss, not to tear them down or dismiss them, but to better understand and appreciate them. Of course, I try to have some fun too, because I want to treat esotericism seriously, but not so much myself. Of all the sources I draw from, I try to be the most skeptical as well. Me. I have my own biases and interests, so I can't pretend to be some totally neutral observer, but I hope to do my very best to be objective, whatever that means. Of course, I'm sure that when I'm not, I'll hear about it in the comments, so thanks for that. In my recent episode on the Avraham Melech, I expressed a good bit of skepticism about the Jewish Kabbalistic origins of that text, especially the theory that it was written by a learned German Kabbalist of the 15th century. After thinking about it a bit more, I want to briefly nuance that position. To start, I wanted a bit more about the Hebrew manuscript, or Bodleian Almahan 594. Included text was basically a Hebrew manuscript away from its potential importance. Though, as the text actually contains distinctly Hebraic or rabbinic style quotations from rabbinic literature, both of which are missing from both the German and the French manuscript tradition of the Avraham Melech.
Tại tôi em cao là em đi.
Also, it's worth pointing out that typically texts are edited down to remove such references. It would be unusual for basically Christian text to be taken by a Jewish writer such that they would interpolate rabbinical material to make it appear more Jewish. I can't think of a single instance of something like that in Kabbalistic literature that I know of. Further, the various magical deeds of Abraham are exaggerated in both the German
and the French manuscripts when compared to the Hebrew edition. The amounts of people killed, the status of those magically rescued, various amounts of money, the number of horses has both increased and wealth is made magical. Both the French and the German manuscripts consistently report numerically more and more spectacular magical feats on the part of Abraham. In my experience, such exaggerations are almost always later addition to texts and traditions. For instance, the miracles of Jesus in the Gospels grow in number and power from the earlier Gospel of Mark to the latest Gospel of John. Again, I can't think of much in the way of examples where the miracles or magic power in the text get downplayed or reduced over time. Now, does any of this mean that the Bodleian Hebrew manuscript is somehow closer to the original autograph of the book of Abimelech? Who knows? But I think this version hasn't been really paid proper attention. Of course, it's only part of book 1 and it's written in a pretty late cursive Ashkenazi hand, typically dated to around 1740. So it's later than the more reliable German manuscripts, but of course, the later dating of the manuscript doesn't always mean that it's somehow further from the autograph by logical necessity. I've also been thinking a bit more about the word squares, specifically the Hebrew of those squares. To use a telling example, let's look at the squares specifically for alchemy. From the German and the French manuscripts, there's a great deal of confusion both in the order and in the composition of the squares. But if we look at the one in which the word metallo appears in the French, but metaho appears in the German version, something interesting can be observed here. First, the French version is known to be, pretty unreliable, especially in this last fourth section of the squares. However, the presence of the word metallo is actually important because, as you may know, the word metal, actually metal, is in that spelling a technical generic word for the metals in Jewish alchemy through the Middle Ages. Why? Because the generic word for metal is actually post-biblical. The Bible just typically used the names of the metal in question. Zahav for gold, or kesef for silver. There are actually lots of different words for gold in the Hebrew Bible. Those get really cool Kabbalistic analyses in various texts, but let's not get really off course here. At any rate, the word matechet appears in the later rabbinical literature as a kind of generic word for metal. It's from the same shoresh or root meaning to melt or to pour, and it isn't from the Greco-Latin word for mine, where we get our word metal. Now, what's interesting is that we find in the German manuscript of the square, the first word there is metaho, which looks a lot like the plural of matechet or metachot, though the final tav is missing for the feminine plural. But what's with the metallo? What's with that final O there? Could mean his metal in Hebrew, but who knows? Also, in the more reliable German manuscript, we have this weird word helahe, which doesn't really mean anything to me. But in the French manuscript, we find melacha. Clearly, the technical alchemical term melacha, a word that connotes craftsmanship, is typically used in Hebrew to denote the various 39 species of work that are forbidden on Shabbat. Now, what we see, I think, is a combination of Hebrew words which are both biblical, but more importantly, post-biblical alchemical or legal technical terms. That matters because they are terms in the living lexicon of medieval Hebrew that would have been basically unknown to Christians, even those with knowledge of biblical Hebrew. More living Hebrew words also appear in the word squares as well, telling me that the person that made them must have been Jewish. They must have had some degree of rabbinical education for whom Hebrew was part of their thought world. They were thinking in Hebrew. Indeed, they also seem to know some technical terms associated with alchemy. Now, that sounds a bit like Abraham of Worms, right? Not quite. All the words in the word squares are written using the Sephardi pronunciation of Hebrew, not the Ashkenazi pronunciation that Abraham or the Maharil would have used. This shouldn't be surprising. At least from what we know about Jewish alchemy, it was an overwhelmingly Sephardi, not Ashkenazi practice. What about Abimelech? He been misrocked here, and there's no evidence I see of the kind of Latinized spellings we would expect from that either. Further, often to make the square work, the words are artificially made plural. For instance, you have gablinas in the square for cheese. This is clearly from the Hebrew word gablina, but what's with that weird S? You guessed it, Thai argues convincingly that it's the Spanish or Ladino plural. The squares, it seems to me, were generated by a Sephardi Jew with the education mentioned above, so that makes the Ashkenazi Abraham story seem less tenable, much less the idea that Abraham was in fact modern. So what does this all mean? Well, it means that this text needs a lot more attention. It may even mean that there wasn't even a single book of Abramelin in the original unified text. That's in fact the direction I'm leaning at this point. It's also pretty clear to me that the book of Abramelin has a pretty complicated composition in recension history, and that a solid academic critical edition is now very seriously desired. At any rate, I want to walk back my skepticism a bit and admit as much. It's so crucial that scholars be willing to land on a position and then be open to having that position subject to criticism, especially by themselves. So where do I land now? Frankly, I don't know. But just like I said, this text needs and deserves a serious dose of specialized attention. At any rate, this is just a small episode digging a bit deeper into this text and trying to interrogate my own positions a bit, and to be honest, I think I can learn more. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and this has been a brief episode of Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. History is littered with enigmas. From the undeciphered script of the Indus Valley Civilization, the infamous Voynich manuscript, or the encoded missives from the murderous madman. But then, like a bolt from the blue, hard work by brilliant minds wrenches solutions from the void. In fact, in just the past few months, the famous 3 cipher of the Zodiac Killer was found in 50 years, giving us a further glimpse into the nightmarish landscape of that murderer's mind. Enigma seems to surround the life of Dr. John Dee like virtually no other, from early modern international intrigue to the angelic Varnokian language and the years of scrying sessions with Bartholomew Hickman, which lasted years longer than those of the more famous Edward Kelly sessions and are now mostly lost to history. In this episode of Esoterica, I want to explore a text that Dee felt was of such importance that it was among the very first questions he posed to the angels once contact was allegedly made, and he even included in his Liber Agam, or the Book of the Speech of God, the tables of the Book of Soiga. Indeed, Dee recounts, "Oh, my great and long desire had been able to read those tables of Soiga." In this episode of Esoterica, I want to explore these tables of Soiga, their relationship to Dee's angelic conversations, and discuss how it has given us a window onto their construction. I'm Dr. Ethan Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy, and religion. Among the vast library of Dr. John Dee, one volume seems to have held his interest above all else in the early 1580s, the Alta Rea, better known as the Book of Soiga. From the documents left by Dee, we learn only a bit about it. It clearly contains some kind of tables that Dee felt were of the utmost importance. Indeed, the important amount of the Book of Soiga was basically the thing that Dee inquires of with the angel Uriel through his scribe. I mean, Talbot, because there's nothing at all shady about this guy. At any rate, Uriel actually informs Dee that the Book of Soiga was revealed to Adam, but only the angel Michael can interpret it. The Book of Soiga also seems to vitally concern Dee. He believes, for whatever reason, that he will only live for about 2.5 years after he successfully read it. Thankfully, the angel Uriel informs him that he'll live to be over 100 years, but then he dies at 81, so there's that. Once a few decades to an angel. At any rate, the angels remain pretty vague on the Book of Soiga, and the conversation eventually turns in other directions. Michael never really gets around to teaching it to Dee. At any rate, we could be cynical here and note Kelly's first day on the job, Howard's first day on the job, and he doesn't know the first thing about the Book of Soiga, so maybe this is why the angels changed the topic. I mean, it wasn't like Dee didn't have to correct the angels' Latin and math from time to time, right? The next mention we have of the text is Dee attempting to retrace his steps after the book has gone missing in April of 1583. Specifically, he recalls having a conversation with Edward Kelly about the odd name for Adam in the text, and the text isn't recovered for some time. Following a mention by Elias Ashmole that he had a text in Dee's hand, or at least titled in Dee's hand, Aldareia Siwa Soiga Wokor, Aldareia, or also called Soiga, about a generation later, the text simply went missing. Until in 1994, when scholar and novelist Deborah Harkness discovered not one, but 2 copies under that alternative title, Aldareia. The text itself, aside from the famous tables, is interesting enough to warrant its own episode. It basically consists of an anthology of astral magic or necromancy, not unlike texts of the late Renaissance and of the early modern period. It's kind of like the thing that would have gotten Cecco d'Ascoli killed, or could have been written by someone like Pseudo Agrippa. A couple features are worth pointing out, however. The text seems to really revel in word reversals like Liber Si Pal and Liber Munam as Liber Baptis, Stone, and Liber Bonum, good. Indeed, even the Book of Soiga is a reversal of Hagios, or the Greek word for holy. That the text is of a cryptographic nature is also tipped off by the fact that the word stenographia, or secret writing, this is perhaps an allusion to Johannes Trithemius, for whom at least a couple of episodes are warranted. As you may know, Trithemius was author of several books of quasi-occult cryptography using spirits to relay messages, and was instrumental in Agrippa composing his 3 books of occult philosophy. If you want to learn more about Agrippa and his 3 books, take a look at the card above. However, let's turn to the tables of the Book of Soiga, which so interested Dee. What we have are a series of 36 by 36 tables filled with seemingly random 46,656 letters. Of course, magic tables of various sizes are known from antiquity. Typically, alphabetic squares are curious because they read the same text in several directions, like the famous Sator square, or in the case of numerical squares, because they add up to the same value, reading them in different directions. And such squares occur in Agrippa and other magical occur in Arabic and Chinese magical texts as well. Sometimes they're just kind of fun mathematics. A text interesting is one, their very large array, 36 by 36, and the mystery of what in the hell. Dee clearly thought they had powerful mysteries like by atoms. This original language business had huge metaphysical theories as well. You can check out my episodes on John Dee's 1564 Monas Hieroglyphica for more detailed language and ontology, and how that will matter here in the book of Soiga, but also in the Enochian language as well. It turned a cursory inspection, sharp, odd repetitions for a mathematical mind like Dee's is enough to indicate an underlying pattern. Now, D was clearly, but it does also basically remain that way until Jim Reed, who looks like he would be an awesome DM, used modern mathematical analysis on the text in the 90s, and sure enough, he found the underlying pattern. In a nutshell, I'm lying, this isn't a nutshell, but still, the left column is seeded with a code word whose meaning still remains pretty mysterious, of 6 letters, which is written and reversed to fill the 36-letter column. The first table's seed word is Nisram, which is reversed as Marsin again and again to fill the first column. Then the top row is populated by taking the numerical value of the letter to the left in the 23-letter alphabet, and then adding that value. What's that function? Well, we worked it out so that we now know mathematically that various letters have seemingly arbitrary numerical values. 14 for the letter N, 8 for the letter S, 13 for the letter P, and so on. So to fill the first row, you add the left letter value to the function of that letter. So 13 for N plus the function of N, or 14, equals 27. You count 27 alphabetic positions from N, wrapping around the 23-letter Latin alphabet, until you come to the letter D. That's the next letter. You can continue this process until the entire fill. To fill the rest of the table, you do a similar process by adding the value of the letter above to the function of the letter to the left, or the west. So for the second character of the second row of the first table, Nisram, you take the value of D, or 4, plus the function of I, or 14, thus counting 18 from D, you get S, is the second character on this row. One continues this process until the rows are now filled. New table, new keyword, same process, at least mathematically the same process. Just how the original tables were filled isn't clear, and there are several medieval methods that were possible, including Lully and Wills, which actually seems the most plausible to me. What's fascinating is that Reed could even detect various kinds of errors in the tables because of the nature of their production. It's basically an algorithm. For instance, a mathematical error in the production of a letter value would produce a cascading error through the entire table, as opposed to a copying error in an already counted table, such that it would be mistaken. From this analysis, Reed concludes that a master table was produced and that both copies that survived stem from some version of that master table. Even the specific errors in the 2 manuscripts that survived allowed Reed to conclude which of the 2 texts were likely copied by D. In this case, it was Sloan 8 rather than Bodleian 908. Of course, this solves one mystery, but plenty more remain, especially words and just how the tools relate to other mysterious subjects in the book of Sligo more generally. Regardless of those mysteries, the topic of future esoteric episodes, I suspect, Dee clearly felt that the tables of Soiga were so important that he included them in the most important document to come out of the Colloquium of the Angels, the Liber Loaga, or the Liber Mysteriorum Sextus and Sanctus, sometimes referred to Dee as the Book of Enoch, and it's recorded principally in Sloane 3189. The Liber Loaga are typically a series of 49 by 49 squares filled with letters allegedly containing text in the angelic language. While the tables of Soiga have astrological course beginning with Aries, Nisroch, table 1, it seems that the Loaga tables have some. Curiously, there is a Soiga table for Magistri, or of the teacher, with the seed word being Moises, or Moses, while the first table of the Liber Loaga seems to be set aside for Christos. Also, table 18 or 19, depending on how you count them, is said to correspond to the quote spirits of the earth. At this point, we don't know what these tables mean, much less how they were generated, though some of the words from the angelic sessions do appear in the tables and may function something like seed words, though it doesn't appear that they act as a mathematical seed word in the same way as the Soiga tables. And it isn't clear how the titles of the Loaga tables relate to the content of the actual tables themselves at all. Regardless, Dee felt that the Soiga tables were important enough to include as a kind of appendix to Sloane 3189, grouping them by astrological sign rather than how they appear in the original text. Why? Again, this may indicate some kind of correspondence structure in the Loaga tables, but again, not clear. Needless to say, mysteries still abound. If you're interested in the John Dee conversations, the Enochian and angelic magical language, or the occult, or books of magic, be sure to subscribe here to Eterica. Also, if you want to support my work of producing scholarly, accessible, and free content as esotericism, consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. You can find those links down in the comments, and I really do appreciate your support. Doing this episode also reminded me of just how much the mysteries around the John Dee and Enochian scrying sessions were instrumental in my becoming interested in these subjects and eventually studying them academically. I actually remember finding these articles while I was a teenager and being so excited to pore over it. In fact, I dug up my copy that I printed out when I was a teenager. Hilariously enough, I printed it out on the backside of a copy of the official Freakers Manual, which was back when phone freaking was a thing, blue boxes, anyone? At any rate, showing my age aside, there is a lot more John Dee content coming. Don't worry. If you're curious, I've included links to Jim Reed's wonderful systematic paper in the description below, and to a fun website that displays the tables of Soiga, and it even allows you to generate your own based on Jim Reed's cryptographic findings. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Mysticism and rationalism are often seen as diametrically opposite positions. While mysticism involves direct, non-discursive intuition or insight, rationalism is founded on rigorous logical deduction. Indeed, mystical insights often take the form of contradictory, ecstatic disclosures, while rational deduction has become a purely formal, often mathematical affair. The two seem separated by an insuperable gulf, yet that very gulf may say more about our philosophical presuppositions than it does about either mystical experience or rational deduction. Abraham Abulafia, perhaps more than most mystics and philosophers, managed to bridge this gulf by combining the rational rigor of the philosopher Maimonides with the prophetic ecstasy of Kabbalah. In this episode of Esoterica, I want to explore the philosophical and mystical underpinnings of Abraham Abulafia's combination of the rational and the ecstatic in his prophetic Kabbalah. This episode is also special because it's a part of a collaboration with my friend and colleague Philip Holm over at Let's Talk Religion. I really deeply admire Philip's work, and you absolutely have to check out his channel, especially if you're interested in Islamic mysticism or Sufism. His episode will provide an overview of Abulafia's turbulent life, his overall thought, and his works, so make sure to check it out in the card above. Also, make sure to subscribe over at Let's Talk Religion as well, and tell Philip hello from Esoterica. If you're visiting from Let's Talk Religion, I want to welcome you. Make sure to subscribe and check out my other content and topics on esotericism, magic, Kabbalah, alchemy, the occult, Hermetic philosophy, and more, all from a scholarly perspective. But now, let's turn to an analysis of how Abulafia created the prophetic Kabbalah by combining both the mystical and the philosophical. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane and history, philosophy, and religion. Let's first get this out of the way. Abulafia's Kabbalistic system is extremely complicated, and it's basically impossible to summarize. Indeed, it underwent several revisions during his lifetime as he experimented and thus improved the techniques by which he arrived at prophetic ecstasy. In short, what survives is a progressive meditation system by which one's mind and soul are increasingly purified and elevated until eventually arriving at union with the divine. Although in a very particular sense, a lot more on that in a bit. The meditative system begins with physical purification and strict religious observation, especially the wearing of tefillin, or the black boxes containing scriptures during one prayers. This is followed by writing them out in various permutations. This letter meditation is deeply influenced by the Book of Formation, or the Sefer Yetzirah, a text describing the creation of reality itself through what the text calls the 10 Sefirot Belimah and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. If you want to learn more about the Sefer Yetzirah, check out my episode in the card above. Following the meditation of writing, one moves to a higher level of abstraction by chanting the Hebrew letters. This is perhaps done with music, which, like Sufi influence, this is accompanied with breathing techniques and very specific head movements, which somewhat spell out these Hebrew letters. From here, one moves into the realm of the pure spiritual mind, projecting letter forms onto the astral body of the Selah via the imagination, but eventually passing beyond the imagination to pure spiritual intellection, and eventually to communion with the divine in the form of the act. In fact, it's this concept of the active intellect that I want to focus on most in this episode. So much more about this highest ecstatic moment in a bit. As one passes through this highest stage, we're told of 4 quasi-supernatural effects that begin to unfold. Light begins to emit from the milk, becomes diaphanous, as if it was made with light itself rather than having a physical form. Third, the eye of the image gives way to pure intellectual vision. And finally, one is gripped with ecstatic, overwhelming fear and joy. After this final breakthrough, one is given a glimpse of one's astral body, astral double, often called the Selah, or the image of oneself, which often results in the ability to prophesy as if one were at all times at once. In the final ascent, one's spiritual intellection becomes the self-same, if only for a moment, with the divine of the agent or the active intellect. In this highest unitive moment, the visions and experience fuse messianic power, eschatological visions, and the erotic death of the divine kiss, which culminates in the annihilation and rebirth of the mystic, as if impregnated by the divine influence.
What up, big dog?
I suspect that at this point you're beginning to see why
I'm having difficulties right now.
What's wrong, my man?
History of Kabbalah. He is simultaneously subject to the humiliation of excommunication and yet called, quote, among
Okay, can you repeat that? I couldn't hear what you said.
his name being great in Israel.
I can't turn the 5G off on my phone. I have a Samsung. I can't turn it off.
Okay, why would you want to turn it off?
Does Kabbalah or Jewish mysticism more generally include the concept of the union with the divine?
I'll figure that.
Famously, Gershom Scholem argued that it absolutely
Okay,
did not. While most
just one moment.
in fact shown that this
I'll help
concept
you in a
does,
moment.
in fact, appear in the mystical techniques of Abulafia.
Okay.
While I think Idel is correct.
I didn't notice my other accounts like that. Gleb.
Concept of divine union, because it is, as you might imagine, peculiar and philosophically quite specific. To get at this, we need to unpack 2 interrelated concepts. The first is the concept of the active or agent intellect as it appears in Aristotle, and the reception of this idea from his De Anima, and the second is how the active intellect is crucial to understanding Maimonides' conception of prophecy. Let's start with Aristotle, and I promise I'm going to do my very best here not to get into the weeds too much. For Aristotle, a being cannot spontaneously transform from a state of potentiality to one of actuality without an outside cause. Well, the only exception to this rule is famously
Okay, so what's going on with your phone, big man?
internal activity in the form of thought, thinking about itself.
I can't turn the 5G off.
Okay, why do you want to turn the 5G off?
Because I have internet.
Oh, so you only want to do it on Wi-Fi, right?
Yes.
Okay, this isn't too bad. Do you have your Wi-Fi on?
Yes, I have a water problem, but when I go to connection, it's not working to connect.
Upon our death,
Okay.
that our passive mind also dies, but perhaps what was our
Can you share your phone
active
screen?
intellect persists eternally. Now, this section in Aristotle
I am right now.
notoriously vague,
Okay.
and no one has any real idea what he
It's
meant.
all the Michael
As
Jackson.
early as Alexander of Aphrodisias in the 3rd century, this active intellect was identified with God, and debates raged in both Christianity and especially in the Islamic world about just what the active intellect was. Was it God, or world soul, or some kind of hypostasis of
It's
God,
just spinning there,
an angel of some
Brandon.
kind? Well, we ain't gonna settle that because
Okay, so talk to me with one of your other accounts
divine in some fashion was current to the great Jewish philosopher,
so that we can free up as much memory for your phone as possible.
and that is where we have to turn to now. The philosopher Maimonides is so famous that there is a
Yeah,
saying
talk to me with one of your other accounts.
Moses, the son of Amram, to Moses, the son of Maimon, there arose in Israel none like Moses. Yes, he gets likened to none less than Moses, like Ten Commandments, burning bush, Moses. Maimonides is famous for his letters, his legal code, the Mishnah Torah, and his philosophical text, The Guide to the Perplexed, all of which caused enormous controversy in the Jewish world in the generations following the publication. And it's also worth noting that The Guide to the Perplexed was written in such a way that Maimonides seems to have actually hidden his true opinions in the text. So it has a whole esoteric dimension despite being thought of as deeply naturalistic and a fundamentally rational text. At any rate, the guide is basically an attempt to help people avoid heresy. By carefully defining the terms used in the Hebrew Bible so that people don't think that God,
Brandon, can you hear me?
in fact,
Okay.
My area is connected on my computer. It was connected a while ago, and it went off.
Okay, that I don't know. That might be an issue with your internet. Can you connect with your other accounts?
Must be not when it's toward. It's right.
Metaphors and even positive accounts of the divine nature are made into allegories. However, Maimonides' program runs into a problem because, without prophecy, revealed religions like Judaism kind of don't work. So what does Maimonides do? He turns to our good
Is your internet working?
For Maimonides, if a person is
my internet's working, but
intellect makes that person into a kind of metaphysician, a speculative philosopher. And if they are especially imaginative,
Okay, Brandon, let's try this first. Restart all your devices and then come back and then we'll work through it, okay? Yes, sir.
my one with the Michael Jackson one is working.
Okay, but
The one with the Pokemon is working too.
that's connected to 5G, I thought.
The one with the Batman and the one with the Pokemon is connected to my mom's number. But the one that I'm talking to you on my phone is connected to 5G.
Okay. So I understand. I want you to talk to me with one of your computers that's connected in here, not Michael Jackson. So, Brandon, connect with. Stop talking to me with Michael Jackson and talk to me with Pokemon.
You're not under a mission, scope, and the synthesis of what should be completely impossible. The rationalism of Maimonides and the mysticism of Kabbalah. So we are wholly unsurprised to find that Abulafia was a public teacher who wrote no less than 3 separate commentaries on it. In fact, in the third commentary, called the Sidre Torah of the Torah, Abulafia provides 36 different Kabbalistic secrets that he finds hidden in the Guide to the Perplexed, thus transforming this arch rational text into one of the deepest Kabbalistic secrets. To accomplish this, he applies several different Kabbalistic tools to transform the plain Guide to the Perplexed, a text brimming with secrets. For instance, Abulafia shows that the Tselem and Demut are not only the Maimonidean form and intellect, which forms Genesis 1:26, man in our form according to our likeness, something like, let us provide the human being with intellect that they may reason like us, but also reads into them both the active and the passive intellects. How? Gematria, whereby numerical equality of Hebrew letters corresponds with conceptual identity. Thus, the active intellect and the imagination, or the passive intellect, are known, and form and likeness in Hebrew both equal to 616. See the Hebrew and add it up on the screen if you like. This is nothing less than a Kabbalistic integration of the guide into Abulafia's mystic regime for the production of the very prophets described in the guide itself. And as I mentioned a moment ago, this is just one of 36 such secrets that Abulafia finds hidden in the guide to the perplexed. So, does Abulafia's prophetic Kabbalah involve union with the divine? Yes, but the divine specifically in the form of the active intellect. Is this the totality of the divine or exhaustive of the divine? Here I'm pretty skeptical given Maimonides' dedication to a pretty strong negative theology and other factors related to the Kabbalah. While our intellect may have prophetic union with the divine, intellect in the form of the active or agent intellect seems clear from Abulafia's system. But this is still a far cry from union with the divine in a total or absolute sense. But it may be all that's possible either in this life or in this realm of existence. I'll leave that to the mystics. Regardless, what we have in Abulafia's system is just stunning. He manages to bridge the gulf between the rational and the mystical, the philosophical and the religious, by uniting the philosophical rationalism of Maimonides with the meditative techniques of what he calls the Kabbalah of names into a system for uniting our intellect with the divine active intellect, thus giving all of us a chance to become prophets. It's a startling democratization of mysticism, and it's no wonder that these techniques for attaining prophetic ecstasy were basically not printed, and they were surely not widely published, and they were certainly widely condemned by religious elites, and to this day remain difficult to find in some ways even in Hebrew, much less in translation. Abulafia's project remains as elusive as it is ingenious. If you're interested in Kabbalah, Hermetic philosophy, or the history of magic, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica. Also, if you want to support my work of producing scholarly, accessible, and free content on topics in esotericism, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. Your support of Esoterica makes this channel possible. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, Abulafia's complete works remain in a bit of a complete mess. Printed editions have proven pretty unreliable over the centuries. In fact, we just leave out sections about the techniques for some of this stuff. And Moshe Idel has argued that a solid scholarship has to rely on the manuscripts themselves for reliable readings. Obviously, this is a serious barrier for even scholars, much less for everyday people who would like to access Abulafia's works. As you might imagine, translations of many of Abulafia's works into English simply just don't exist. The closest thing to a complete works edition is the 13-volume Gross edition, though the volumes by Aaron Barzani and Son are a bit more reliable, but they don't represent the complete works. I really hope that Abulafia's text will hopefully get the same kind of treatment as the recent Pritzker Zohar, but that isn't even on the horizon so far as I know. Of course, the most accessible introduction to Abulafia's mysticism is Moshe Idel's mystical experience. Not his mystical experience, personally, the book Mystical Experience, though basically anything published by Moshe Idel is fantastic. The text Mystical Experience is wonderfully anchored in Abulafia's writings, and the text is a tour de force. It's an absolute must for anyone wishing to dive into Abulafia. And of course, also Idel's studies in ecstatic Kabbalah is an important adjunct to this as well. There's a really cool article in there about whether or not the Cathars influenced Abulafia. I should also mention that the standard English edition of the Guide to the Perplexed is by Pines, but also worth checking out is Kellner's volume on the relationship of Maimonides' thinking with Jewish mysticism, which argues that the guide is actually a response to the Merkava Shior Kolma mysticism, which I have to say I find generally convincing. Of course, for the esoteric dimension of Maimonides' writing, the classic source there is Leo Strauss's Persecution and Art of Writing. But let me tell you, that is a serious rabbit hole. Hamavin Levin. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Astrology and monotheism have had a, let's call it, complicated relationship through the ages. At times an open conflict, and in others able to achieve something of a detente. Of the complicated reasons for this, one likely stands out. If fate or destiny are governed by forces other than God, what does this do exactly to the concept of God's sovereignty? Indeed, it can almost seem to make God's sovereignty, well, redundant. Thus, concepts like luck, fate, and destiny, they sit uneasily next to more orthodox theology. For instance, the Anglo-Saxon concept of fate, or weird, the wanderer states, weird is full arad, fate is inescapable, resolute, steadfast, even becomes our modern word for something uncanny or strange. Well, weird. Weird becomes weird. In this episode of Esoterica, we, yes, we, and not some strange royal academic we, we're going to discuss the role of astrology in early Judaism and Islam. That we, you ask? Well, this episode's special because I'm joined by Esme L.K. Partridge, who will be covering astrology in Islam, especially in the vault of Al-Kindi. You may remember Esme from my episode on the stellar arrays, where I heaped praise on her commentary on just that text. Esme is an outstanding junior scholar, and I'm thrilled to have her here on Esoterica. You can learn more about Esme and connect with her in the description below. So I'll be handling astrology in early Judaism roughly through the Talmudic period, and Esme is going to pick up with astrology in the Islamic world. Of course, this won't be an exhaustive history, but it will hopefully prove to be a solid introduction to the discussions surrounding astrology in early Judaism and roughly from the 8th to the 14th centuries in the Islamic world. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, or mysticism, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica. Also, if you want to support my work of making accessible, scholarly, and free videos on topics of esotericism, please consider supporting me on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Your support makes Esoterica possible, and I really deeply appreciate it. Thank you. So, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. To better understand the uneasy relationship between Judaism and astrology, indeed the phrase for paganism or idolatry in rabbinical Hebrew is avodat kochavim, or star worship, it may be helpful to give some insight into how the ancient Israelites understood the heavens and the inhabitants therein. In this worldview, it appears that there was a kind of dome called the rakia which surrounded the earth. Within that dome teemed a multitude of quasi-divine creatures that we now call angels, but early on were members of the celestial court, along with the Israelite God and his consort. Yeah, that was a messy divorce. These creatures were identified with the stars, so this is the first point. The Israelites understood the stars as living creatures which could act or be worshipped in the roofs of homes. Indeed, they could even be condemned to the netherworld, or Sheol. Eventually, the stars came to be understood as a kind of heavenly army, with the Israelite God being their commander-in-chief. Indeed, the title Adonai Tzavaot indicates this rank of divine generalissimo. We even meet one of the leaders of this army as the quote Sar Tzava Adonai, or captain or prince of the army of Adonai, in the book of Joshua during the siege of Jericho. Of course, being an army, they do their share of fighting. In the Song of Devorah, among the earliest texts of the Hebrew Bible, this celestial army is actually engaged in hostilities against the commander of the Canaanite army. And of course, we find parallel notions in other ancient Near Eastern cultures as well. The notion of the stars as divine beings can of course be found in many texts, including the Epic of Gilgamesh. We only learn a bit about specific celestial bodies in the Hebrew Bible. The major stars and constellations probably include the Pleiades or Kimab, Aish, which may have been Ursula Major or perhaps the Hyades, the Mazarot, which could have been the Pleiades or the Hyades, and Casil, which is very likely Orion, although the word also appears in Isaiah in the plural for some reason, we're not quite sure why. I'm also wondering if the Kessel Run, the one that we've done in less than 12 parsecs, might be related to this Hebrew term for Orion. I mean, there's Endor in the Bible, and that's also a place where some magic goes down. Oh yeah, I should also mention, if you're interested in magic in Israelite society, you want to check out the card above and find a whole episode about just that topic. Also, remember the word Mazarot. This may be a generic word for constellations in the Hebrew Bible, but it's primarily mentioned in the book of Job. That word's going to matter a lot more than just a bit. Just to be clear, please these identifications are not quite, well, they're not certain. But there's something worth noticing about all of these stars or these star clusters. They're all typically associated with winter, and they occur in a relatively small area of the night sky. Typically, they're also mentioned in the context of rain as well, which makes sense given that the winter is the rainy season in Canaan, or Israel. Indeed, that these stars are so important in the Hebrew Bible, they're the primary ones that get mentioned, and given the fact that all seem to do with rain, may have something to do with fertility magic or weather magic more generally. Like in many ancient languages, there's no separate Hebrew word for planet. In ancient Hebrew, there are simply stars, or kochavim. In the ancient Greek world, there are also those stars that wander, hence our word for planet, from the Greek for to wander, planestai. And of course, there are the fixed stars, so to speak, the ones that don't wander around. Of the planets, we learn of Saturn, or Kiyun, a planet long associated with Judaism, here in a Hebrew version of its Assyrian name, Kevan. Venus is also known as the Meleket HaShemayim, Queen of the Heavens, and this is typically associated with the Canaanite god Astarte, or Ishtar, in the wider ancient Near Eastern world. Perhaps the most famous star in the Hebrew Bible is mentioned at Isaiah 14:12 in a prophecy against the Babylonian crown, probably against Nebuchadnezzar, where that monarch is cast down from their position of power. There, the monarch is termed, quote, Halel ben Shachar, or Halel, the son of the dawn. This is a very complicated literary play between being both the one that shines and the one that's cast down into the pit of the netherworld. Of course, the reference here might be to the planet Venus, but when that word was translated to Latin as Lucifer, or light bearer, this entire section becomes taken by Christians to describe the fall of Satan following his disastrous heavenly rebellion. So, that really got it. Despite being established very early on in both Egypt and Babylon, ancient Canaan, Israel more specifically, seem to have imported very little in the way of astrology by the time of the Babylonian exile in the 6th century BCE. Indeed, Israelite prophets typically mention stargazers, or Chovarei Shemayim, only in connection to Babylon or Chaldea, and mention is mostly made to mock them. Indeed, the prophet Jeremiah warns to, quote, not be terrified of the signs of the heaven, Otot Shemayim, as the other nations are. Of course, this is as much political as it is theological. Not that that distinction was really made in the ancient world or now. Despite this, astronomical knowledge would have had to have been imported in order to settle complicated issues in the Jewish calendar. In fact, these issues proved amazingly difficult, leading to various kinds of factions to adopt rival calendars, like the solar calendar described in the Book of Enoch, and perhaps the one that was adopted by the sect at Qumran and represented in many of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Indeed, an early horoscope, or specifically a kind of astrological physiognomy, has been found in the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves, like Q186. If you're interested in these interesting calendar issues, astronomy, astrology, secret codes, and even buried treasure in the Dead Sea Scrolls, make sure to check out my episode on that topic in the card above. With the rise of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism in its vast literature, there would prove to be little room for predictive astrology. Indeed, apocalyptic Judaism was deeply deterministic, but only determined by the divine will. So we are pretty much unsurprised to see a systematic association of all forms of divination, including astrology, with the various fallen angels or the Watchers in the Book of Enoch. Now, this is all a bit ironic considering that the astronomical and calendrical sections of that very same book would have been impossible without sophisticated astrological knowledge in the ancient world. This might, however, represent an early attempt on the part of Jews to separate between predictive astrology and merely descriptive astronomy, although that idea is contentious. The Book of Jubilees also has Abram being called forth from his astrological observation to the worship of one singular God, thus putting these two things in a kind of juxtaposition. As Jewish mythology develops, however, Abraham actually becomes thought to have basically invented astrology, with all the wise men of the world coming to consult with him. Similar ideas also occur in the Talmud, and as Esme actually pointed out to me in a correspondence, they also occur in Quran Surah 6. More on this idea as we get later into the Venerable period. This, of course, only reinforces the similar prohibitions on various, though not all, forms of divination in the Hebrew Bible. Again, it's worth driving home that the Hebrew Bible condemns certain forms of divination, apparently divination by cloud, by snake, among others. Astrology is never really mentioned, much less condemned as one of the forms of divination. Of course, other forms of divination, like divination by the Urim and Thummim, are, well, encouraged and allowed. During the same period as the rise of apocalyptic Judaism, the Sibylline oracles also seem to commend a Jewish rejection of astrology, and Philo of Alexandria also seems to see basically nothing other than folly in this practice, as we see in his text on the contemplative life. Though he does note that the 12 stones in the breastplate of the high priest represent the entire universe, so yeah, that's not the zodiac or anything. Though it is clear that Josephus sees in the heavens portents of the destruction of the temple. So again, we have Philo, the Sibylline oracles, and Josephus all taking rather different positions on how to interpret the sky, if we should at all. The New Testament's also surprisingly silent on the practice of astrology, though Jesus does mention in the Gospel of Luke that the apocalypse basically would be accompanied by, quote, signs in the sun, moon, and stars. And of course, no ancient reader of the Gospel of Matthew would have been surprised that Zoroastrian priests or magi followed a star to the infant Messiah. Here, the writer is slightly polemicizing against the Jewish rejection of the messianic character of Jesus. While the Jewish establishment has rejected him, even non-Jewish wise men could recognize the truth literally written in the heavens. Of course, the relationship of early Christianity and astrology would need to have its own episode on 10, so stay tuned for that. Of course, with the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, Judaism underwent a major innovation. Shifting away from sacrifice to prayer and learning, the major center of Jewish life was eventually shifted following the Bar Kokhba revolution of 132 to 135 to the Galilee and then to the academies of Babylonia. During this period, oral traditions were first written down, perhaps out of rabbinical fears following the genocide in Palestine. First came the Mishnah in around 200 of the Common Era, followed by the commentaries produced in both the Galilee in around 400, and then the most important Jewish text of all, second only to the Bible, the Mammoth commentary became to be known as the Gemara, or the Babylonian Talmud, redacted sometime between 500 or 600 of the Common Era. Of course, by this time period, Hellenistic astrology had become dominant in the region and was a highly developed system of incredible precision and nuance. For the rabbis of the major academies of Surah and Mombedita, the question of astrology was not whether it worked or whether it was real or not. That was basically not in doubt. The question, however, was, one, whether it were permissible to consult astrology at all, the prohibition taking the form of ein sho'alin l'kaldaim, or not consulting the Chaldeans. And two, to what degree exactly astral influence affected the people of Israel. The first question, whether or not one can consult with non-Jewish philosophers, is in some sense easier to settle. Of course you can. You just consult with the Jewish astrologers. Now, this question about whether the consultation of astrology at all is constitutive of consulting with the Chaldeans is going to be a huge question in the entirety of the Jewish practice of astrology in the medieval European context. But that's going to have to be a future episode. At this point, at least, the legal opinion seems to have been that while astrology had its origins with non-Jews, the practice of astrology was not forbidden to Jews. In fact, it seems like basically all the rabbis consulted with or knew something about astrology in the Talmud. After all, astrology is very much akin to something like mathematics or medicine. In fact, it intersects with both mathematics and medicine. And like other sciences, it was invented by non-Jews, but of course, widely practiced by them. That the belief in astrology was widespread and relatively orthodox is perhaps best on display in the numerous astrological mosaics and other artwork that adorn the synagogues of this period. In this period, astrologers are typically referred to in Hebrew as Chaldeim or Chaldei in Aramaic, both terms for Chaldeans, while the more mysterious term Istagnin or Istagniut for astrology is also common as well. The transliterated Greek terms astrologos and astrologia are also common, especially in texts produced in Palestine. While most of the Talmudic rabbis believed that astral bodies had a direct impact on earthly affairs, they were often skeptical that such complex and mysterious astral bodies and their relations were or even could be interpreted correctly. Clearly, they held that being born on certain days of the week led to certain personality characteristics, and even the ruling power of the given hour could sway the tides of human fortune or psychological states. All human beings, though perhaps not all animals, are connected to a certain star or mazal. Another opinion states that even single blades of grass have a ruling star or mazal that makes them grow. Now, you may remember this word from earlier in the book of Job, and indeed, mazalot becomes one of the words for constellation in Hebrew. Of course, you've probably even heard people shout Mazel Tov at joyous celebrations in the Jewish world, such as at weddings. Mazal literally means something like star or like astral influence, and the phrase likely has a sense of may you be under the influence of a good astral power, or may you be under the influence of a good star, or more simply just good luck. I've always appreciated the fact that when something wonderful happens in Judaism, we still say, yeah, good luck with that. I mean, it's not like the Jewish people have been through anything that make them anxious about the future or anything. This also introduces the central debate around astrology during this period of the relationship of Judaism to that practice. If Israel had a special covenantal relationship with God, then how could astral influence intervene upon that bond? The typical attitude taken in the Talmud was, quote, Ein mazal Israel, or there's no astral influence upon Israel. Though just what this means has been variously interpreted as there's just no astral influence at all, to only on Israel's collective fate, or that there is no mazal for Israel, but other nations are governed by mazal, so astrological prediction still holds, and even that mazal doesn't even bear on individual members of the Jewish people. Of course, other prominent rabbis held that the stars, well, basically determine things like wealth, profession, the amount of children one would have, various kinds of psychological traits, and various kinds of other conditions were basically fated by the mazalot. However, there does seem to be a pretty significant agreement on the idea that righteous deeds can undo even the power of the stars. Again, Ein Mazal Yisrael here means something like, if you keep faith and you perform the Torah, the power of the Mazalot can somehow be annulled. Clearly, by the period of the Talmud, astrology was a well-established form of knowledge and practice, though not without some degree of legal, practical, and theological controversy. The redaction of the Talmud in Babylon in the 6th or 7th centuries is almost directly in the time period of the conquest of that region by the armies of Islam in the 630s and the 640s of the Common Era. Just as Jewish astrology was basically an importation into Judaism, so too would Jewish attitudes about astrology be deeply affected by developments in Islamic philosophies in the centuries that followed. Of course, Jewish developments in astrology would continue from the Sefer Yetzirah, or the Book of Formation, composed in roughly this time period, to the philosophical and legal debates of the European Middle Ages, to the astrological magic of texts like the Sefer Raziel, though those are all topics for future episodes. While it is clear that Hellenistic astrology permeated Rabbinic Judaism, there can be no doubt that other traditions, Egyptian, Indian, and Mesopotamian astrology, all played a role as well. Of course, all of that would be taken up and largely synthesized in the Islamic world, and it's to that world that I want to turn to now. Again, I'm very happy to welcome Esme Partridge onto Esoterica to cover astrology in the Islamic world between the 8th and the 14th centuries.
Astrology entered the medieval Islamic world through two main channels, either directly through Greek sources encountered during the Arabic translation movement, or through Persian culture, which was encountered during the conquests. Pre-Islamic Persia had an elaborate astrological system, which was itself a confluence of Hellenic and Vedic ideas, which were imported from India into Persia under the reign of Shapur I in the 3rd century. Here they were translated into Pahlavi, Middle Persian, and from there on played a significant part in Persian society, at least at an administrative level. It was this Persian synthesis of Greek and Vedic astrology that the early Muslims first encountered when they established settlements across the Middle East. Fascinatingly, the city of Baghdad in Iraq was actually founded on a date and time determined by a Persian Jewish astrologer. Of course, Baghdad was the center of much of early Muslim scholasticism, so even before we get into how they dialectically engaged with the art of astrology, we know that it quite literally laid the foundations for a lot of their intellectual work. A major concern of these early Muslim thinkers was how and to what extent could astrology be incorporated within the Islamic worldview. This involved not only a reconciliation of Ptolemaic technical astrology with Quranic cosmology, but also an assessment of the theological permissibility of practicing the science of the stars, known as Ilm al-Nujum. This is a term which initially applied to both astronomy and astrology. It was not until slightly later that debates dealing with the nuances between the two really took place. So, in the 9th century, the focus was more on how could the science of the stars, broadly conceived, be metaphysically compatible with Islamic monotheism. Al-Kindi was one of the first Islamic philosophers to work in the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. He wrote around 270 treatises, with quite a few of these addressing cosmological and astronomical topics. His systematization of astrology is rooted in an Aristotelian, although Neoplatonized Aristotelian cosmology, and this is a really interesting worldview which you find in Al-Farabi, Suhrawardi, among a myriad of other Islamic thinkers, and essentially comes from misreadings of Plato and Aristotle during the translation movement. So, in essence, what Al-Kindi obtained from these translations was a Neoplatonized Aristotelian cosmology, which might sound quite contradictory, but it actually makes perfect sense when astrology and other arts are applied to it. So, Al-Kindi based his theory of astrology particularly in Aristotelian concepts of causality. However, he was also heavily inspired by notions found in the Quran itself. Of particular significance here is Surah Al-Rahman, which is a verse praising the creation of God and how perfectly balanced and ordered the universe is. There is a line in this verse which Al-Kindi draws on in his treatises on astrology. This verse is وَالنَّجَامُ وَالشَّجَارِ يَسْجُدَانِ, which means, and the stars and trees prostrate. The concept of the stars prostrating is often understood simply to mean that they bow down to God, submitting to the order of his creation. This interpretation would be justified by the fact that the Arabic verb yasjudan can denote both physically bowing down, but also obeying in a more conceptual sense. Al-Kindi raises this slight ambiguity here and points out that the cosmological implications of this can actually go much deeper. In his treatise on the proximate agent of generation and corruption, He invokes Aristotle's four causes to explain the meaning of the celestial bodies bowing down to God. He discusses Aristotle's concept of the agent cause, which is essentially the agent in any given operation which is subservient to the final cause and allows it to come about and to be actualized. Essentially, the agent cause is what bows down and submits to the objective of the final cause. Al-Kindi explains how an agent cause can be either remote or proximate. A remote agent cause is an agent which doesn't come into direct contact with its object, while a proximate agent is one which does, which essentially operates as a medium between the two. But this all sounds quite abstract, and if you're not familiar with Aristotle, it might not really make very much sense. But thankfully, Al-Kindi uses a really interesting analogy to explain how this works and what the dynamic of the proximate agent cause is. So he says that in the case of a shooter who is trying to strike a target with a bow and arrow, the shooter is a remote agent, because the shooter never comes into direct contact with the object that it's trying to shoot. This is why he employs a bow and arrow. But this bow and arrow is essentially the proximate agent cause, because it allows the shooter to come into contact with the object through this medium. So it essentially allows the shooter to meet its objective of shooting the object, but through a medium which comes into contact with that object, while the remote cause cannot, or the remote proximate agent rather. Al-Kindi goes on to apply this to the celestial bodies. Now, for Al-Kindi, God is absolutely one, which is what we find in the Islamic doctrine of Tawheed. Now, for Al-Kindi, as he explains in his treatise on first philosophy, if God is absolutely one, then God must have no generation and corruption, and this means that God cannot come into direct contact with that which is generating and corrupting, namely the physical world. This basically creates a sort of quasi-deist theology in which God can't actually come into contact with his creations. So, he needs to employ a proximate agent in order to do that, making him the remote cause. The celestial bodies take the form of this proximate agent cause, because the celestial bodies can in fact have contact with the material world. So the celestial bodies take on this role of the proximate agent, whereby they act as a kind of metaphysical middleman. This allows God's final causes to be acted out in the world, but through this proximate medium. The reason that the celestial bodies make for an ideal proximate medium is that they influence the way that the four elements affect Earth. So essentially what Al-Kindi argues is that the motions of the planets are responsible for the changes in vibrations and heat and light and all of these other forces which affect how material elements change and what forms they take on. In other words, the stars and the planets mediate the unity of God, Tawheed, with the multiplicity of creation, acting as a proximate agent that allows the divinity and transcendent unity of God, which is inherently atemporal and eternal, to come into contact through approximation with that which is contingent and material. So, although of course the stars and planets are themselves material, they're of a sort of more metaphysically perfect quality because they're closer to the eternity of God. And we can really see the Aristotelian influence here. We think about how Aristotle made the comment that the stars and the planets move out of a spiritual desire to imitate the prime mover. They do this by moving in eternal circles. So you've got this idea that the celestial bodies moving in eternal circles are about as close as you can get to the perfection of God, whilst also being material. So again, we've got this idea that they conceptually mediate God and the world, being the proximate agent that allows one to exert force on the other. Al-Kindi suggests that we can prove that the celestial bodies are a proximate agent by looking at the sun. Al-Kindi says that the sun and its light are essentially the proximate agents for the sustenance of life on Earth. Now, of course, this life on Earth is willed by God, but it is through the light of the sun and what that provides us with, namely health, that we can actually go and survive, and that will can be actualized. So the sun, in a very practical sense, is that proximate agent for giving life, and of course the sun is a celestial body. Now, for Al-Kindi, the effects that the planets can give off onto humans is not just limited to heat and light. He comments that during the sun's rotation around the circle, an amount of heat, cold, moisture, and dryness appear in our bodies below them at every time. Now, this also applies to more subtle psychological qualities. He says that the Earth's inhabitants receive certain types of psychological traits, manners, and desires according to their general mixture of elements caused by the passing of the circle, the celestial sphere, and the individual mixture of each thing subject to generation and corruption. So what this means is that all different planets essentially give off different metaphysical vibrations, or rays as he later goes on to call them, which affect the condition of the human body and affect the ways in which it generates and corrupts and the way that the four elements within it interact. This can all be traced to the planets, which essentially are what manipulate these elements in the first place. Now, this is compatible with the Islamic worldview theory because it doesn't undermine the creative power of God. It maintains that God is the source of all that occurs in this world. The celestial bodies are merely introduced as agents which fulfill or bow down to his orders, and this explains Surah Ar-Rahman, according to Al-Kindi. The stars and planets are no more than proximate agent causes or instruments in the cosmic harmony set out by God. As Al-Kindi makes it very explicit on several occasions, they provide the order according to the Creator's will. We also find this belief held in early tafsir, that is, interpretation and commentary on the Quran. Commenting on verses which mention the stars and planets, the 9th century Persian scholar Al-Tabari suggested that the heavens can be understood as instruments for God's control over creation. Al-Tabari explains this through using a really vivid metaphor of chords, which express the Arabic concept of asbab, meaning causality. Al-Tabari says that there are chords all around us which connect the heavens and the material world, and these chords, he writes, are finer than hair and stronger than iron, and they are everywhere, although they are invisible. So it would seem that here Al-Tabari is alluding to quite a similar concept to Al-Kindi's, namely that the celestial bodies are responsible for causing things on Earth through manipulating subtle vibrations of heat and light and other forms of energy which go on to affect the material constituency of all created things and therefore determine their nature. I think this idea of ropes is really interesting, this idea of ropes and cords, because you get this really vivid understanding of God's actions being directly tied to that of the world, but nonetheless through a medium which sort of links the two states of existence together, namely eternity of God and contingency and temporality of the world below. Now, in one of his more esoteric works, Al-Kindi takes this complex metaphysical system a step further. In his treatise, which is often known as On the Stellar Rays, which only ever survived in Latin, not its original Arabic, Al-Kindi goes on to say that as human beings with a fitra, that is, a divine spark within us, we can actually tap into these stellar rays, these vibrations coming from the stars and planets, and we can actually manipulate them as proximate agents to suit our own objectives. In explaining how human beings can effectively harness the stellar rays through drawing sigils, making incantations, and even performing animal sacrifices, Al-Kindi is basically elaborating on essentially a system of astral magic, in which human beings are, as I say, tapping into these celestial vibrations and using them to meet their own desires and needs. Now, this does not necessarily compromise with Islamic monotheism, because it still asserts that the origination of these celestial rays still comes from God's will. It's simply a matter of human beings activating their own divine consciousness and divine power, essentially, to use these rays to meet their own ends. That said, the text references to things like sigils, incantations, and sacrifices clearly has undertones of magical practice and what would often be known as idolatry or shirk in Islam. And for this reason, some critics have even argued that the text is actually forged and that it couldn't have possibly been written by Al-Kindi, because it seems to push the boundaries of orthodoxy in ways which Al-Kindi never really does before. So this is a really interesting criticism to consider. I mean, most scholars have decided that he did write it just because the style in which it is written is so distinctively Kindian. But that doesn't really explain how does this otherwise very orthodox Islamic philosopher and theologian come to this elaborate system of what's essentially astral magic. In any case, we know that Al-Kindi has some involvement with the practical art of astrology, because in his catalogue of works, we find a lost epistle addressed to his student Zana, titled On the Secrets of Astrology and How to Teach Principles of the Stars' Actions. It was around the time of Abu Ashar that the distinction between astronomy and astrology began to crystallize. He sought to defend the latter art, claiming that predicting the future through the activities and measurements of the celestial bodies doesn't go against the Islamic credo, but actually complements it. He's inspired by the Quran and its several references to seeking knowledge. For example, Lord, increase my knowledge. There is also a well-known hadith of Anas ibn Malik, according to whom the Prophet said that seeking knowledge is incumbent upon every Muslim. According to Abu Ma'ashar, applying the technical science of astronomy to predicting future events through astrology is simply an extension of this knowledge. He says that the second science, astrology, is the fruit of the first science, astronomy. Because the wise man, if he knows the quality of the movements of the spheres and the planets and their quantity, the result is that he knows what the power of those movements show, and their states of the things in the world. And if he does not know what the planets signify by their movements, then the first type of the science of the stars has no result. In other words, merely observing the stars and planets is just a waste of intellection, because you're only truly knowledgeable if you can seek ways to apply this knowledge to serve better ends and to improve your quality of life. And for Abu Ma'ashar, astrology is the perfect candidate for doing that, for applying our observational knowledge. Now, this view was not without its criticisms. Although it's generally ubiquitous among Islamic scholars that seeking knowledge is a crucial part of being Muslim, there are limits as to how far this can and should go. For example, it's important not to supersede the knowledge of God and transgress the limits of our humility as human beings. By transgressing our epistemic humility, human beings are liable to playing God and trying to imitate God's omniscience. This is exactly why Ibn al-Qayyim, who is a 13th century Islamic legal scholar, was opposed to astrology. Now, he argued that the occult sciences, such as astrology and alchemy and other forbidden arts, are forbidden precisely because they lay claim to God's omniscience and omnipotence. Ibn Qayyim actually went as far as to deny the science of astrology itself altogether. He provided over 30 examples in total showing how the movements of the sublunar sphere have no power over the worldly events. So he not only wanted to deny the legitimacy of practicing astrology as an occult art, but also the science behind it. The jurist, Ibn Taymiyyah, also rejected the practice of astrology. Although unlike Ibn Qayyim, he acknowledged that it had some scientific validity. He makes it clear, though, that acknowledging that the science of astrology may exist in a metaphysical way doesn't warrant practicing it as an occult science. And he says that there is a clear boundary between the two, and we can understand this through a clear definition. And this definition is that the science of the stars can be of two species, computation or judgment. The issue with judgmental astrology is that it's based on the premise that the superior movements are the cause of events in the world, and that knowing the cause necessarily yields the knowledge of what is caused. He says that this implies determinism outside of God's plans for the world, and therefore constitutes a kind of unbelief in God's ultimate power. He summarizes this in one of his legal fatwas, where he says that the belief that one of the 7 stars is in charge of one's good fortune or misfortune is a corrupt belief. And if somebody believes that this planet is what administers him, he is an unbeliever. Now, this would of course be refuted by Al-Kindi and Abu Ma'ashar, because they both make it clear that astrology doesn't take the place of God's will, but is actually completely subservient to it. In fact, for Abu Ma'ashar, the powers of the planets are so passive that even human will is more powerful and what they're capable of ordaining. He states that although the celestial bodies can affect man, man is actually able to subvert them. This is quite a similar premise to what we see in Al-Kindi's On Stellar Rays, in the sense that man still has an element of control. This notion that human beings still have a degree of control despite something being preordained for them is probably best understood on the terms of the Mu'tazilite theory of predeterminism and free will. According to the Mu'tazilites, God creates and, to some degree, predetermines all of the possible causes of a human life. However, these only exist potentially. They are latent possibilities, they are latent creations which don't come into actuality unless that human being chooses to do so. So it's essentially down to the will of the individual human being to actualize or manifest these latent possibilities and ultimately their direction in life. Mu'tazilites use this famous example of wood. Within wood, there is the latent potential to become on fire, but this potentiality, of course, only becomes an actuality if an agent actually sets fire to it. So man is always capable of activating his own free will to determine which specific course his life will go down, but this course is ultimately predetermined by God, except in a latent form. The role of the stars and planets essentially doesn't go beyond the provision of these latent potentialities. They simply provide the material means for something to happen, should the individual either actively do it or not go into any effort to avoid something happening. So, returning to Al-Kindi, the stars and planets are only ever subservient to God's will, bowing down or submitting or prostrating to it, rather than substituting it for another one or creating their own paths of determinism. As Aristotle's metaphysics makes it clear, an agent cause, be that remote or proximate, can never fulfill its own final cause or ends. It's simply subservient to another. And so in Al-Kindi's understanding, there is no need for astrology to necessarily compromise with monotheism, because celestial bodies can at no point take the place of God, at least not in this system. However, the question of whether taking this further into an elaborate system of astral magic, as Al-Kindi appears to do on the stellar rays, is quite contested. One has to carefully weigh up the two axioms relating to knowledge and epistemology within Islam. Where is the line between seeking knowledge and impersonating or trying to undermine God's knowledge? Does predictive astrology cross that line, or is it simply the fruit, as Abu Mashal says, of scientific astrology, which helps humans live better lives and ultimately be better Muslims? The bottom line is, of course, perhaps that God knows best. However, the debates surrounding astrology's legitimacy in the medieval Islamic world are certainly fascinating in their own right, and pertain to bigger questions in Abrahamic cosmology and theology.
The wonderful thing about doing education on YouTube is that we can reach across the ether, so to speak, and really lean on each other for our respective expertise. It was wonderful hosting Esme, and I really hope to bring more scholars, junior and senior scholars, to share their knowledge, as obviously I can't be an expert on everything in the study of esotericism. You'll find links in the description below for more on astrology, Judaism, including a really great source sheet from Safaria with primary sources in Hebrew, Aramaic, and English. I've also included Esme sources as well, so make sure to take a look at those, and make sure to connect with Esme if you really want to follow her. She's going to be, and she already is, a really amazing scholar of this genre. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
All right, folks. One. So 17 tomorrow. You're fine. Go fuck yourself. West.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you alive from Betterbox Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey, I'm right here. Hi, everybody. Good to be here. A social distance away. It's Redman, everybody. Exciting stuff. As you can already see, I do believe they can already see the band is here, ladies and gentlemen. The great Jeremiah Watkins, Jesse Jetski Johnson, and the great Joel Jimenez. What an exciting time. We are deep in quarantine. The band, obviously not characters tonight, just themselves. Some of the wackiest characters that there are. Anyway, life is good, business is booming. We are live out of Betterbox Studios here. The great Gino letting us camp out on a Monday. Beautiful studio, beautiful times. We love Betterbox. This episode's also brought to you by Damn Good Candle Company. Go to damngoodco.com, damngoodco.com. Get yourself a great smelling candle. Check out Speedweed, of course, for all your marijuana distribution needs in all the legal places. And shout out to Go Girl Energy Drink. I mean, just one of the finest energy drinks there are, made for women, enjoyed by men all around the world.
Hey, if you work for Go Girl, please get in touch with us because we have a super fan here that orders it every week, gets it shipped to him.
Yeah.
And he's a guy.
And he's the man. That's Gino. And we are out of the amazing Betterbox Studios today. A lot of fun stuff we have planned for you, and I am excited about it. And in the meanwhile, I can make an announcement. Everyone that bought a ticket in Miami to Kill Tony, your ticket just got automatically transferred to July 31st and August 1st. These dates are getting rescheduled, people. So beautiful Miami, Florida. We're going to be one of those buffoons on the beach. Maybe not Red Band on the beach. He'll be at the hotel, but we are going to be in Miami July 31st and August 1st as of right now. And should we break some news? I didn't even tell you guys about this. You're about to watch everybody get some breaking news. Kill Tony Mania is coming back to San Francisco, and the road to Kill Tony Mania is coming back to Sacramento. If Civilization still exists in October, we will be there the 14th and 15th in Sacramento. The road to Kill Tony Mania, those shows were a blast. 2019, and San Francisco the 16th, 17th, and the 18th this year. 5 Kill Tony Manias out of San Francisco. 1 show on the Sunday, 2 on Friday, 2 on Saturday. What are you guys laughing about over there? Why?
Looks good.
Okay. What are you worried about? Sacramento. 5?
Telling him news
Yeah.
in his face.
We did 4. We did 4 the last 2 years. 1 more on a Sunday. Is that enough to pop your guys' eyeballs out of his sockets? Yes, 1 more show. So yes, we're doing 5.
News that makes you go.
I guess so.
And you know that 5th one's probably going to sell out. We're going to have a 2nd one, so it's going to be 6.
At least.
I'm surprised that you guys are surprised. If you guys would like to do less shows or go home, feel free. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to.
Let's do one every day.
Well, actually, it's better to do it this way because then we'll have a bunch of stockpile.
That we're driving. Oh, yeah, might as well.
My guess is yes. Since we only have 1 show, my guess is yes. The only thing I would worry about is anybody not getting a little too drunky pie or roofing themselves down there in San Francisco. Yeah,
That was a horrible night.
yeah, especially for the people that were responsible and had to just sit around and try to make the best of it.
Are we back online?
Yeah.
Are we on the internet?
More fun stuff happening. Ryan J. Ebelt is drawing tonight's episode from home, and we are going to be checking in with him at the end of this episode to see what he ended up drawing. Everything at RyanJEbelt.com, including all the amazing road posters and prints of every single episode, are available at RyanJEbelt.com. He's an unbelievable artist. Everything is on sale right now, and it's an exciting time for that. Very fun stuff. And a lot of people are online nowadays. That seems to be the big thing. And what part of our online searches does the government have a right to know about? That's a great question. I know that we've asked people, and we found out a lot of people look at some suspicious porn. People are into wild things. Red Band, you do a lot of the chat things and nudie cam things. Yeah.
Nudie cam. I'm a grandfather. Okay, boomer.
But the answer is none of the above. The government doesn't have a right to know anything you do. And if you have ExpressVPN, they cannot see anything. Without ExpressVPN's protection, though, hackers, governments, ad companies, and ISPs all have full access to your data. I don't want them using my web history or video searches against me. That's why I use ExpressVPN every time I go online. ExpressVPN encrypts and reroutes your web traffic to any number of countries, keeping you safer and secure. Download the ExpressVPN app, click to connect, and boom, you're protected. With ExpressVPN, you can make it seem like you're browsing from a whole different country, so you can watch Netflix library in the world, anywhere in the world.
Yeah, you can watch pretty much if they don't have like I've been using a VPN for a long time, Tony. It's great because a lot of times when you're like at the airport or anywhere public, you're opening up your phone to anybody that knows what they're doing. They can go in your phone, take some photos. A lot of times you want to watch video, but it's restricted to a different country. What a VPN does is it pretty much makes it seem like you're surfing, seem like you're in Los Angeles. You can make it look like that you're in Canada, so you can access all of Canadians' websites. It hides your location is the most important thing. It makes it secure. So if you're ever using a free Wi-Fi or Starbucks Wi-Fi, or if you just want to, look at different videos throughout the road, I highly recommend
throughout the railroad. Indeed, ExpressVPN is the fastest VPN I've tried. Costs less than $7 per month and comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. It's time to stop governments and internet companies from keeping tabs on your data. Take back your online privacy like I did with ExpressVPN. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/KillTony. That's expressvpn.com/KillTony for 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/KillTony to learn more.
Hide your nudie cam history with ExpressVPN.
That is correct. Absolutely doodly. And something else fun that I stumbled across over this week of having a lot of spare time is something for you Kill Tony fans out there that might not know about this. Maybe you've become a fan recently, but I stumbled across episodes 224 to 236 are all in 360 VR. So I don't have the whole VR goggle setup like Red Band does. However, I do have an iPad that I use a lot, and it's incredible. You take your iPad on the YouTube app and you can spin it around. So if you miss the feeling of having a live audience right there with you, you can spin your iPad around and remember what it was like back in the day when you used to be able to be in with a group of people out in public.
You haven't got VR yet?
Yeah, no.
That's highly recommended. It's so fun. You can even watch movies in VR. You can just lay in your bed. It looks like you're in a movie, a huge outdoor drive-in.
You can lay in your bed and watch movies. Some fun episodes those were with Ron White, Tom Segura. A lot of fun VR episodes. You can spin it around. If you have VR, you can do that. If you have an iPad, you can try it.
I'm in one of those, out of the bucket.
Oh, you were in one of those episodes.
Yeah.
Wow.
With Tom Segura.
That back before the jet ski hit the water. So yeah, exciting times. Next week we're going to try a little experiment. This is a big announcement for all of you Kill Tony fans that maybe have always wanted to try a minute on this show. We're going to try a little experiment. Send in what you think would be your minute on stage that you would do. Videotape it, send it into this email, gage@2083group.com. gage@2083group.com. Is that correct? Is that the right email? And make sure in the heading, this is very important or else it gets deleted, you put Kill Tony Minute and your name. So one more time, Kill Tony Minute and your name in the heading, gage@2083group.com.
And if it's not a minute, he's just going to delete it. So don't just send anything. Don't waste his time.
A minute or slightly less, and make sure you put Kill Tony Minute in your name. Jeremiah Watt.
Now, I have a question for those submitting, Tony.
Yeah.
Is it a minute that they're filming in their own living room, or is it a minute that they can be chopped from a stand-up show that they did? What is the requirements?
No, I think they have to do a minute in their living room. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that sounds about right.
You got it.
Thanks, Jeremiah. Asking the questions nobody was wondering.
Actually, here's what I said on HBO. Thanks, Whitney.
Logic.
All right.
So, heck yeah, we're going to have some fun here tonight. This episode is for us to enjoy ourselves for a couple hours and take our minds off of a global pandemic. Huge shout out, by the way, to Vito's Pizza, keeping us even in quarantines. Nothing can stop Vito's Pizza. Our boy Charlie brings us unbelievable pizza every episode of the show, including here live at Better Box Studios. Make sure in this quarantine that those of you in the Los Angeles area go to Vito'sPizza.com, something like that. Go to Vito's Pizza on the internet and order a pizza from there. You got to order it from somewhere. They have guys working hard, delivering.
Vito's Pizza is legit. If you check the Barstool app, they got it in 8s. I mean, that's impossible.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. The pizza out here in Southern California absolutely sucks. A lot of people give these other pizza companies credit. I hate every single pizza company that there is that I've tried in LA except for Vito's. They're the only one I believe in. Full Hinchcliffe endorsement there for Vito's Pizza.
I've been a fan of Vito's since before they were a sponsor.
Wow.
I used to work in downtown LA. I drove in the rain from downtown LA to the location in West Hollywood. One of the best slices you can get.
There you go. You know, and Joel knows food. I mean, this is the only guy that didn't get food poisoning when he went to Europe. So no one knows food better than Joel. He also drinks booze. There you go. So let's just jump right into tonight's show. I've lined up a few special guests that are going to phone in and talk with us and communicate with us. And perhaps we're going to get started here with a bang with one of the queens of coronavirus. She's been on the show numerous times. Everybody knows her and loves her. We're going to wait a second for that. Beautiful. How about L13? Is L13 ready and queued up, you think? We're going to wait on that. Beautiful. Okay. All right, perfect. So, all right, well, that's great. That's beautiful. So we're up and running. Oh, great. I just remembered that I had one more announcement that I missed, so that's actually perfect. We do have 2 episodes of the normal show from Ventura that we have stockpiled. One's coming out tomorrow, and we're going to sort of lag on the release of that other one. Just so we can sort of space it out. We don't want you guys doing all your fucking
we're gonna have fresh stuff. Usually the audio comes first and then the video. So check out not only us on iTunes but also on our YouTube page. What did you do all week? Because I noticed you were kind of radio silent the whole week. Did you?
I'm enjoying being radio silent. I'm pretty much staying away from social media. I'll check in every once in a while, and just basically really relaxing. First time in absolutely forever. You know, I am a huge fan of documentaries and film, and I've just been getting back to my roots of absorbing art and having nothing to kick it back out on.
You actually look well rested. You actually look like you've slept.
Wow, I do?
Yeah, you usually have like little bags in your head, but those are completely gone.
Well, you know what? That's because we have another sponsor that we're going to talk about next week. No, I'm kidding. I haven't even said anything. You're right. I've just been sleeping. And it turns out that my fun life of living my dreams every single night until 3 a.m. at the Comedy Store has come to a screeching halt, everyone. Turns out normal life fucking sucks. No, I'm kidding. I'm having the time of my life. Which reminds me, I wrote down a few things that I wanted to recommend to people. You know, why not? Tiger King is out. Just absorb the hell out of that in a day and a half. Highly recommend it. And if you haven't seen McMillions, Succession, and Ozark dropping their 3rd season. Jeremiah, you an Ozark guy?
Nope, never seen it.
Wow. It's great.
I recommend Debs and Westworld.
Westworld?
New season. I just rewatched The Bronx Tale. Great movie.
Oh!
Bronx Tale's great.
Yay!
So good.
I just watched Moulin Rouge.
Ew, that does not hold up. That did not hold up.
This was the deal. I got to watch Hobbs and Shaw if I watched Moulin Rouge.
That's what being a character
I
is
recently
like.
watched it, and I was a Moulin Rouge fan, and it did not hold up for me. I thought it was
You were a fan?
I love Moulin Rouge.
Dude, I liked it. It was a great song.
You thought it was Moulin Rouge? You thought there was an Asian girl in it, so he watched it.
Oh my god. How about Succession? You a Succession guy, Jeremiah? Yeah, these are all things you guys have to get into. I mean, I give everything a chance, and then the second it sucks, I'm out. These are all things that are absolutely foolproof. These are undeniable shows. They're levels that a normal person would say Breaking Bad and The Sopranos. Like, these are shows that are with those shows.
The Mighty Duck series on HBO.
Nope. See? That's dog shit. You absorb a bunch of dog
Grown adult.
Yeah, grown
Good
adults.
movies.
And Wild Tales. Wild Tales is only available on YouTube and Amazon at a cost of $3.99. It's an Argentinian anthology feature movie for those of you that actually like cinema and movies and art. But for $3.99, you absolutely can't beat it. Nobody knows about it. That's a Tony Hinchcliffe homework super bonus.
I've seen a great movie.
Wild Tales. TALES.
Go watch Hoyler Gracie versus Eddie Bravo.
Go watch DuckTales.
I recommend the Gummy Bears 1983 animated series.
I rewatched Contagion.
Why would you do that? That wasn't even a good movie.
Well, it's
People
pretty
are watching
star-studded.
bad movies about disease
Contagion?
out of nowhere.
Star-studded.
Is it?
No, not Morgan Freeman. Yeah,
Outbreak. I watched Outbreak.
Morpheus?
Yeah, Morpheus was like Kate Blanchett, Gwyneth Paltrow.
Sounds awful.
No,
Is A1 ready?
I think Jennifer Aniston's in it. Yeah, star-studded. Good movie, though. Like, pretty chilling. Oh, yeah, Matt Damon.
Matt Damon's in it.
This is like the star of it. Well, one of the stars. Oh, Jude Law's in it.
Interesting stuff. Well, that's fun. And, yeah, absolutely doodling. Let's go to the bucket and take a question from one of our fans while we wait for our first guest, Holland. If we can't get to A1, you can try D5. Beautiful. Craziest experience on the road. Since you've been with the squad the shortest, Jesse, while the rest of us think, I'm going to let you go first. You've only been on one road gig with us, Swansea and Kiltony Mania. I'm going to let you go first.
Well,
I feel like I know the answer, right?
with Kiltony Mania.
Oh, no.
Swansea?
I mean, that's one of my craziest experiences on the road.
The limo and the lobster. It was just like, we might as well been wearing monocles the entire time.
And a free hot chalky.
Free hot chocolate.
We talked about it, that we took a limousine through the McDonald's drive-thru.
Yeah, I think I may have mentioned that last week.
The limo was so long, the driver couldn't hear what Tony was saying. He had to keep going, what? I can't hear you. So the limo was so long.
Yeah.
They just closed all the McDonald's in the UK.
Yikes. It's kind of crazy. London Bridge is falling down.
Oh, in the UK. Ugh.
Brian, we went to McDonald's in Australia together, right? Were you there? Yeah.
Right. Hey, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Blair is joining us live. Michael, can you hear us all right? Michael. You guys have it? Is it in the speaker? Hold on, Michael. We're trying to get sound for you. Everything's good. How about now? Can you talk now, Michael?
It's my fault.
it's not your fault. What's up, Michael? We got you, buddy. Looking good.
Oh my God! God keeps kicking me in the Oh, look. I want to make plans for my afterlife, alright? I don't want to be cremated. I want to be half and half. A lot of my kids are lactose intolerant, alright? And also, please make sure my tombstone reads, what a waste. Ever using condoms. Should've went raw dog every time. And look, make sure all my organs are donated to science. Not all of them, just my huge cock. I want to pay it forward to a healthy and small cock person.
What side do you want to get cremated? Do you want your top half or your bottom half?
Top half. Let the third leg swing, baby.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. Michael Lair coming in guns a-blazing.
Oh my God, it's awful. I miss going to comedy open mics. They're a great place to get advice on food stamp fraud. Look, my social security barely covers my needs, so I'm gonna start drug running. My chair only goes 6.5 miles per hour, so FYI, that's how fast your drugs will be run.
Wow. Slow weed over here instead of speed weed.
Are you all stocked up? Are you all stocked up? Do you have all the things you need? Toilet paper, pee bags, whatever you need?
No, I have nothing. I have nothing. But it's alright. Look, I'm gonna make sure that I still get through pilot season, even in the pandemic. I have several self-tapes to do. I'd like to practice right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You want to run some self-tape auditions? Go right ahead, Michael.
Yeah, actually, this first one is for a spin-off to This Is Us. It's called This Be Them. And everyone in this show is in a wheelchair. It's gonna make history. Alright.
Here comes the self-tape read from Michael Lair for the movie This Be Them.
Hey, if we're all in a wheelchair and can't walk, it's like we all can walk. And see, thank you. Alright, this next one is for the reboot of Blossom.
Oh, wow, there's a rebooting Blossom?
Yeah, it's called Flowers.
Oh, okay. What role are you reading for in this, Michael?
I play the neighbor with Down syndrome.
Oh, okay, perfect. All right. Let's see the read.
Yeah, I took care of the baby. take care of babies. I want to thank you also.
All right, what's the third one?
It's a reboot of the Cosby Show.
Oh, okay, this is good.
Yeah, it's called Prison Break.
Oh, wow.
Alright. I'm playing inmate in wheelchair number 5.
Alright, beautiful. Here's the read, Michael Lair for wheelchair person number 5.
Well, Mr. Cosby, I think there has to be a road to redemption for everybody. Man, I'm feeling sleepy.
Wow.
Oh man, that one's the best. I think I got it on one take for all of them.
Wow, I would book you for all 3 of those roles, and no one knows roles more than a man in a wheelchair.
I agree.
Michael, I fucking love you. You holding up all right through all this?
Yeah, I like it because I've been living the plague life for years and years, so this is normal. Yeah, and especially since the weather's been so bad in Southern California, I haven't even noticed there's a plague yet.
Yeah, it is crazy how absolutely horrible the weather has been in Los Angeles.
It's 35 the other day.
Thing.
It's March.
And the temperature is one thing, but I mean, I wouldn't even mind that if there was sunshine. There'll be like a glimpse of sunshine for a minute, and then like an hour later, just a downpour. It's like the Truman Show. It's like the weather's trying to keep us in too.
Yeah, there's some mystical going on.
Yeah, it really is.
It's alright, I like it though. You know, everyone gets a taste of my medicine for a while.
You're a damn right, Michael. How you been doing? You all stocked up on weed? You have enough weed to survive for a little bit?
Yeah, I'm good on weed, but my nurse/girlfriend, she only bought me 12 years. And those went real quick.
Well, you can order it from Postmates, you know.
Michael, I'm gonna drop you off something tomorrow. I'll drop you off some beer and wine tomorrow. I'll come by. I'll text you.
Alright, awesome. That definitely won't be happening, but
No, I promise. I'll do it. I'll be there.
No, for sure. We'll make sure that you get some Rolling Rock.
I could use some Clyde deals, like for the Budweiser.
What? He's talking about the Budweiser Clydesdale horse.
Oh, yeah, exactly. You know, 12 packs of Corona are 11 cents right now, so they're not doing too good.
Bullshit, I went to the 7-Eleven, the Corona fucking Spritz seltzers, they're charging full price for that. I thought they would at least be a discounted price.
Everything's regular price, because there's nothing left.
And people gotta get that money somehow.
Grocery stores must be making a shitload of money.
Michael, is there anything else we should know about until we see you again next week?
I'm just happy to be a break from the comedy store because it's fun, but I think Sam Tripoli has been hazing me.
Bro, how's he been hazing you?
Well, he'll go, hey, come do a show, and I'm like, what day or time? And he'll be like, see you then. And then I go, no, Sam, I'm in a wheelchair. and I have the plan better, and they'll go, catch you later, Michael. And then I'll show up, and he'll go, why are you here so early?
Yeah, that's Sam for you. He's a wild one. He's a great leader though amongst all of us. He's a great big brother to everybody. He keeps an eye on everyone. First guy to ever take me on my first road gig. Me too.
No shit.
Yeah, took me down to La Jolla with them just to do little 5-minute sets. Almost 13 years ago.
Holy cow.
All right, Michael. Well, we love you, pal. We're gonna check back in with you next week, and we will see you soon. Stay powerful.
All right, thanks, guys. Let me tell bye-bye.
There goes the great Michael Lehrer, everybody. And now we're going to switch things up a bit. Out of all the great cast members, there's been a lot of amazing characters that have joined the band over the years, and we actually were lucky enough to be able to book one via teleconference, I believe is the word, video conferencing. We are going to go live with the great Kid Rock, everybody. Kid, are you there? Wow, here he is. It's Kid Rock. Oh, my name is Kid Rock. Wow, Kid Rock. You have an entire audience of people behind you. Are you still performing live?
Yeah, still performing, brother. Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, me and some of my closest friends here in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Oh my God, I think your fans, literally.
They're rabid, look at them.
I mean, that's incredible that you can still get a huge audience. Your fan base is so loyal, they literally ignore pandemics to come and see you.
Loyal to the soil, loyal to be foiled, you know what I'm saying, bro?
I actually really don't understand what you're saying at all.
Man.
Wow, so kid, how is this pandemic?
Yeah, I've had coronavirus for 2 weeks, brother.
How do you know? What are your symptoms?
All of them.
Yeah. All of them?
I threw your picture away.
My God,
yeah,
Kid Rock.
Hey, calm down back there.
Yeah, they're really excited. It's amazing that you would make that audience wait while you talk to us.
You look like you've been hanging out with the Tiger King, dude.
Yeah.
You really look like that, dude.
Oh. Well, yeah, I'm a big fan of the big cat family, man. Panthers, jaguars, tigers, lions, and yeah. Man, shut up. Let me do this, man.
You have a weird fan base. Look at the front row behind you. Do you have a black lady dressed up for like church or something?
Yeah, we got one of them. Yeah.
You got one black lady?
Yeah.
My goodness. Wow. They are patiently waiting for you. It appears as though you made everybody wear, they have breathing masks, but they are all on their chest. They don't even have them on right now.
There's things behind on their chest. They're little boxes.
Oh, those are defibrillators. Because I gave everybody in the audience coronavirus.
Rock and roll for sure, my friend. My goodness. So have you been still hooking up with chicks? Normal after party life for you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen Cheryl Crow here in a little bit, but yeah, you know, chicks are a little bit weird about Tinder right now and stuff like that because, you know, they don't want me coming over to their house and stuff, bringing in like coronavirus and stuff like that. So yeah, let's just say I'm hitting a little bit of a dry spell right now tonight.
Oh, but you look better than ever for having coronavirus. I mean, I see your abs there. Wow, they just appeared. Once I said you look better than ever, magically the abs came out. My goodness gracious, you have pectoral muscles.
Yeah,
wow, look at them move.
Yeah, man, I've been lifting a lot lately, man. Ah, man, an American burn ass!
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, you want any of my cassette tapes? I got like a truckload.
Yeah, I'd actually love some cassette tapes. I would take anything from you, Kid Rock. That sounds like an incredible adventure, just to have cassette tapes from Kid Rock. I've been a fan for a long time, and I have nothing to play them on, but I will totally take cassette tapes from you.
Heck yeah, any concert you want to come to, you VIP, Tony.
I love that. Well, thank you so much, and I'm totally going to take you up on that offer, without a doubt. Oh my goodness. Kid Rock, do you have any older family members that you've been in contact with that might be in danger?
I killed my Nana!
Wait, what? You killed your Nana?
Yeah, I killed my Nana. I didn't know how serious this thing was, and then I went over there and she fixed me some warm apple pie, and I coughed just because I had something in my throat, and then she ended up dying from the Rona real quick after that.
Oh, wow, my goodness. Oh, we had a little bit of an audience.
My audience didn't like that one.
Oh, my goodness.
They're turning on me.
Wow.
My mom's a huge fan. Could you do a shout out to Kim Johnson in Arizona?
Hey, what's up, Kim Johnson? I'll eat your pussy any night, any time of day. I love you. Straight up. Your daughter's great.
Wow. Got a little crowd reaction there. They didn't move much, but they appear to be moving. Wait a second. Kid Rock, who are these people?
Oh, these are my friends.
How'd you do that?
Don't worry about that. I sometimes I forgot to tell you. If I years ago when I was a little boy, people asked me if I could have one mutant superpower, what would it be? And I said Nightcrawler. And guess what? That wish came true. I just teleported, y'all. This is actually okay. Is that Foghorn or Leghorn, dude? Man, shut up, dude. You keep slamming on me over here, man. Who the hell are you, man? I keep hearing this dude. I can't even see that. I can only see Tony where I'm at right now, man. Oh, sorry, I'm stepping on Darius's beard over there.
That's Darius?
Yeah, that's Darius right there. That's Darius. And then that's Curtis right there, yeah.
Oh my God.
And that's Curtis and that's Darius.
How long did you know these guys for?
Oh man, they raised me just like in Mowgli and Jungle Book. The wolves raised them. These were my two wolves, man.
Heck, one guy looks younger than you, though, than on the right.
Man, time is just a construct. Yeah, it's pretty wild, man.
So that guy next to you appears to
Hey, I don't know where the hell he took your hat. He just got way bigger. Wait, I didn't go shrunk myself. What's going on here?
I think Darius is trying to say something to you.
He's grabbing your butt. Oh wait, what's going on?
Oh my goodness.
Darius.
What's he saying?
Darius.
Oh, he's looking right at you.
Darius.
Yeah.
You have anything to tell me?
Oh, he's got a machete stick.
Oh, what the?
Well, Kid Rock, this is... Oh, they're laughing at you.
Oh, no. Who's laughing?
I think they're able to hear this.
Oh, wait, is this guy having sex with me? What's going on here? Oh, man, get it out of there, man. Come on, Curtis. What are you doing, man? Get out of there. I'm just performing for a live concert. What are you doing, man?
Oh, this party's out of control.
Oh, this is wild, man.
My God, you really are like the Tiger King after all that. My goodness. Well, Kid Rock, thanks for conferencing in. Always a pleasure. Nobody rocks harder than you, pal. You're a big part of the Kill Tony band. Having you on anytime is always a pleasure.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks so much for having me on Kill Tony tonight. God bless America.
Wow. There he goes. The great Kid Rock, everybody. Representing America. Look at that. Incredible. Wow. This is Kill Tony under quarantine, completely breaking our normal format. this guy, wait, this guy's out of control. He's trying to, hey, what are you doing?
That's what William's dad looked like.
Wow, incredible. Kid Rock. I mean, I bet not a lot of podcasts have Kid Rock showing up on them. I mean, that's just the type of exciting stuff that we have happening on this show. And yeah, I mean, wow.
He looked like Courtney Love and Kurt Cobain combined.
Yep, beautiful. L13's locked in. I want to wait to see if Jeremiah comes back before that. What? What joke?
I never listened to you.
What joke was it?
Looks like Kurt Cobain.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was an original thought when I said it. That girl that was on stage, she was like an older lady, but very interesting.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff. Shout out to our friends who are helping us with this over here at Better Box Studios. The great Gage Tyrena and the unbelievable Macaulay Culkin, everyone. That's what he's up to now. Follow them on social media. Gage Tyrena, GageTijerina, and at Strange Taste _. All one word, Strange Taste.
Oh, that's Kid Rock. I just had some Doritos pizza. It was great. I love it. What happened?
Jeremiah had a bite to eat. Kid Rock joined the show. We missed him. The legendary Kid Rock.
Oh, man, he's one of my favorites.
But I'm glad that you're back because one of my favorites, another one of the regulars on this show, is here and is going to be video conferencing in. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great David Lucas, everybody. Here he is, live in the flesh. Music's playing for David Lucas. Hey, David. Still playing. All right, here he is. David Lucas. Hi, David.
What's up? What up, dog?
Are you still stuck in New York?
Yeah, I'm currently quarantined in Tony's booty hole.
Oh, are you starting with me already?
David, don't look behind you. That's a tarantula on your head, dude.
Hey, Joe Bird, shut your spit dead president looking ass up.
Shut your fucking 99-cent store, Keenan Thompson fucking looking ass.
My God. I think that tarantula bit you, bro. Your lips are swelling up as fast as can be. Look at those fucking things. That looks like...
Tony, I can't see your face, but I know you got the bird flu.
Yeah, the bird flu's going around. This guy thinks I'm a bird. Every week like something.
Bird flu versus burger flu.
Tony got the peacock pox.
Your lips look like absolute floaties. Those floaties that kids put on their arms to keep them from sinking in a pool. I said your lips look like pool floaties.
You look like one of them sticks that they make young kids find at the bottom of the pool.
Can I just say that since David is FaceTiming in, I feel like we're a part of a conversation that happens between Tony and David before bed every single night. Like they FaceTime each other and roast each other right before bed.
This is how we fall asleep at night.
Tony got to fall asleep with a warm cup of milk.
Oh, come on. Not all of us. I mean, and I get the warm glass of milk from milking you. Because you're a cow. Spell that one out. Spill it out for the rest of the room. My goodness. No, you look great, dude. A lot of people like to make fun of you, but I think you look absolutely better than ever. Are there calories in that vape pen?
Yeah.
What was that?
Wheel vape, man. I know it's latex flavor.
Oh my God. You got me there. Absolutely. You got me. So you're in New York. How's that going for you? You went out there, you had some gigs, and then the gigs turned into podcasts.
Out of the 5 podcasts I was supposed to do, I was only able to do one because everybody else carried on.
Well, New York's going to be hit the worst, they're saying, because everyone's stacked up on top of each other. There's nowhere to really go, so everyone's going to get.
I will say this: New York people are more sensible than LA.
More sensible?
Yeah, like in LA, like people were like hoarding, and like in LA, people are like buying shit like they got secrets. Like there's actually stuff on the shelves.
They're buying in moderation, basically.
Right,
Actually, humans.
Yeah.
The actual humans.
Also, when you were in LA, that was the initial rush, I think. There's a lot more restocking going on than there was. They weren't prepared for that a week or two ago.
I've been going every day. The only thing that's...
You go every day?
I live right next door to a grocery store.
Why would you go every day?
I live right next to a grocery store. I just want to see what they got.
I live next to a grocery store, too. Did you realize that is the opposite of a quarantine?
Yeah. But like there was a certain way worse. bars. There's no, like, there's little things like Uncrustables. Like, it's got Uncrustables in it. But, like, there's no, like, noodles or rice or paper towels.
Oh, we know who you're buying for. No noodles and rice. It's like, I go to the grocery store every day. No noodles, no rice, no bok choy.
And I tell you to get the two things. Noodle and the rice.
Red Man got a freezer full of beer battered fish.
I don't eat fish.
You don't eat fish.
I don't like fish,
right?
Unless it's sushi.
It's got nutrients in it, that's why. Fish has vitamins and minerals.
That nigga only wants fish if he's swimming around in back.
I love it. So how's it been? So you've only done one podcast. So what are you at, a hotel? What was that? You're at a hotel?
He's got back connection.
No, you're okay. It's Red Band. Being Red Band. So how's this been going for you? You're just there with what? Your laptop and the regular cable television?
I ate all my quarter too.
First hour.
I had fucking 2 weeks supply, nigga. That shit ain't getting 4 days.
That's why Red Band's going every day too.
I'll leave it in when I go to my mama's house and I'll be back in LA Friday.
Alright.
So I'll be on Kill Tony Monday.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, freshly traveled. Bring it.
Yeah,
come on over here,
yeah,
Chips.
great.
I can't wait for you to come back.
Oh, man, I wish I could find my bags and I put that shit up there to do the podcast with.
Did you get to have that date with the little white girl in the Empire State Building?
Yeah, you look like a taco truck, nigga.
I don't know. I look at your hair and all of a sudden I want black licorice for some reason.
It's because his hair kind of
Hey, you
like that.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Alright, well. Exciting time. David, anything else we should know about you before seeing you next week back here on Kill Tony?
Tony, what's in your quarantine club?
I'm in the quarantine closet, David. Let me steal your punchline from you. I'm in the closet, David. I am a gay man in the closet. I'm gayer than the Tiger King.
David, I heard you're Lizzo's little brother.
What?
What's up, man? Now, I'm going to tell you, what you starting from?
I have a bunch of stuff now. I literally live. What? Dildos and booty holes. Latex flavored vapes. I have candles that smell like men's mustaches. I have what else? What else is manly?
Johnny got a food cheek.
A booty cheek throat? I have a booty cheek throat? Shit, man.
What's it called? Throat blanket. What's that shit called?
Are you on Wi-Fi?
Are you on Cricket?
Boost Mobile, where are you from?
Those antennas on top of your head are not working at all, David.
You look like Walk the Jewels.
Alright, there goes David Lucas. We'll drop that call with David. It's some music from the band. There you go. The amazing Kill Tony band, the best damn band in the land. If you're in need of any musical wants or needs, make sure you go check out the Reagan and Watkins debut album. Reagan and Watkins, self-titled album. Huh?
Congratulations to, Pat.
Oh, yeah.
Baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody's having babies. No better time to have a baby than now. Congratulations to the first ever band member, band leader, Pat Reagan, adding a new member of the Kill Tony family.
Having fast.
Yeah, very cute.
That's my boy, Daddy Reagan.
Daddy Reagan.
Check out, go to Spotify, look up the Baby Boys. We got a video coming out soon, this week probably.
Did he have a baby boy or a baby girl?
Baby girl. Her name's Isla. Yeah, she's beautiful. I'm gonna be the godparent. I said might, but I gotta talk to a priest.
You have to talk to a priest.
Yeah, because I wasn't.
Does the kid need an exorcism?
No, I didn't.
Adios, meals.
That's racist. First of all, you're canceled. I don't.
No.
I didn't have my confirmation, so I got to get that done before I can legitimately be the godparent. But
Is that a real fuck out here? You have to pay more money to the church.
no, they're gonna do it for free.
Oh wow!
Just go to a lawyer.
Okay, cool. Well, shout out to all the lawyers out there. If anybody out there can get me confirmed tomorrow, hit me up.
Red Man, with his Godfather knowledge, very interesting. Literally the Godfather to no child ever.
And he's never seen The Godfather.
I've never seen the
However, he does eat Godfather's pizza almost weekly.
Okay, shout out to Godfather's Pizza.
In Ohio. I'm gonna get it freeze dried and shipped.
Alright. Let's keep it moving along here. Fun times. Everything's hanging. You want to go to the bucket for a little question? Let's do it. Okay. Good to know. We have another one. Oh, I read that last week. Some of these ended up going back to the bucket from last week. Alright, on Jupiter and Mars. Very good. So, okay, this is an interesting one. It's a long question, but let's keep it short. Favorite and least favorite character ideas you've ever had from your perspective, not from mine. I feel like the listeners know what mine are. Of course, the puppeteers, the insane people, the insane puppeteers. Really anything that's annoying.
The gym rats, did you love that?
The gym rats I love. The gym rats I love because I can tell you guys hated them so much.
Yeah. Why did you
look like koalas? Like that's right.
It looks like he had teddy bear ears instead of like what you would think.
Oh, you guys look ridiculous. You guys looked adorably ridiculous. Little children.
Do you have an answer?
I'm thinking.
I mean, we know what the favorites are. Those are all on the calendar.
It just hit me right now that, like, you know, I know Jeremiah's worst one was when we did chefs. Because for some reason, not the celebrity chefs, we revisited that. First time we did chefs, Jeremiah decides he's going to be a Jamaican chef. And he just had the roughest time. But I think that was probably your least favorite.
Yeah, I was asking you yours so I can look up this.
Oh, mine was, I don't know, man. Probably anything that's like two-dimensional, legitimately, like that doesn't have a point of view, where it looks really good. Like I was Blanca from Street Fighter, and it looked great, but it's like, what do you say after you just look great as Blanca? You have no perspective.
Right, it's a video game character. That is a tough one. That was in what, Swansea?
No, we did. No, I wore the same wig, but yeah, no, we did that. That was actually that brings me. Oh no.
But that's when you're supposed to make your own story, like
I know.
Crohn's disease or something.
Yeah, it took me a while. That's true. It took me a while. Jeremiah taught me this. Was like a lot of the best characters that we've had. You have to have a really clear point of view, and I think that when we first started, I wasn't well versed in that, so I would just sort of rely on the costume. And so now I try to find a point of view.
One of mine, and it was one of my favorite moments to do, but it was a lesson that I learned, was when we actually did the Legion of Skanks episode. I kind of realized that night, there's a reason why on SNL, specifically do it on Weekend Update for about 5 minutes tops, because there's something magical that kind of wears off about the gimmick of doing an impression for a person. So when I did Big J for the full 90 minutes to 2 hours, it felt like it gradually kept getting more and more watered down, and you feel trapped at that point. So that, for me, like the initial first half hour, I was like, this is great. The last hour, I was like, there's no escaping this. There's like, you know what I mean? The pops literally got less and less as the show goes on because the gimmick is done.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Did you feel that way about Joe Rogan as well?
No, because we did that. We did a best of with the characters that night, where I was literally Joe for only 10 to 15 minutes.
That's right.
So I got to basically get the big pops and then go out on a high note without it tapering off. So
that episode was kind of like a good thing to reflect on and go back to because we did it. We got out like as quick as we got in.
Jesse, you have a least favorite character?
I don't right now because I'm so new. I like all of them. I think the most challenging was when we played blind people.
I was gonna say that, yeah.
Which I ended up being Phyllis Watkins to kind of paint like a story behind it. But yeah, when we were like before thinking, oh, it's gonna be Phyllis, it was like, okay, well, who is this blind person?
You know what I've noticed? That anything in front of the eyes is bad for me. As far as I like, eye contact is so important.
I ended up loving those characters.
I always, for the most part, was for a lot of characters, I find that eyes are gonna be funnier than like an obstruction. For the most part, there's always exceptions to stuff if it goes really well with the character. But,
very fun stuff. We have, did you say B9's ready? B9? Beautiful. Very exciting stuff. Golden ticket winner from Phoenix, Arizona. Many-time appearances. Probably holds the record for most appearances by a golden ticket winner. All the way from beautiful Phoenix, Arizona, we have the great Tristan Bowling joining us, everyone. Here's some music for you, Tristan. Step back from... Oh. Hey, Tristan Bowling, how's it going, my friend?
It's going fucking dope, dude. I'm chilling out in my house.
Of course, you're so hip. You're so cool. You're on the Wi-Fi. The sound is perfect. All these other people struggling. Of course, you're going to be dialed in. You are. This is why you are a golden ticket winner.
You're white. You've got a good internet connection.
Right, screen.
Your bills are paid.
All the things we need.
That's right, Tristan. You are just a freaking winner, pal.
How you guys doing in LA?
We're hanging in there. We're doing things like this to be able to survive, pass the time, enjoy ourselves a bit, doing something other than laying on our fat asses.
Fuck yeah, dude.
How about you? How's the quarantine going? You with moms and pops?
Yeah, chilling at the house. I got grandma behind me. Get it?
Oh my god. Hey!
She's
looking big, dude.
Yeah.
Grandma's got that Tony Hinchcliffe bone structure going on back there.
Tony Hinchcliffe.
Tony Hinchcliffe. Golden Tony. Wow. How is your grandma doing? Your grandma does live with you guys.
Yeah, she's like the only person who I wish was sick. But she just keeps fucking kicking, dude.
Yeah, she's unstoppable. She's pounding glasses of wine, having the time of her life.
I think that keeps her body sterile.
Yeah.
Just all that goddamn Chardonnay.
That makes sense. Red Band, you been drinking during this?
The last 2 days, for like a week, I didn't drink. And I was like, you know what? I don't know why I'm not drinking. Like, it's so weird to drink.
What are you drinking at home?
Last night I had 2 Tito's and orange juice.
You make it strong? Comedy store strong?
Yeah, it's more like Martinez. The night before I had some Jack and Diets, but like I forgot. Like, well, I'm allowed to drink. I don't have to wake up or anything. Why am I not drinking? I usually don't drink at home. It feels weird to me.
Right, same. I agree 100%. Cracking a little bit of red wine. I bought a 6-pack of beer just to be reminded.
What kind of beer was it? What was it?
I got it from this fancy French market near where I live.
Surfboard, grating on that wood.
Oh, man. Big dick Tony.
And it's a fancy, I think it's like fancy German beer. Tastes absolutely horrible. I hate it. Every single sip, I regret buying it and drinking it. I just keep having 1 or 2 a night.
Dude, I've been fucking basting in it the last 9 days. I have just been.
You've been drinking heavily?
Kind of, not heavily. I've got days where I don't, but a lot of
your immune system up, man.
Enchiladas, ¿Qué estás bebiendo? Estoy bebiendo cerveza mexicana, enchiladas. Sí.
One thing I have been doing is I've been smoking a lot of weed also. and I start coughing, and then I start getting paranoid, like, why am I coughing? And I forget that's what you usually do. Getting a little paranoid.
I think we've all got paranoid at some point.
Oh yeah, for sure. Every ache, every pain. If my foot falls asleep and I start walking, I'm like, oh my god, that's it. They said soreness is one of the side effects. So Tristan Bowling, what's been happening? What's been going on over there? Give us an update on your life or anything you want to talk about.
Dude, my mom is fucking nuts about this coronavirus stuff. She will not let me leave the house at all. And like when I do, she'll get like mad and shit like that. But like I have to like make excuses to get out of the house. Real shit, I'm just like drinking beer in my car in the driveway.
You gotta sneak out your window like a baby.
Yeah, I gotta tie bed sheets together.
You have a second floor bedroom?
Yeah, I'm on the second floor, so I can be better on top of my dad's truck. I'm just scared of heights.
Right. Heights are also scared of you, my friend. So, Tristan, how's the rap game been going for you? Anything lately, rapping wise? You've done some amazing raps. Normally, you have rapped on the show and gotten standing ovations and incredible audience reactions. How's that been going for you?
It's been going good. I've been writing some bars. I've also been doodling around on my guitar and stuff like that, doing that fun stuff.
You have a guitar now.
Yeah, I've had a guitar.
Every white, like, young person has an acoustic.
Is that true?
Yeah. Go to Guitar Center on any day. These poor girlfriends are in there with their boyfriends testing out iPhones.
He has no idea. You write any coronavirus songs or anything like that?
Yeah, I did a little bit. You want to hear it?
Yeah, I do.
Fuck yeah. I'm busting out. I'm so fucking mad. I'm so fucking mad that he said Ibanez because that's the exact same type of guitar I have.
Hey! Oh my god.
I'm a white boy to a T. Alright, this is called Fuck Coronavirus in the tune of House of the Rising Sun.
Hey!
There was a storm of sunset that sold that good comedy. But since the virus had shut down that old store, us comics are going hungry. They shut down the open mics from West Coast to East. I'm sucking this for minutes of stage time. What sucks the most is this goddamn disease. And then it gets into a punk reprise. Hey! Yeah, we got it. All right. Let's go. Fuck all these on the stick. Let's get it done fast. Let's get it done quick. Cause time is comedy more than team healthy. I hate how I'm always stuck inside with my dumb healthy grandma by my side. Catch me always coughing in her coffee. Virus, take a shit inside his iris. Coming for you like you're fighting virus. Watch out, it's the zombie virus. Watch out, it's the zombie virus. Watch out.
Wow, Tristan Bowling, everyone. Writing songs. It's all good. Writing songs, staying creative. You're a warrior in this time. My goodness. What's the craziest thing you've snuck out of the house to do since the quarantine has begun?
I went to my friend's birthday party, which is probably a bad idea.
Yeah. I had a feeling you'd have an answer like that. You remind me of these kids that all went to Miami Beach over the weekend.
No, it was like we were all hanging out together in the house. Like it was fun. Like if one person sneezed, we're all fucked. But like
Yeah, I don't think that's how coronavirus works exactly, but
Did you smoke joints together? Did you pass a joint already? No, you just smoke joints together.
Officer Brendan wants to know.
Jed, how many years did you smoke the joint? No, I had my own joints to myself, not because like I didn't want to share, I just wanted money. And like I was drinking beers and stuff like that, but like if I picked up someone else's, I'm down for that.
So as long as you kids haven't been smoking any of the reefer, then I guess I'll let you off with a warning. Well, Tristan, you're the fucking man. Stay strong out there. We love you. We will talk to you soon.
I love you, boys and girls. Bye, everybody.
Tristan Bowling, everyone. Jupiter and Mars. Hell yeah, that's fun. Tristan Bowling, golden ticket winner. Corona dinner.
You just had Tristan open up for you a couple of shows, right? When you were last time you were in.
Yeah, I had an amazing weekend of shows at the Tempe Improv. My God, was that fun! Tristan Bowling and Ali Makovsky, the Jewel crew, run the Jewels, the Vape Pen army of me, Ali, and Tristan. All three of us jeweling like crazy in there, and yeah, unbelievable shows. He went out, got him guns ablaze, and local references galore. Ali Makovsky, who's just evolved into an absolute killer. No extra words on any of her acts. Smash, smash, smash. Thank you. Good night. And of course me. You know what I mean? So yeah, so much fun. It's been crazy. This year has been just absolutely unbelievable. Not only performance-wise and stand-up-wise, but also with Kill Tony, two of our by far biggest shows, and sold out massive theaters. And my God, at Venus de Milo ended up being huge, and Swansea and Vancouver was 1,300 jam-packed. Yeah, so crazy time for all of this to hit, but who knows, it could be every single downtick always ends up turning into something monstrous, so I'm excited to see what the future holds. Excited, I mean, life goes on, the gigs keep coming, I mean, every day, you know, my amazing agents are rescheduling things and working on things, and everything's still in motion. You know,
I feel really bad for agents right now. They pretty much just got tax season overnight. You know,
I feel bad for Asians too, man. It's been a rough. I mean, I was being racist towards Asians.
Yikes!
Hey, William, back me up on this.
My goodness. You're calling for Willie?
He says to get my back on this.
You guys know Tristan and I used to do mics together years ago in Phoenix?
Really?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
I wasn't sure if you knew that or not.
Did he ever hit on you?
No, we've been good friends like since day one. He's hilarious. And so I would go to this club all the time, and I ran into Tristan. He was 16 years old, and his dad would bring him to all the shows.
His dad's cool.
I would just talk to him and his dad, and yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and you could tell immediately, oh, he was already funny at 16. And now, I don't know how old he is.
Yeah, he's got that amazing knack about him where he just writes and creates and doesn't stop. And, you know, I recognize that immediately. Plus the performance, the energy that he brings, everything he has. He's a total package type of guy. Very, very, very exciting stuff. All right, let's take another question. Should we, you know what? Why don't we go with our third regular? Can we do that? Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, let's grab them. We have a third regular, everybody. Everybody knows him, loves him, a compelling character. We never know what is going to happen. Make some noise for the great William Montgomery, everyone. Here he is. You hear that music, you know it's on. Here he is, William Montgomery, everybody.
The video made some noise and you got the coronavirus.
Depression, horrible mistake in quarantine.
watched Forrest Gump for the first time. That is a tearjerker. God, when Bubba dies, that scene in the jungle. I wish Axl Rose would marry Bella Thorne, so at least one rose would have a thorn. She made a horrible mistake in quarantine. Earlier today, I watched 101 Dalmatians for the first time. But I honestly think I am sick. I am not feeling good. Oh my goodness. I'm not feeling good. How are y'all feeling? Are y'all feeling alright?
William, how is this the craziest you've ever looked?
There's the cat.
So hole in your shirt.
First of all, unbelievable set. Unbelievable performance. I feel like that would have decimated in front of our usual live crowd at the Comedy Store. Gino, you're always at those shows. That was just that. He's giving it a thumbs up.
What do you think, Gino?
Everybody loved it. Charlie from Vito's Pizza loving it, cracking up. You had everybody up here
Charlie
laughing.
from Vito's Pizza just vomited up his own pizza looking at him.
And then, yes, indeed, I will now acknowledge that, William, you have never looked more insane. I mean,
The shovel.
Fresh off the setup, Bram Stoker's tracking really out of the butt haircut that he's got. What the fuck?
I don't think I've ever seen you without a hat.
oh my God, William, you look like a crazy man.
It's like a David Lynch film.
Classic move right there when you start laughing.
Wow, William, I love this backdrop. This is what people
so
are
bad
saying,
right
right?
now.
Just that black background. That is so awesome. William, you look
Really messed that one up.
You look.
Doesn't look like it to me.
It is.
What are you fucking doing in there?
William, you have any symptoms of the coronavirus?
My nose will not stop running.
Is that true? Yeah. My goodness. What else? What else do you have? William is live in studio with us, by the way. We've kept him out in the lobby up until this point.
And who has the White Claws? Where did those things come from? All I did was slip
Joel, roll
in
it
the
to him.
bathroom.
Roll it to him. Do not.
There you go.
I'm kidding. Are you well? Can I trust?
You trust Joel?
What did you just say?
You heard what I said.
Ruben, please stop.
This is always an interesting part of the interview when you two go at it. So wow, William, other than your nose running, what else has been going on? Anything else crazy?
One of my feet is yellow.
Oh. Is that normal? You said you've had hammer toe in the past.
Yeah, one of my feet is yellow color, but it's normally like that.
Oh, there you go. All right, William. That's fun. You've taken work off the whole week, right? Because you said you felt sick.
Well, I am sick. They better. I know they're not watching this, but I am sick. So it's weird you brought that up.
Are you really sick, or is this a joke?
Look at him.
Well, this is what he normally looks like. He normally does this thing where
He lies.
This is look what he's doing. He's really accentuating. It's a fucking aerial view of his head. Oh my God, that looks like.
Look at that nightmare.
Look at that. Looks like the inside of a cotton candy machine.
Corona under a microscope. It's Jack Nicholson's colon.
Oh, have you ever thought about shaving your head, William?
It looks like he did shave it just right down the middle.
That's the goddamn moneymaker right there.
What cuts your hair? Is that bony?
So let's have some fun here. William, you are performing in front of a green screen, and I told you earlier that we might use that for something, and we're going to. You have no idea what's about to appear in front of you or behind you, but we're going to run some things, and you just you react to it. Maybe keep the microphone in your hand, and you just react to whatever's going on around you and improvise. This will be a little improv game that you play, William. And you just roll with it. We're going to see what happens here. You let us know what's going on as it's happening. Here, get back on the screen. Oh, well. That's really the only thing. So here we go. Oh,
where am I?
That is what my house looks like. There are just hot dogs.
What is this house?
So many wieners going around.
everywhere.
Wieners inside of buns, if you catch my drift. Because I am a gay man.
Seriously, whose house is this? Why can't I fucking walk around
There's a lot of hot
without
dogs.
this shit happening? You know I can't eat hot dogs.
That's a lot of hot dogs and food.
No, I don't eat hot dogs anymore.
Okay, is there another one we can perhaps bring up here? Let's see what happens then. Whoa!
Oh my god!
The skeleton doesn't really want to Skeleton's like, this guy looks like shit.
William, do the same pose so we can see the before and after.
I think William even has a real skeleton. He needs all that. All right, very good, William. How about, is there anything else? What's next? What do we have next? For William, let's see what we have here. William, get in there. Oh, look at that. Are you running for president? Let's hear your campaign pitch, William.
How's it going?
Go straight to camera.
Atlanta, Georgia. I told y'all I would not be working at this church tonight, but here I am. I know the coronavirus is going strong right now. I wanted the premier white DJs for all black congregations.
William, why do you hold the microphone so far over your entire face? Like you almost had it up to your eyeballs on that. What are you hiding?
You don't want to see it. Y'all wouldn't have let me.
Whoa! Oh my god! He's on
burning the flag so I get a bucket of water.
William, do you even feel any of that?
Yeah, I am super hot right now. Literally.
Oh! Wow. Looks like that coronavirus fever just got a little bit hotter. Oh, it's okay, the ambulance. Oh, William. What are you going to do?
Hold on, I can't swim.
Am I swimming by right now?
That's Jeremiah doing a backstroke. Oh shit, we know those guys.
Ralph?
Is that Darius?
Wait, Darius and Curtis.
Do you know these guys, William?
Man, what's going on?
Oh. Wow. This
is a hard one. I can't figure this one out.
Uh-oh.
He's showing you his stick.
Thank goodness. Wow. William, do you know these guys?
I don't.
Is there anything else that we have? All right, that's cool. William, what are your plans?
Since it was irresponsible, it was nasty, it was horrible, it was unnecessary. He started his post-fight interview and was gonna do one of those gimmicky things that honestly, like, I think it's lame as gross. Get it together, dude. You do stuff like that, it really is worth to support you. It was completely unconscious. Obviously heard it. Well, reverse rate Slayer says it was lame when Hook did it, it was lame when Chop did it. I never did it. When did you do that? Didn't show up. It was so great. Michael Obama didn't show up, though. She didn't show up. That's what I said. Michael didn't show up. Please don't say that. That's a man way to let you know. Hey, dude, I'm not the biggest conspiracy of that, man. No, I'm begging you not to say that's a man. That's fine. But I like how I kept that same energy. It was like, fuck Trump, and didn't show up. When others were like, fuck Trump, but had to show up. Use her prominence, please. What were they? And him. No, you don't believe that. I don't think I did it. Maybe I made a joke. I'm finally the kid. We probably just discussed, like, because it was in the news, people were talking about it. I think if you're focused on this, out of all the shit that happened with my house, for example, things, I don't care. I don't yet. All we're talking about is this. It's also like the Michelle Obama stuff. I don't know what's going on there. I got my issues with Obama and how many people killed with drones and shit like that. And the race wars that he started. If you look back in the history of his term. The restraint says you called Michelle Obama a man. I think it was last year. Here's the difference. I do a comedy podcast with Brian Callen. So we say, oh my gosh, way worse than we we say wild shit. You can't take me making a comment, right? It was trendy at the time too. And we were probably talking about the Obamas in general. Don't get me started on their chef dying. That's a whole other thing. But if you believe all that stuff. But you can't compare me to Hogan on a freaking world stage winning a fight at the White House. Well, you conducted it too. It's like, okay.
Brendan Schaub busted lying once again. Of course he told that Michelle Obama joke. Who cares about it? But as always, did you see the first instinct? The first thing out of his mouth was to just lie. That was the first instinct. Gotta lie. And then he thought about it and he was like, oh wait, did I maybe tell that joke? And then it switched from the initial lie to, yeah, maybe I did it, but it's okay. That is the mind of a mentally ill, pathological liar. You'd have to be mentally ill to be wearing those shorts. My God. And the saddest thing is the enablers around him sucking off of little pennies this guy's got left, and they sit in a fucking storage unit. Oh, yeah, boss. I mean, you're right. The time, yeah, you did it, but it's okay. And what the fuck was he talking about? The race wars that Obama started. You talking about Kurt Metzger's podcast? Did he think Sherrod Small was Barack Obama's son? Why did he say Barack Obama started race wars? And I know he's an idiot and a moron, but I know he's wrong, but what does he think happened that he's wrongly attributing to Obama for? Because Obama hasn't been president in pretty much a decade now. So what happened that he thought was a race war and he thought that Barack Obama was president for, but he probably wasn't? I don't know. It's the mind of a moron. This is pinnacle levels of stupidity here, people. I mean, this man, let's look at him. This raccoon has more intelligence than Schaub, and it's dead and stuffed. And it still has more intelligence than him. Why is the Diet Coke can bent? Why is he smoking a light cigarette? Oh my God, look at this idiot. What is that a toy of? I don't even know. Why is there a toy in there? It's not a shop, is it? Ugh. God, I hope not. Black Buffalo Tobacco Alternative. Oh, this man is such an idiot. Busted lying again, but that's what Bappa does. By the way, every comedian has told that joke, which is fine. No one cares. It's just, why does the initial response have to be a lie? It's almost all done for this moron. By the way, once again, and going forward, not able to send in super chats. This is how dumb Schaub is. Even with the live streaming thing, right? He'll only accept memberships. Just $5 a membership. YouTube takes about $2 of that. So, cut that $2 off. And then that just goes into your YouTube ad revenue paycheck. Why doesn't he just take super chats? He would make way more money. And you can set it up to only take super chats from members. So you can still have a member-only thing, and only then can they send super chats.
On which to build its models, comma, and I have more human data for AI to study than any human in global history. Period. This puts my project in a crucial position to be able this project gives me the opportunity to promote world peace, in addition to potentially major monetization opportunities in the future, period. It is only a matter of time until I go viral, and when I do, I intend on making every person who has helped me along the way exceptionally wealthy, period. With your podcast platform, I have the opportunity your podcast, with its amazing reach, will give me a platform to be able to be discovered and maybe a catalyst for my going viral, period. If and when that happens, I have intentions to make not only you, not only your friends, not only your family, but your audience trillionaires, period. And the immense amount that I have archived over the course of the last near half decade, period. I would sincerely appreciate if you would consider me as a guest, period. Please let me know should you have any further questions, period. In addition to live streaming my life essentially every moment of every day for the last 5 years, I have created more social media than any person in global history, which the world may find to be a treasure hunt once I go viral, period. This is a really exciting opportunity. Period. Welcome. How are you, Kukan?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Robbie. How are you?
I'm well, thankfully. What's good? What's new? Can you hear me? What is good?
Sorry, I couldn't understand what you said.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent. Please remind me, how'd you find out about me?
We have already talked yesterday. I found you on my channel.
I clipped you. Yes. I clipped you. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. What's going on?
Good, good. I'm now streaming on Kick.
You are now streaming on Kick?
Yes.
Well, that's phenomenal. Are you on Twitch?
No. I only stream on Kick.
Did we talk about you multi-streaming yesterday?
Yeah. You already told me about the Rumble.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna create the Rumble Smash.
Okay, excellent. That's phenomenal. And so, if I may ask, what are your goals for your channel?
First of all, my goal is to get verified, get the green tick, get verified.
Yes.
Then, I just want to earn enough money to survive. Maybe
Excellent.
$2,000 per month. It will be enough for me to pay my monthly bills. That's enough.
Certainly. Well, I can tell you that Rumble probably pays the best out of all of them. Because you don't have to be verified there. You can start making money immediately. And you'll make a few cents here and there for your streams. Nothing overwhelming, but it's something. And then as you continue to grow, you can tell people, hey, follow me on Kick, watch me on Kick, and then you eventually become a Kick creator, and then you can make like $14 an hour. You see, right now you're just on Kick and it's small. But if you have YouTube and Twitch and additionally Rumble, you can filter everybody to whatever stream's going to make you the most amount of money. It's like you want to put out a fire. A house is on fire. You want to put it out. Right now you just have one hose. I want you to have 4 hoses. So I hope that makes sense to you.
Another thing I would like to ask you about Discord. Today I have look around on Discord, but I couldn't find any place to write because my English is not my native language, so it is a little bit difficult for me to explain or and contact. And if we can arrange a channel for us to write, actually it would be much easier for me to communicate with the rest of the team.
I understand that. And in the future, we're going to do that. I don't have enough people to be moderators right now. So I don't want to have to babysit. And also, I get people who put bots in the chat, and then you have a whole lot of things to delete. So in the future, I intend on doing that. And I intend on people being able to generally say whatever they want. But right now, I just don't have enough people to be moderators. So it's a video call. All the channels are basically VCs. But that doesn't mean it will always be that way. In the future, I think people will be able to have text channels and such. But again, when you're basically a one-man show and you're just running it on your own, I don't have to be checking several times a day to make sure somebody didn't put a picture of their genitalia or something inappropriate, something like that. So I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. And another thing is there any way that I can communicate with you? Because I have a few questions regarding financial questions. Maybe you can help me about that. First question about AI.
Yeah.
I would like to create AI videos to generate some income on YouTube and etc. I have around $500 for that, so I can subscribe some AI tools online, such as Xfield, OpenAI, or maybe Cloud. So maybe you can give me some advice about that, because this is my last money. I have worked in a Irish collective job for a few months to earn this money. So I would like to try my last chance to make some money.
Absolutely.
I'm planning to make some online money to survive.
Right, I understand. You save your money, okay? Don't spend it on premium for these services. You want to save it. Everything that you need can be done for free. So basically, you want, like everybody, you can have some AI video that's made, and then all of a sudden it goes viral, and then you have a channel that earns income. That's the plan, right? Yeah. So I would not spend money on this, because at a certain point it becomes a budgetary race. Who has the most amount of money? And $500 just isn't going to do it for you. And so I don't want you to spend your money. You should hold on to it. One thing that I think has a lot of a future is AI face swap videos. So what am I saying? You take a video of someone who's popular or not popular. We're just going to use Donald Trump as an example. Whether you like him or whether you hate him, he's probably one of the most identified people on the internet. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Excellent. So what you can do is take his head, his face, and put it on, say, Taylor Swift's body, or put it on Brad Pitt's body, or put it in a movie or whatever. And people find these to be very funny. And you can do this for free. You don't necessarily need to pay any money to do this. So what's an example? Oh, let's just say there's a really popular song, whatever it is. Let's say it's a Taylor Swift song. You take Donald Trump's head, you put it on Taylor Swift's body, and the mouth moves just like Taylor Swift's does. And then you take a 15-second clip of that and you upload it to YouTube Shorts, and people start to like it. Does this make sense?
Yeah. I think I have seen a few videos just like that. So I will try to copy them. Not exactly, but what I'm trying to say, I can make similar videos just like that.
Exactly. Now, there used to be websites. A big one was called Sora, run by OpenAI, that would create a full video for you, like 10 seconds, but they shut it down in April. These types of services are very expensive. And so you want to avoid using those kinds of services because even the service fund, even the platform finds it expensive. You want to use pre-made videos. So what would I do if I were you? Name 5 celebrities. You named 5 celebrities or musicians or whatever. Okay, I'll do it for you. We have Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, Elon Musk, Kim Jong-un, and the King of England, or like King Charles. Okay, those are 5 people who everybody basically on Earth knows, at least generally. And you could put them in a pop band, like a fun, take a One Direction video, or take a Backstreet Boys video, or an NSYNC video, and change the faces. And then you take that 15-second video or whatever, and you upload it to your YouTube stream. And people will find that to be funny. But I would not spend that $500 on anything. If anything, I would preserve that money because you're going to need it. And absolutely. But that's an idea. And then an interesting thing that you can do is in the corner, you put your @ So then when people download it and share it, people are going to know where they got it. Did we talk about Linktree yesterday?
Yes, you told me.
So you put your Linktree in the corner so that people can find all your social media. So they're sharing it all over Reddit and Twitter and all these other places. But then when somebody looks, they're going to be curious and they're going to look you up and they're going to follow you and see your other stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And do you have any other ideas apart from AI? For example, I am definitely not going into the crypto because it's too risky for me, and I cannot afford to risk my last money. So, do you have any ideas, any other than AI?
Yeah. You could just get a job. What languages do you speak?
English.
No, you speak something else.
You mean my native language?
Yes. Turkish?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you work as a Turkish English translator?
Yeah, it's I couldn't find any translation just
Okay.
Now
You
it's almost impossible because everyone uses AI translations.
Incorrect. There are still people out there who need one-on-one tutors, Turkish to English, and don't feel badly about your English. Your English is really good, so don't doubt yourself. Look, I can tell you this. There was a guy who came in here. I'm going to tell you 2 stories, okay? There's a guy who came in here like 2 years ago, and he came in and he spoke English, but English wasn't his first language. I said, "Where you?" Like he's like, "I'm from Tunisia, and I hate it here. I have no future. I want to escape, basically." And I was like, "Well, what?"
My story is the same.
Okay, well, I said,
Here and I want to move somewhere else.
okay, well, I said to him, "Why don't you move to the United States?" And he's like, "What do you mean?"
Visa problem.
And I'm like, he's like, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, just come to the United States." And he's like, "Yeah, but you don't understand. There's like that's hard to do. And I'm like, no, I understand it's hard to do, but there are entire caravans of people that are coming up from South America and Central America. If you really want to come to the United States enough, you could perhaps seek amnesty, get on a boat to South America or Central America, and then come up with one of the caravans. And he's like, okay. A year goes by. I don't hear from this guy. He comes into the Discord. Say, hi, how are you? How did you find out about me? He's like, we spoke a year ago. I don't know if you're going to remember me. And I said, just, can you refresh me? He's like, I'm from Tunisia. I go, oh, say no more. I know exactly who you are. We talked about desalination technology and you come in the United States. And he's like, yeah, I took your advice and I sought amnesty from Tunisia. And I live in California now and I work as a security guard. And I'm like, no way, you did it? And he's like, yeah. Now, it's not necessarily the preferred way. The preferred way is another story I'm going to tell you. But he did it. Okay, now there's another guy, lived in Iraq. He comes in here. He's really upset. He's a smoker. He is a young person, but he's just basically smoking his life away, working construction, making 15 cents a day in construction. I say to him, you know, how are you? He's like, I could be better. I said, you know, what's your goal? And he's like, I want to move to the United States. I'm like, okay. What's your plan? And he's like, well, I don't really know how to do it, but I just don't want to live in Iraq anymore. I'm like, okay, well, your English is pretty good. Have you ever thought of working as a translator? And he's like, oh, there are no jobs as a translator. I don't know how to do it, yada, yada, yada. I'm like, stop. What languages do you speak? He's like, Arabic. I'm like, fine, you speak Arabic. There are people who need Arabic translators. You should apply for jobs in your area and work as a translator. So he eventually gets a job working as a translator. He comes back in here. I would tell him, you need $5,000. Don't come back until you have $5,000. That's not for him to give to me. That's for him to keep. But I basically was giving him goals. I told him, I want you to quit smoking. I want you to save $1,000, I think we started with. And so he'd come back. I quit smoking. It's been 12 days since I've stopped smoking, and I have $1,000 saved. Okay, great. Did you get a job as a translator? Yeah. He's like, yes, I did. That's what I was coming in to tell you. I got a job as a English Arabic translator at the United States Embassy in Baghdad. I'm like, phenomenal. That man has been able to save $20,000 just in like the last 6 months or so, just doing that. Now, I don't want to go into everything that happened to him because a war broke out and all kinds of stuff, but the same thing you can do where you have a skill. You speak Turkish and you can be like, well, no, but with AI, there's no chance. No. AI isn't good enough right now to be able to translate as well as a human. For the most part, humans are still needed, and there are private tutors that are needed as well. So you could be a translator or a tutor or both. Now I know you're like, but there are no jobs. You in the last month, how many English Turkish tutoring jobs have you applied for? I'll wait.
Well, not a translator, but my background is engineer, and I'm actually a naval engineer. So I have applied hundreds of thousands of jobs on LinkedIn. Stop.
I understand that you're an engineer, and we want you to be an engineer in the future. But it's going to be really difficult for you to get an engineering job in the United States if you don't have experience. And I want you to get money, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've applied for hundreds of thousands of jobs as an engineer. But guess what? We can get an engineer down the street. We can get an engineer from China. We can get an engineer from India, and they'll all work probably for less than what you will, perhaps. But you know what we can't get is a Turkish translator, because they don't speak Turkish down the street. They don't speak Turkish in China. They don't speak Turkish in India. You know where they speak Turkish? In Turkey. And you're in Turkey. And we need your skills. But you haven't applied for any Turkish translator or tutor jobs. You've been applying for engineering jobs. And I understand that. Long term, I want you to be an engineer. But for right now, you needed money because you only have $500. And I don't want you to just sit on that. So what you should do you know what LinkedIn is?
I'm using LinkedIn.
Okay, do you know what Indeed is?
Yes, I also use it.
Do you know what ZipRecruiter is? Okay, so what you do is you go to ChatGPT and you ask it for the top 10 job finding websites in the world, and then also the top 10 places for Turkish translators to be able to get a job. So you're going to have 20 different sites or so. And then what you're going to do is you're going to upload your resume to all of them. And then every single day you're going to apply to at least 100 jobs for the next 30 days. That's 3,000 jobs to which you will have applied. And within 30 days, someone's going to say, hey, we want to invite you for an interview. And guess what? You might not get it on the first interview. You might not get it on the second interview. But eventually you're going to get it. And then you're going to have a job and they're going to say, we pay $5 an hour. We pay $10 an hour. Or even other things, you can just translate documents or oversee the translating of documents, and they pay you per word. They might pay you 1 penny per word that you translate or whatever, but you work on your own time. This way, your $500 doesn't go from 500 to 400 to 300 to 200 to 100 to 0. It goes from 500 to 600 to 700 to 800 to 900 to 1,000, just like that guy in Iraq. Okay? And at the same time, you're going to be streaming on Rumble, and you're going to be streaming on YouTube, and you're going to be streaming on Kick, and you're going to be streaming on Twitch, and your people are going to be watching you. Nobody says that you can't translate documents while you're streaming, right? So you can do this all at the same time, and you can document your journey of becoming a vetted translator while live streaming. It's like a document of your life. It's like archiving your life. It's like home movies of your life. And in 5 or 10 years, you're going to be happy that you did that, because you're going to have this huge archive of yourself, and you're going to eventually be a bilingual engineer working in the United States or in England or in whatever Western country you want. And you're going to be able to make $80,000, $100,000, $120,000, maybe $200,000 a year working for a huge company. And you're going to have gotten your start by just working as a translator. This is going to help your English skills. This is going to help your people skills. Does this make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. So is there anything that I said that does not make sense to you?
No, I really appreciate your advices.
Absolutely. I'm here for you. So you can come back tomorrow, tell me how you've done. But here's what I want you to do. I want you to upload your resume to 10 different websites and 10 different job websites, 10 different translation websites. And I want you to apply to 100 jobs every single day for the next 30 days. If you want out of Turkey, that's the way out. Okay, makes sense?
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Before you go, are you anywhere near Istanbul?
I am in Istanbul.
Perfect. So you're already in one of the biggest cities in the world with people from all over the world who are looking for English to Turkish translators or Turkish to English translators. You're in one of the most historic places in global history. It was Byzantium, it was Constantinople. It's been fought over for thousands of years. You're in a very special place of the world right now. And Istanbul is the only major city in the world that's on 2 continents. You have people from all over the world coming to where you are. And you have to recognize that there are a lot of people there who need your services. There are a lot of people who speak English because it is the dominant language of business. and they're in your city, and you can work for them remotely. You could work for them in person, but don't feel bad about it if you have to start as a translator before you work as an engineer. Okay? Excellent. Come back tomorrow. I want to know how your job hunting went. And if you can't come back tomorrow, come back the next day. I will help you every single day until you get a job. I will help you every single day until you move to the United States if you want. You're welcome, my friend. Take care.
Yes, I did Saturday yesterday. My husband convinced me it's just fires. And we walked about it in an hour and a half. I have there's stuff going on. I'm sure that we're done. Yes, I know. Yes. I think I will do it. That's how I feel.
Rabbi,
What up, big dog?
your camera's frozen.
My camera's frozen?
Oh, there it is. How long will it be in here today?
I don't know, maybe like 8 hours.
Yeah, maybe like 8 hours.
Yeah. Predictions that were made in this dream were things like terraforming of other planets, comma, space tourism, comma, interstellar travel, comma, teleportation, comma, Santa Claus machines, I kept inquiring more and more to my rabbinical colleague. In the dream, comma, I was made aware that humans are not yet a type 1 civilization on the Kardashev scale, comma, but that we were moving in that direction, comma, and my streams would help with that, period. We discussed many other topics, comma, but for sake of brevity, comma, this is a basic overview of what occurred, period. I have had one dream like that since then, period. I had never had such an in-depth dream prior to that moment, period.
It's looking pretty slow to get on the east coast at 9157. Delays continue on the H3 River. Past 15 Northbound, backing up on 215 Merge all the way to 138. Pursuing the Hines Road southbound traffic, 395 northbound to Blackmore. The Southern California's most heavy traffic reports. I'm Beach Martinez.
Everything that I'm telling you could have just been a dream. Period. However, comma, there were extraterrestrial aspects to this dream, and much of what was in this dream has come to fruition, comma, although not absolutely everything, comma, but I was told in the dream that some things would not all be correct, comma, but they would be incorrect for some other purpose, period. These dreams transformed me from being an Orthodox rabbi who would attend synagogue 3 times a day, walk to synagogue on Shabbat every week, and live an extremely Orthodox life, to creating social media accounts and live streaming my life 24/7, 365 ever since, period. While still maintaining as orthodox a lifestyle as possible, given the circumstances, period. Definitely, however, would like to discuss how I was once a skeptic of ufology, how the Disclosure Project helped to change my skepticism, a history of alien abductions, reverse engineering technology that might have been gleaned from UFOs, comma, and the future of disclosure as potentially a majority of people on Earth begin to recognize that we may not be alone, period. I am well aware of the strictness of the YouTube
The next witness testified that he is convinced the bomb had fired due to growing Palisades firearms caused by fireworks. At the top of the hour, 6:05 next. This one is also looking at the eastbound. This is getting out of Pasadena. Over off the base from Chesapeake from the freeway. And then slow drive pretty heavy all the way towards Woodhill Boulevard. It's also heavy down out of Calabasas. This is going up Lost Hills. Heavy to 71 First Split. Southern California's most accurate traffic report is Image Martinez. Free iHeartRadio app is the number one for music, radio, and podcasts. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's the iHeartRadio podcast radio. Trying to figure out what live news from warehouse organized. It's been on fire. Says it's likely started by subcontractors doing some tests to see what balance on the lineage company says they were working on business to the balance last week. LA Fire Department chief says fire activity has decreased and it's getting better.
Sections of the exterior walls. There's a lot of streams into areas, inaccessible areas in the building. Any sewers or maintenance spots of fire.
This is fire departments in areas of LA police. An expert has testified he's convinced the lack of fire nonsense fire was caused by fireworks from non-defendant Jonathan Bangladesh at the trial in Los Angeles. That's the trial in Los Angeles. And it's the investigation into our last time failed AI chatbot project. Comedian Carlos Mencia is pleaded not guilty to felony tax-related charges in the County Police Office, alleges he did not report back $9 million in the personal Mencia's attorney says he hasn't paid his taxes, which is bad. Self-driving nightmares are coming out as Waymo hits mines.
San Francisco's CEO and his self-driving vehicle. Is there self-driving vehicle drone in construction zone? It's lights, signs, provide 30% big increase in highway patrol and chase them eventually into a residential neighborhood. Waymo restricted freeway access and recalled over 1,000 vehicles last month after at least 7 similar instances were reported in one day in the Bay Area. Slade says he's got the PTSD from being an updated that night. I will do Journey by the
The Trump administration says progress has been made in the negotiations with Iran and ABC's has issued waiver to sanctions on Iran oil, which is a controversial part of the deal. The State Department official says that Iran is not free to sell that oil. It's good and makes good on one of the promises President Trump gave Iran in that since Trump's being criticized over the deal, he said he's not sanctions on millions of dollars immediately. The people are dead from conditioning in Montreal. Police officer and the suspected shooter. Montreal police say a second officer was killed and also hurt. Authorities issued a shelter in place for part of the city while searching for a suspect without a case. Lifted that investigation at the same time. Legendary music producer today's Davis Carson hospital. Careers of Janis Joplin and Bruce Springsteen lost health revitalized for years. Carlos Piano, Watson, and Davis is president of various record labels and Joe inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2000 as a non-pro. Blind Davis was 93. Sound like weather for KFI, the Walter Rock. For free on the iHeartRadio number one for music radio.